Chapter 2201. When Nakoido heard this, she was taken aback and asked, "Charlie, what kind of gift are you planning to give him?" Charlie smiled and replied, "I suspect he's still anxious about why Zean vanished and why she was abandoned by someone." Nakoido nodded and said, "That's true. My dad mentioned that my uncle is under immense pressure right now. It's extremely difficult to handle such a desperate situation. The main issue is that the public has incredibly high expectations. If he succeeds, everyone will be pleased, but if things go wrong, the backlash could be severe." Charlie agreed and added, "Exactly. This kind of situation is like a double-edged sword. If it's not handled properly, it can easily backfire." With a smile, Charlie continued, "However, the gift I'm giving him will allow him to turn this double-edged sword into a single-edged one." Nakoido looked at him in surprise and asked, "Charlie, what do you mean by turning a double-edged sword into a single-edged one?" Charlie grinned and replied, "In simple terms, my gift will make sure he doesn't have to worry about hurting himself if he mishandles this sword." Nakoido quickly asked, "Charlie, can you tell me what this incredible gift is?" Charlie replied calmly, "You need to tell him that the reason Zean was abandoned is because of collusion between the Banks family and the Japanese self-defense forces. They worked together to deceive him and then handed Zean over to the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department." "What?" Nakoido exclaimed in disbelief. "Charlie, is that really true? The Banks family actually colluded with the self-defense forces?" Charlie asked her calmly, "When have I ever lied to you?" Nakoido hurriedly explained, "Charlie, I didn't mean it that way. This information is far too shocking. How could the self-defense forces, which are supposed to be Japan's military, do something so absurd?" Charlie chuckled and said, "To put it bluntly, the reason the Banks family and the self-defense forces are entangled has nothing to do with justice or honor. It's because the Banks family wields enormous power and can manipulate situations to suit their interests. If your uncle focuses on making breakthroughs within the self-defense forces, he'll definitely make progress." Charlie then added, "As long as your uncle can uncover concrete evidence of collusion between the self-defense forces and the Banks family, even if he fails to retrieve Zean, he can still completely turn the situation around for the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department." Nakoido suddenly realized that before Charlie shared this information, the entire situation hinged on whether her uncle could successfully capture Zean. Now, however, the focus had shifted entirely. If her uncle could find solid proof that the Banks family and the self-defense forces were behind Zean's disappearance, the Metropolitan Police Department could absolve itself of all responsibility and place the blame squarely on the Banks family and the self-defense forces. Excited, Nakoido exclaimed, "Charlie, I need to tell my uncle immediately. Thank you for such an incredible gift. Once this matter is resolved, I'll make sure my uncle thanks you personally." Charlie smiled and replied, "There's no need to be so polite. As long as I can visit Japan in the future, or if there's anything in Japan where I need his assistance, that'll be enough." Nakoido said confidently, "Charlie, don't worry. My uncle is extremely loyal and honorable. If he truly resolves this crisis with your help, he will definitely remember your kindness." Charlie nodded and added, "Let me give you one more crucial piece of information. Tell him to investigate the Maritime Self-Defense Force unit that went out to sea last night. The internal traitor must be among them. If he arrests them for a surprise interrogation, he'll definitely uncover something." Nakoido thought for a moment and said, "The self-defense forces are far more powerful than the Metropolitan Police Department. Direct arrests might be very difficult, and the self-defense forces will almost certainly interfere." Chapter 2202. Charlie smiled faintly and said, "Isn't your uncle part of the Homeland Security Department? From what I know, Homeland Security is the highest priority for any nation. That means the Homeland Security Department should hold greater authority than the military. If he seeks help from a former colleague or superior, the Homeland Security Department can directly apprehend members of the self-defense forces. I doubt the self-defense forces would dare interfere." After a brief pause, Charlie continued, "Once the Homeland Security Department captures them, they can hand them over to the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department for interrogation. No matter how many people are arrested, they'll all be isolated and interrogated separately. That's where the real breakthrough will happen." Nakoido couldn't help but exclaim, "Charlie, this plan is brilliant. I'll inform my uncle immediately, and thank you on his behalf." Charlie smiled and said, "Go ahead and tell him quickly. I'm really looking forward to watching this drama unfold." Charlie deliberately only told Nakoido that the Banks family had colluded with the self-defense forces to exchange Zean, intentionally withholding the deeper truth, that both sides were secretly working together all along. On the surface, it seemed like they were releasing people, but behind the scenes, they were playing a much darker and more complex game. He did this because revealing too much information would not benefit him. Moreover, giving excessive clues could easily distract the other party from focusing on the real objective. Therefore, he only pointed out the secret dealings between the Banks family and the self-defense forces, leaving Nakoido's uncle to follow the leads, dig deeper, and uncover the truth himself. That would be far more effective. At this moment, in Eastcliff, inside the Banks family mansion, Zean and her team had received no updates for quite some time, making Lord Banks increasingly anxious. Zayn was equally troubled. However, Zayn was completely unaware of the full story. He assumed something had gone wrong during the Banks family's attempt to rescue Zean. Unable to contain his anxiety, he asked, "Dad, what's going on? Didn't our people retrieve Zean through the waterway? Why has all communication suddenly gone silent? The only news we got was that the ship was intercepted by the Japanese self-defense forces. Where could Zean be now?" Lord Banks replied irritably, "How should I know? I'm just as clueless as you are. If you're asking me, how do you expect me to have the answers?" Seeing his father's irritation, Zayn quickly apologized. "Dad, please calm down. I'm not blaming you. It's just that this whole situation feels extremely abnormal. I can't stop worrying about Zean." Lord Banks said coldly, "I've already sent someone to Japan to investigate. Once there's any news, I'll inform you immediately." Zayn sighed and said worriedly, "Dad, do you have any contacts within the Japanese self-defense forces? If you do, maybe you could give me their information. I could reach out and see if we've missed any clues." Hearing this, Lord Banks felt a wave of irritation surge within him. "You want my contacts?" he thought. "The grandson of the Japanese self-defense forces already suspects me of dirty dealings and is demanding explanations. If you call them now, won't that completely expose my plan?" With a dark expression, he said coldly, "I already told you, I've sent someone to handle this, and I'll keep you informed. Do you have any objections to my arrangements?" Chapter 2203. Noticing his father's growing anger, Zayn quickly stood up, lowered his head, and pleaded, "Dad, please calm down. I didn't mean to upset you. I'm just deeply worried about Zean. After all, she's my own flesh and blood. Her life and death are uncertain, and I have no idea where she is. I can't help feeling anxious." Elder Banks fixed him with a cold stare and replied slowly, "Zayn, if you want to accomplish great things, you must possess the unyielding heart of Mount Taishan. Are you really this shaken over the disappearance of an illegitimate daughter? What does it matter? If I were to die today, would you be capable of managing the Banks family?" The moment Zayn heard this, his heart skipped a beat. He immediately realized the implication. The old man is beginning to doubt my resolve and my capability. This is dangerous. If I keep obsessing over Zean and continue acting anxious, the old man will definitely see me as weak, unfit to inherit the Banks family. If my concern for Zean affects his judgment of me as his successor, then everything I've worked for will be wasted. With that thought, Zayn straightened his back and adopted a resolute expression. "Dad! Please don't worry. No matter how this matter turns out, it will not affect me." Elder Banks scrutinized him coldly and said, "Not affect you? Your fate isn't decided by what you say. It's decided by my judgment." Zayn replied immediately, "You're absolutely right, Dad. I'll prove myself through my actions." Elder Banks snorted and waved his hand dismissively. "Fine. You may leave." Zayn bowed slightly and said respectfully, "Thank you, Dad. I'll take my leave." Before he could turn away, Elder Banks added coldly, if Zean is still alive, she will eventually contact you. If she does, you must inform me immediately. Zayn answered without hesitation, yes, Dad. If she contacts me, I'll report it to you at once. Elder Banks waved him off impatiently. Go. Zayn turned and left Elder Banks's study quickly, his back already drenched in cold sweat. Having lived in a wealthy family for so long, he increasingly felt that it was no different from an ancient imperial palace. The head of the family was like an emperor, and the heir beneath him was no more than a crown prince. Even though he had already been designated as the future successor of the Banks family, true power was still firmly in the old man's hands. Zayn had no choice but to remain cautious and walk on thin ice. One wrong word, one wrong move, could lead to his downfall. History was full of princes who were cast aside because they displeased their lords. During the Western Han dynasty, Emperor Jing deposed Prince Lu Rong. In the Eastern Han dynasty, Emperor Zhang deposed Prince Lu Qing. During the Three Kingdoms period, Sun Quan deposed Sun He. Chapter 2204. Zayn was deeply aware that if he displeased the old man over matters concerning Zean, it could very well cost him everything. The thought of losing all he had worked for in his life filled him with dread. From that moment on, Zayn resolved to strictly restrain his emotions whenever Zean was mentioned in front of the old man. No matter what, he could not provoke his dissatisfaction. No matter how important his daughter was, the position of patriarch of the Banks family was far more critical. Besides, Zean was merely his illegitimate child. At the same time, Elder Banks was under immense pressure. Earlier, his anger toward Zayn had been genuine, but it was also a way to vent his own unease. Deep down, his fury was born of guilt. After all, he was the one who had betrayed Zean. The old man knew very well that Zean's actions in Japan constituted serious crimes. He had even considered bribing officials to secure her release. However, the cost would have been astronomical, and it could have triggered backlash from the Japanese government. In the end, he chose to cooperate with the Japanese self-defense forces, planning to rescue Zean himself and then hand her over to them in exchange for their favor. The Japanese self-defense forces wield enormous influence within Japan. Maintaining a good relationship with them would make future business in Japan far easier. What the old man never expected was that his meticulously planned scheme would spiral completely out of control. Zean's sudden disappearance pushed him into a corner. He now had to explain himself to the Japanese self-defense forces, placate the furious Japanese public, and at the same time worry about Zean's fate. If she was still alive, had she discovered his betrayal? If she had, would she seek revenge? Just as his thoughts descended into chaos, his most trusted aide hurried in and spoke in a low voice. Master, Honda Misagi from the Japanese self-defense forces called again. He said we have 24 hours to hand over Zean. If we fail, the $1 billion deposit we paid will be forfeited. The aide added grimly, Honda Shoji is extremely agitated. He believes we're deliberately playing games with them. If we fail to deliver Zean, we may become outright enemies. Elder Banks let out a heavy sigh and cursed angrily, damn it. Where the hell did Zean go? She can't just disappear into thin air. The aide replied quickly, all Japanese police forces are currently searching for her. The self-defense forces are also inspecting every vessel at sea. If she's still in Japan, she'll be found sooner or later. If she's already left, she likely escaped by sea. Given the time frame, she may have already returned to China. Elder Banks's face darkened. If she's still in Japan, that's manageable. But if she's already back in China, then we're in serious trouble. If she doesn't contact the Banks family, it means she's figured everything out, and that makes things far more complicated. He then issued a cold order, Jason White, send people to monitor the Elms family immediately. If Zean returns to China and doesn't contact us, she will definitely reach out to her family. Watch every move they make and report to me instantly. Chapter 2205. At this very moment, in Tokyo, Japan. 48-year-old Suzuki Tamahisa stood before the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows of his newly appointed office, feeling utterly paralyzed. He had just assumed the role of director of the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department. Previously, He had held a senior position in the National Homeland Security Department, where he had earned a reputation for exceptional investigative ability and a firm, uncompromising approach. The recent incident involving Zean, who had been implicated in a shocking package drop, sent waves of disbelief throughout the nation. The Japanese government was under immense pressure, and the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department had been pushed into the eye of the storm. With no other choice, the government turned to Suzuki Tamahisa for guidance. However, he was deeply reluctant to take over such a chaotic case. By nature, he was pragmatic and usually avoided matters that could trigger nationwide consequences. Solving a case of this magnitude could propel his career to unprecedented heights, but failure would result in public outrage and total disgrace. Over the years, Suzuki Tamahisa had built his career on steady, methodical work, accumulating achievements step by step. He preferred manageable cases, aiming to maintain stability until retirement. That way, he could step down gracefully, earning respect from citizens across the country. This case, however, was different. Success would crown his career, but failure would shatter everything he had painstakingly built. It felt like a gambler who had already won a fortune and was ready to walk away, only to be dragged back by a dealer demanding a final, all-in game of stud. Only an idiot would gamble everything at that point. Yet Suzuki Tamahisa had no choice. As a civil servant within the national security system, refusal was not an option when summoned by the government. Now, the fate of his career rested on a foreign woman he had never even met. All he knew was that Zean was the prime suspect in the murder of the Matsumoto family. If he captured her, he would become a national hero. If he failed, he would be publicly crucified. As for Zean's whereabouts, he had no leads whatsoever. Even if he couldn't find her, he was determined to uncover how she had managed to vanish right under everyone's noses. With both victims confirmed dead from poisoning and multiple individuals involved in her transfer mysteriously disappearing, the Metropolitan Police Department had hit a dead end. There was not a single valuable clue to work with. As he rubbed his temples in frustration, completely unsure where to begin, his deputy entered the office, looking awkward. "Mr. Suzuki, there are a large number of media reporters outside, not only NHK and Asahi Shimbun, but also major international outlets like the BBC. They're all demanding interviews." "Interview me?" Suzuki Tamahisa frowned. "I just took office. What the hell do they expect me to say?" The deputy replied carefully, "They want updates regarding Zean's disappearance." Chapter 2206. Suzuki Tamahisa suppressed his irritation and said coldly, "Inform them that there has been no progress so far. If there is any major development, I will personally announce it at a press conference for both domestic and international media." The deputy nodded quickly. "Understood, Mr. Suzuki. I'll notify them immediately." Before the deputy could leave, Suzuki Tamahisa added sharply, "And from now on, no media reporters are allowed inside the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department without prior approval." "Yes, sir," the deputy responded before hurrying out. Once the door closed, Suzuki Tamahisa rubbed his temples again, feeling the pressure crushing down on him. He muttered under his breath, "Why the hell does everything go wrong at the worst possible time? This case has drawn massive attention nationwide, and internationally. One mistake, and my reputation is finished. This is a complete mess." Just then, his phone rang. The sound made his heart jump, and a chill ran down his spine. He hated answering calls lately, not only because the media was relentlessly chasing him, but also because government officials kept calling non-stop, demanding results. The weight of it all was suffocating. When he glanced at the caller ID, he froze slightly. Nakoido. The Suzuki and Ito families had been close for generations. Tamahisa had grown up alongside Ito Yuhiko, attending the same university and sharing a bond closer than brothers. Because of that, Nakoido was practically his own daughter. Seeing her name instantly eased his tension. He answered with a faint smile. "Nanako, what a surprise. Why are you calling me?" She replied quickly. "Uncle Suzuki, I heard you were transferred to the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department to handle Zean's disappearance." "That's right," Suzuki Tamahisa said. How did you hear about it? From friends, she admitted. Uncle Suzuki, have you found any useful clues yet? Suzuki Tamahisa sighed heavily. None at all. It's like Zean evaporated into thin air. After a brief pause, Nanako continued, her tone serious. Uncle Suzuki, a very close friend of mine just contacted me with some information, so I called you immediately. Suzuki Tamahisa straightened. Information? What did he say? Who is this friend? I'm sorry, Uncle Suzuki, she said apologetically, but I can't reveal his identity. She then continued. He said that Zean's silent transfer had nothing to do with internal problems within the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department. It was orchestrated by the Banks family and the Japanese Self-Defense Forces. The Japanese Self-Defense Forces? Suzuki Tamahisa exclaimed in shock. They're involved too? Yes, Nanako confirmed. My friend said the Banks family and the Self-Defense Forces worked together. Zean dropped the package, then deliberately shifted all the blame onto the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department. Suzuki Tamahisa asked urgently. What are they trying to do? Are they planning to rescue Zean and send him back to the Banks family? No, Nanako corrected firmly. They want to turn Zean into a scapegoat for the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department. After that, the Self-Defense Forces will capture Zean at sea and take full credit for the operation. What? Suzuki Tamahisa exclaimed. Nanako, are you absolutely sure about this? This is exactly what my friend told me, she said seriously. He's confident it's true. He also suggested that if you want to act on this information, you should use your connections in the National Security Department to detain the Self-Defense Forces personnel who were patrolling near Tokyo Port yesterday under the pretext of quarantine inspection. There's a strong chance this will lead to a breakthrough. Chapter 2207. Nanako Ito's revelations completely shattered all the assumptions and deductions Suzuki Tamahisa had made about the situation. He had never imagined that the Japanese Self-Defense Forces would be involved in something like this, and intense anger surged through him. Without the slightest hesitation, Suzuki Tamahisa clenched his teeth and said firmly, Nanako, thank you, and thank your friend, for bringing this to my attention. I will make sure everyone involved is brought to trial as soon as possible. Nanako Ito smiled warmly and replied, Uncle Suzuki, I sincerely hope this information can be of real help to you. Suzuki Tamahisa nodded confidently. If this lead is accurate, it will be extremely helpful. Sensing the urgency of the situation, he immediately added, Nanako, I can't talk any longer. I need to arrange arrests right away. Okay, Uncle Suzuki, she replied. After hanging up, Suzuki Tamahisa immediately contacted his former superior at the Homeland Security Department. The information Nanako Ito had provided was critical. If the Japanese Self-Defense Forces were truly involved in Bao Zian's removal, this would not only be a national scandal but also a severe Homeland Security crisis that demanded a full-scale investigation. Once the leadership of Japan's Homeland Security Department learned of the situation, they instantly realized its gravity. They promptly dispatched a top Homeland Security expert to cooperate fully with Suzuki Tamahisa in a comprehensive investigation. At the same time, officials within the Japanese Self-Defense Forces remained completely unaware that their actions had already been exposed. They continued applying pressure on the Banks family, demanding that Zean be handed over. The entire nation was watching this case closely. If the Self-Defense Forces could successfully capture Zean and bring him to justice, they would earn massive public acclaim. Even if the Banks family refused to cooperate, it mattered little to them. The Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department was officially responsible for the case, meaning senior officials within the Self-Defense Forces would not be held accountable, especially with a billion-dollar compensation fund already in place. In their eyes, even if this operation couldn't be called a great success, it certainly wouldn't result in any losses. What they failed to realize was that the United Nations Land Security Department, working in coordination with the Metropolitan Police, had already locked onto them. An invisible net was quietly tightening around several high-ranking officials within the Japanese Self-Defense Forces. At that moment, Charlie had just returned home. As he pushed open the door, a lively atmosphere greeted him from the dining room. Claire was chatting with guests. Hearing the door open, she hurried out to see who had arrived. When she saw Charlie, her face immediately lit up with joy. "Husband! Why didn't you tell me you were coming back?" she exclaimed. Charlie smiled and explained. "I was busy with work. A client happened to be in Japan and was flying back on a private jet, so I tagged along." Claire nodded, took his hand, and said with a grin, "Husband, it takes 2 or 3 hours to fly back from Japan. You must be starving." Charlie laughed lightly. "No, I came straight home as soon as I finished." Claire beamed. "Perfect timing. Lorene just came back from Eastcliff today. I invited her over for dinner, and we just opened a bottle of red wine. Let's eat." She pulled Charlie into the dining room. Inside, Lorene was chatting with Jacob and Elaine. When Claire walked in holding Charlie's hand, Lorene's expression instantly froze in shock. Having spent several days in Eastcliff during the Chinese New Year, Lorene had missed Charlie deeply. The moment she landed this morning, she rushed to visit Claire, bringing gifts with her. Although she said she came to see Claire, her true intention was to see Charlie again. Chapter 2208. When Lorene arrived, she was surprised to find that Charlie wasn't home. She soon learned that Charlie had traveled to Japan a few days earlier due to an urgent matter and had not yet returned. This news left Lorene stunned, and her previously cheerful mood sank immediately. Just half an hour earlier, Claire's family had invited her to stay for lunch. Lorene hesitated, knowing that Charlie wasn't around. She realized that staying for lunch meant missing a perfect opportunity to be closer to him. She even considered declining and coming back another day. But Claire's enthusiasm was overwhelming, and Lorene found it hard to refuse. What she never expected was that Charlie would return before the meal even began. At that moment, Lorene looked at Charlie with undisguised excitement. Jacob and Elaine were also delighted to see him. With Jacob's calligraphy and painting association currently on break, he had been cooped up at home with Elaine and was nearly driven crazy. Naturally, Charlie's return lifted his spirits. Elaine was even more thrilled. The moment she saw Charlie, she exclaimed, "Oh, my dear son-in-law. It's wonderful to see you back after so many days. Do you have any idea how much I've missed you?" As she spoke, her eyes instinctively drifted toward Charlie's hands. In the past, Charlie always brought her high-end gifts whenever he traveled. She was eager to see what he had brought this time. To her surprise, Charlie returned empty-handed. This immediately told her that he hadn't prepared any gifts for her. Elaine felt a hint of disappointment, but she hid it well. After all, her attitude toward Charlie had completely changed. She now regarded him as an outstanding son-in-law. Even without gifts, she wasn't truly upset, just slightly let down. Charlie, on the other hand, was well aware that coming back empty-handed might dampen Elaine's mood. So he walked over, sat beside her, and smiled apologetically. "Mom, I'm really sorry. I wanted to buy you something in Japan, but a friend needed a private jet, and I rushed back without any time to shop." Elaine immediately waved her hand. "Oh, my good son-in-law, just having you back is the best gift. You don't need to bring presents every time." Charlie nodded and said casually, "Mom, I'll transfer 200,000 to you on WeChat in a bit. Just a small token from me." Elaine's eyes instantly widened. "Oh my goodness. Son-in-law, are you serious?" Charlie chuckled. "Of course. Why would I joke about that? Give me a moment." He took out his phone and transferred 200,000 yuan to Elaine via WeChat. Elaine received the notification, opened it, and saw the amount. She hurriedly accepted it, clapping her hands in delight. "Oh! What a wonderful life I have. Elaine, you really found yourself an amazing son-in-law." Jacob shook his head helplessly and said to Charlie, "My son-in-law, maybe you should give your mother a little less money in the future. Once she has cash, she goes crazy spending it. Haven't you seen how much she's been shopping online since her leg injury? The house is practically overflowing." Elaine immediately shot him a glare. "Jacob, watch your mouth. Stop saying stupid things. You're just jealous that my son-in-law treats me so well. Jacob snapped back. You're the one being unreasonable. Elaine rolled her eyes. What's wrong with me? How am I being unreasonable? Look at yourself. Jacob's face flushed red as he snorted angrily. I can't even be bothered to argue with someone so vulgar. Chapter 2209. Just as Jacob and Elaine were about to erupt into another argument, Claire quickly stepped in to defuse the tension. Oh, Mom, Dad, can you please stop arguing every time you talk, she said helplessly. Charlie just got back, and Laureen is here too. Let's not turn this into a scene. Jacob shot Elaine a cold look and snorted. I don't know why you're glaring at me like that, as if I'm the one trying to impress some girl. Elaine rolled her eyes and replied disdainfully. Please, listen to yourself. As if I'd ever want to get to know you better. With that, Elaine turned her head away and completely ignored Jacob. At that moment, Laureen turned to Claire, looking slightly embarrassed. By the way, Claire, Stephanie is coming to Orus Hill for a concert next month. How about we go together? Claire smiled brightly and replied. Charlie already said he wants to go with me. He knows Stephanie and said he could help get front row tickets. Laureen's eyes widened in disbelief. She immediately turned to Charlie and asked. Charlie, you know Stephanie's son? Charlie nodded calmly. Yes. Miss Sun is one of my clients. I helped her with feng shui before. Laureen exclaimed excitedly. Oh my God, that's incredible. You must be very close to her. Can you help me get a front row ticket? I'll pay you double. Afraid that Charlie might refuse, Laureen clasped her hands together and pleaded earnestly. Charlie, just like Claire, I've been a fan of Stephanie for many years. I really want to sit in the front row for her concert. She sighed softly and continued. But front row tickets are almost impossible to get. The moment they go on sale, rich kids rush to grab them. I've tried several times and failed every single time, so I'm really counting on you. Charlie felt a headache coming on. He had already promised to attend the concert with Claire. Now he was forced into an awkward position, especially given Laureen's past bold confessions, which made the situation even more complicated. He knew Laureen was deeply attracted to him, and her straightforward personality made him uneasy. He couldn't help recalling their time at the hot springs, when she had boldly confessed her feelings while Claire was asleep. The thought of sitting next to her at the concert made him increasingly uncomfortable. After some hesitation, Charlie finally said, Laureen, I'm really sorry, but I may not be able to help you with this. I've already spoken to Miss Sun, and she said she could only arrange 2 tickets for me. As you know, my relationship with Miss Sun is purely professional, client and service provider. It's already quite difficult for her to give me 2 tickets. I really can't ask for more. After hearing this, Laureen didn't press the matter further. She thought to herself. Stephanie's concert tickets are notoriously hard to get, especially front row seats. It's already impressive that Charlie can secure 2 tickets just by helping her with feng shui. I can't make him feel like I'm pressuring him, she reasoned. With resolve, Laureen said quickly. I'll figure something else out. If I can't get a front row seat, I'll settle for something within the first 5 rows. Charlie felt slightly relieved upon hearing that. If Laureen wasn't sitting in the front row, at least there would be some distance between her, Claire, and himself, which eased his worries a little. He knew that if he asked Stephanie for 3 tickets, she would definitely agree without hesitation and even arrange 3 consecutive seats. Chapter 2210. But what if Laureen insisted on sitting right next to him? If she refused to give up, then she would have to find a way to get the ticket herself. Ideally, she wouldn't manage to secure a front row seat. Even if she did, as long as she wasn't sitting beside him, he wouldn't have anything to worry about. At that moment, Laureen turned to Claire and asked. Claire, do you want to go shopping together this afternoon? Claire glanced at Charlie and leaned closer to Laureen, lowering her voice. Laureen, I really don't feel like shopping. I'll be starting work again in a couple of days, and Charlie has just come home after being away for several days. I want to spend more time at home." Lorene was stunned. She could hear the sincerity in Claire's voice. This realization hit her hard. Claire, who Lorene had always thought was emotionally distant, might actually be deeply in love with Charlie. A wave of sadness washed over her. She had always believed that Claire had married Charlie only because of her grandfather's pressure, not out of love. If that were true, then pursuing Charlie herself wouldn't have felt so wrong. But if Claire truly loved him, then wouldn't they be genuinely happy together? In that case, chasing after someone else's husband would indeed feel immoral. For the first time, Lorene seriously considered giving up on Charlie altogether. If she did, there would be no reason for her to stay in Orus Hill. After all, the chairman of the Emgrand group had still not appeared, and her family had already abandoned the idea of her building connections there. During her New Year visit home, the Thomas family had hoped she would resign from Emgrand group and return to Eastcliff to pursue better opportunities. But Lorene had stubbornly refused, unwilling to let go of Charlie. Yet at that moment, doubt crept into her heart. There were times when she felt it might be better to leave Orus Hill, return to Eastcliff, and focus on building a successful career. That way, she could remain friends with Claire and avoid destroying both her professional future and her conscience. No matter how much effort she poured into Charlie, it seemed increasingly difficult to gain the love and attention she longed for. In the end, it felt like a hopeless struggle. However, the memories of Charlie saving her in the past surged through her mind, filling her with an admiration she simply couldn't erase. She knew that if she walked away from Charlie now, she might never meet another man capable of making her heart race the way he did. After wrestling with her emotions, Lorene finally made up her mind. "I will stay in Orus Hill and keep fighting. If Charlie is willing to accept me, then even if the entire world turns against me, I will never back down. But if one day I find out that I'm pregnant, I will leave without hesitation, return to Eastcliff, and never see Charlie again." Chapter 22:11. Meanwhile, the Banks family in Eastcliff was deeply troubled. Although Zean's sudden disappearance had left Lord Banks, Zayn, and his son anxious and uneasy, it had not dampened the spirits of Zara and Fitz in the slightest. The siblings were unaware of Zean's true identity and merely regarded her as a servant in the household. Since Zean had always served as Zayn's bodyguard and rarely interacted with them, they naturally felt indifferent toward her disappearance. At the moment, Zara and Fitz were in Zara's study, each seated in front of a computer, carefully examining a massive collection of surveillance screenshots prepared by their team. The images were filled with the faces of young men, employees of the Banks family, captured from airport surveillance footage in Japan, exactly as Zara had instructed. Their task was simple but exhausting, to sift through the images and find Charlie's face. Unfortunately, the amount of surveillance footage was staggering. During that time period, the number of passengers passing through several major Japanese airports had reached the millions. Finding Charlie among such an enormous crowd was like looking for a needle in a haystack. After several days of non-stop reviewing, the siblings still hadn't spotted him. Zara, glamorous yet visibly worn out, had been glued to her computer for days. Her eyes were bloodshot and painfully dry, yet she stubbornly refused to rest, relying on eye drops to keep going. Fitz, who had promised his sister he would do everything possible to help her find her benefactor, was just as committed. He worked tirelessly day and night alongside her without complaint. After reviewing nearly 1 million images without success, Fitz finally cracked. Rubbing his temples, he turned to Zara and said, "Zara, this is brutal. I don't know how much longer I can keep this up." Without taking her eyes off the screen, Zara replied seriously, "There are still more than 3 million faces left. We've only completed a quarter of the workload. I'm certain that once we finish reviewing everything, we'll find clues about your benefactor." Fitz let out a heavy sigh. "Zara, don't push yourself so hard. Your eyes are red like a rabbit's. You seriously need a break." Zara shook her head stubbornly. "I'm not tired at all. If you're exhausted, you can rest for 10 minutes. 10 minutes? Fitz exclaimed incredulously. "Sister, stop calling yourself Zara and start calling yourself a slave driver. If this keeps up, I'll go blind. Annoyed, Zara snapped back. If you're not going to search, I'll do it myself. Fitz quickly backed down. That's not what I meant. I just need a short break. He stood up, poured 2 cups of tea, handed one to Zara, and said with a forced smile. Here, have some tea. Everyone deserves a break, right? Zara took a sip and said quietly. These videos are just recordings, but people are real. If we don't find clues soon, what if his situation changes again? What if we finally find a lead, only to discover that our benefactor is already gone? Chapter 22:12. Feeling slightly drained, Zara continued. The truth is, only the 2 of us have ever truly experienced kindness. That's why only we can do this identification work. Finding someone else to help us is impossible. Fitz nodded, his voice tinged with helplessness. You're right. We have to find a clue about your benefactor as soon as possible. Suddenly, Fitz remembered something and said. Oh, right, Zara, I'm going to Orus Hill in 2 days. Do you want to come with me? Zara asked curiously. What are you going to Orus Hill for? Fitz replied somewhat shyly. I've been negotiating a naming collaboration for Stephanie's concert. Her first concert of the year will be held in Orus Hill on the 2nd day of the lunar calendar. I didn't commit earlier, but since Orus Hill Charity donated 10 million, I want to go ahead of time. He continued seriously. Not only do I need to make sure the 10 million donation is properly allocated, but I also plan to donate an additional 20 million to various charities in Orus Hill, depending on the actual needs of welfare homes and orphanages. When it comes to charity, Fitz added solemnly, we must always strive to go further and deeper. Zara smirked and teased him. Oh? So this is really about getting closer to Stephanie. No wonder you're so motivated. Fitz hurriedly protested. Don't say nonsense. I'm doing this for charity. Besides, Stephanie won't even be there. I'm going alone, there's no way I'm chasing after her. Zara rolled her eyes. Please. You think I don't know you? You're just trying to impress her. You promised 10 million, then casually turn it into 30 million. Stephanie will definitely see you as someone with a strong sense of social responsibility. She'll be impressed, am I wrong? Embarrassed, Fitz admitted honestly. You really see right through me. I can't hide anything from you. Zara smiled knowingly. Then just admit it. With a sigh, Fitz said. Zara, have you ever heard a saying from our ancestors? Zara interrupted impatiently. Less nonsense. Get to the point. Fitz replied earnestly. Our ancestors said that if you truly understand something, you don't need to talk about it. That's the sign of real wisdom. Zara scoffed. You don't need to act like a philosopher with me. Just speak plainly. You're unbelievable, Fitz laughed, then changed the subject. So, are you coming or not? If you want to go, we can travel together. After all, I'm not familiar with Orus Hill. Zara shook her head firmly. No. I'm not going anywhere until I find my benefactor. Fitz tried to persuade her again. Come on, Zara. The search is all done on a computer anyway. We can take a laptop, stay at a hotel, and continue looking there. It won't slow you down at all. Unmoved, Zara replied. I still don't want to go. You're heading there to pave the way for chasing Stephanie. What would I even do there? Fitz countered. Don't you want some fresh air? The atmosphere at home has been suffocating lately. Dad and Grandpa look miserable every day, you've noticed that too. This could be a good chance to relax for once. After thinking for a moment, Zara finally nodded slightly. You have a point. Fine, you can make the arrangements. Getting away for a bit might actually be nice. Chapter 22:13. Even without Fitz's words, Zara, who possessed remarkable intelligence, had already sensed the recent tension within the family. Coupled with the troubling news from Japan, Zara had been paying close attention to Zean and was well aware that the Banks family had taken drastic measures to protect an important figure in Japan, all for Zean's sake. Yet Zara could not help but feel puzzled by her father's intense focus on Zean. Logically speaking, Zean was merely a subordinate of the Banks family. If something went wrong, the Banks family could simply provide her with a substantial pension and monthly allowances according to their agreement. There was no need to go to such extreme lengths to rescue a servant from the Japanese Metropolitan Police. Anyone with basic judgment could infer that the cost of such an operation would be enormous, likely hundreds of times greater than the pension and settlement combined, making it seem completely uneconomical. At that moment, Fitz spoke up. "Zara, considering the chaos Dad and Grandpa caused just to rescue Zean, what do you think their real motive is?" Zara shook her head slightly. "I'm not sure. But I believe Dad and Grandpa must have their reasons." Fitz frowned thoughtfully. "I just can't shake the feeling that this whole thing isn't cost-effective at all. Zean doesn't bring any real profit to the Banks family. Spending this much to save her feels pointless." Zara shrugged and smiled faintly. "If I can't understand it, I'll stop worrying about it." After pondering for a moment, Fitz added, "Do you think they're trying to strengthen loyalty to the Banks family through this?" Zara replied calmly. "But over 50 people were arrested, and only Zean was rescued. That's bound to cause resentment and imbalance. The rest of them will definitely feel confused." "That's true," Fitz sighed. "I really can't make sense of it." Zara encouraged him. "Let's not dwell on this anymore. We need to find your benefactor. The family is desperate for truly capable people right now. If we can locate that benefactor and persuade them to help the Banks family, it would greatly ease our current predicament." Fitz nodded in agreement. "You're right. That benefactor's abilities are probably worth more than 10, or even 8, Zeans. If they could join the Banks family, it would be an enormous gain." In Tokyo, Japan, over the course of a single afternoon, the Metropolitan Police Department, working together with the Department of Homeland Security, arrested all members of the Japanese Maritime Self-Defense Force who had been on patrol near Tokyo Bay on the night Zean disappeared. They were separated and subjected to intense interrogations. In any country, the department with the greatest authority is the Department of Homeland Security. For a nation, safeguarding national security is the top priority. Thus, when Homeland Security intervenes, all other departments must stand aside. This is similar to the situation in the United States. In the US, the FBI and CIA are widely known. The FBI, or Federal Bureau of Investigation, operates within the judicial system and is mainly responsible for handling major domestic cases, especially those that cross state or county lines. The CIA, or Central Intelligence Agency, focuses on gathering intelligence related to foreign governments, corporations, and terrorist organizations. While the FBI and CIA frequently appear in movies and television shows, many people are less familiar with the NSA. The NSA, or National Security Agency, is the largest intelligence organization within the US government. It employs vast numbers of computer scientists, mathematicians, and linguists. Though it operates largely behind the scenes, its operational priority and authority within the United States are unmatched. Chapter 2214. The involvement of Japan's Department of Homeland Security was a grave matter. Once this department decided to arrest members of the Self-Defense Force for interrogation on suspicion of threats to national security, even the highest-ranking SDF commander had no authority to interfere or question their actions. Moreover, all SDF personnel understood one thing clearly: once someone became entangled with the Department of Homeland Security, they were walking on thin ice. If anything went wrong, the consequences would be catastrophic. This unspoken danger instilled deep-rooted fear of the Homeland Security Department among members of the Self-Defense Force. Because of this fearsome reputation, when several self-defense personnel were suddenly arrested for investigation, some individuals with weaker psychological resilience quickly cracked under the pressure. Additionally, operatives within the Department of Homeland Security were the most elite forces in the nation. They not only possessed exceptional skills but were also highly experienced in handling covert and high-risk operations. Even in times of peace, these people were seasoned, battle-hardened professionals. In contrast, many SDF soldiers lacked real combat experience. When faced with these operatives, they appeared as helpless and naive as elementary school students. As a result, the Department of Homeland Security swiftly exploited the weaknesses of those less mentally resilient, launching aggressive interrogations that produced rapid breakthroughs. Just a few hours later, the Department of Homeland Security had reconstructed the entire sequence of events. Suzuki Tamahisa was especially exhilarated to confirm that Nakoido had been correct. The self-defense forces had indeed colluded with the Chinese bank's family. During the transfer of Zean, everything had gone wrong. Even more outrageous was their most despicable maneuver. They had deliberately devised a plan targeting the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department. They intentionally exposed Zean during her escort, pushing all responsibility and blame onto the Metropolitan Police, leaving them to suffer immense public backlash. Their true purpose in cooperating with foreign forces and swapping key local suspects was to arrest them again later, so they could claim personal merit, awards, and public recognition. This revelation enraged Suzuki Tamahisa. In his eyes, the actions of the self-defense force were no different from a thief who set fire to his own house, then begged for praise after saving the children he himself had endangered. After fully uncovering the truth, the Department of Homeland Security immediately convened an emergency cabinet meeting to formulate a response. The entire cabinet was shocked. They had never imagined that such reckless, idiotic behavior could occur at such high levels within the self-defense force, behavior that endangered national security merely for trivial personal glory. As a result, the cabinet swiftly coordinated with the Department of Homeland Security to implement urgent countermeasures. First, all SDF executives involved in the incident would be secretly arrested. Once the arrests were complete, the case would be made public immediately. They intended to fully expose the bank's family's conspiracy with the self-defense force, dismantling the illusion that the bank's family had heroically saved anyone. It was all a carefully staged farce. Second, the bank's family would be ordered to hand Zean over to the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department within 24 hours. Failure to comply would result in the permanent shutdown of all bank's family businesses in Japan, along with a lifetime entry ban for their immediate family members. That very night, 3 SDF executives connected to the case were arrested in their homes. These were the same individuals who had previously received commendations from both the Japanese self-defense forces and the government for supposedly successfully capturing Zean and others at Osaka airport. Now, however, they had been reduced to criminals accused of endangering national security. At the same time, the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department and the National Security Authorities jointly released an official announcement to the public. At that moment, a tidal wave of backlash against the bank's family erupted across Japan. Chapter 22:15. In the quiet hours of the night, Eastcliff lay still. Zayn returned home, his heart weighed down by mixed emotions. Earlier that evening, Kairi, Zean's biological mother, had gone to the bank's group to meet him. As they faced each other, Kairi's anxiety was unmistakable. She urgently asked about Zean's whereabouts, but Zayn was left speechless. He truly had no idea where Zean was. It was as if she had vanished into thin air, leaving behind no trace at all. Kairi, who was missing one arm, knelt before Zayn in tears, begging him to help find her daughter, his biological child, a fact already confirmed by DNA testing. Zayn felt a powerful sense of obligation. Kairi had once saved his life, and the loss of her arm was proof of that sacrifice. Burdened by both a father's responsibility and the gratitude he owed his savior, he reluctantly agreed to help her. Still, unease lingered deep in his heart. This was the first time he had encountered such a helpless and unsettling situation. For the first time ever, Zayn had no leads on someone's whereabouts. The bank's family was renowned for its vast network and overwhelming resources, capable of uncovering almost anything they desired. Yet this time, they had run into a complete dead end. The fact that Zean could not be found gnawed relentlessly at Zayn, filling him with dread over her safety. His greatest fear wasn't simply that her location was unknown, it was the terrifying possibility that she might already be dead. As Zayn stepped through the front door of his home, an invisible weight pressed heavily against his shoulders. When he opened the bedroom door, a graceful middle-aged woman emerged from the bathroom. She had just finished washing off her makeup and taken a warm shower. Her long hair was wrapped in a drying cap, and even without cosmetics, her skin looked smooth and radiant. At first glance, it was obvious that she was naturally beautiful and well cared for. This woman was Deanna, Zayn's lifelong love and wife. The Thorne family wielded immense influence in Eastcliff. Although they could not rival the Banks family in sheer wealth, they were equal in status, connections, and power. In certain aspects, they even surpassed the Banks family. After all, money was never the sole measure of strength. Deanna was regarded as one of Eastcliff's most distinguished ladies. With her background, she had once been the dream partner of countless wealthy heirs. Zayn knew very well how fortunate he was. Even though Deanna was now in her 50s and had given birth to 2 children, she still retained the elegance and charm of a woman in her 30s. Concern flickered across her face as she looked at Zayn and asked softly, "Why are you home so late? Are you tired?" Zayn forced a faint smile and replied, "I'm fine. It's just that a lot has happened over the past few days." Chapter 22:16. Deanna nodded lightly, reflecting on the years since she married Zayn. She had always chosen not to involve herself in his work, believing that a woman should stay away from men's affairs. Because of this, she never questioned him about the specifics of his job. Seeing how exhausted he looked, she gently suggested, "Why don't you change your clothes first? I'll run some water for you. Take a good bath, and remember to turn off your phone tonight. If you don't rest properly, you won't be able to get up easily tomorrow." Zayn felt a wave of warmth and replied with a smile, "My dear wife, there's really no need to trouble yourself. I can handle the bath on my own." Deanna shook her head and insisted, "The water in the tub is what I just used. It would take quite a while to refill it. Go change first and rest for a moment." With a teasing smile, Zayn said, "It's fine. I'll just soak in your used water." Deanna's cheeks flushed slightly. "That won't do. The water isn't clean anymore. Just wait, I'll prepare a fresh bath for you." "No need," Zayn chuckled as he stepped into the bathroom, already taking off his clothes. "How could my wife's bath water be dirty? Don't worry, I'm only soaking for a bit." Watching him undress, Deanna shook her head helplessly. "All right, soak for a while then. If the water gets cold, we'll heat it up later. I'll go read in bed." Zayn laughed. "Okay. I'm off." Deanna left the bathroom, closed the door, and lay down on the spacious, luxurious bed. She picked up a book, Anna Karenina, the famous novel by Russian writer Leo Tolstoy. The story followed Anna Karenina's tragic pursuit of love. Deanna had read the book countless times and could recite many passages from memory, yet she always found herself returning to it. Sometimes, she felt she shared a strange similarity with Anna. Though born into privilege and admired as an elegant, refined woman, Deanna had never truly experienced the love she longed for. Her husband, like Anna's, was deeply devoted to his career. While Zayn loved her sincerely, his rigid personality often left her feeling lonely, bored, and unfulfilled. She poured most of her affection into her children. But unlike Anna, who found true love in the emptiness of her marriage, Deanna had once tasted genuine love, only to lose it and become trapped in her marriage to Zayn. Anna met a tragic end, but Deanna had never contemplated suicide. She simply understood that the love she once cherished had slowly withered after marriage. As she flipped through the pages, the image of a certain man surfaced in her mind. For more than 20 years, this man had occupied her thoughts. Almost every night, she fell asleep thinking about him. That man was Bruce, the love of her life. Lost in memory, Deanna subconsciously picked up her phone. After unlocking it, she opened her browser and typed in a long, complex web address. The link led to a private online album. After entering her account details and confirming her login, she accessed her personal photo collection. This album had been created more than 10 years ago. Inside were every photo she had ever taken with Bruce, along with every picture of him she could obtain. Only Deanna knew the login credentials. Whenever she visited the album, she would linger for a short while, then carefully exit and erase all traces of access. As the album opened, Bruce's handsome face filled her phone screen. Tears quietly slid down Deanna's cheeks. She stared at his photo, gently tracing his features with her fingertips, and whispered softly. "Bruce, you've been gone for so many years. Why can't I forget you?" Chapter 22:17. Deanna had always cherished her feelings for Bruce. Unlike Charlie's mother, who met Bruce while studying abroad, Deanna grew up with Bruce as childhood sweethearts. They both came from prominent families in Eastcliff and had attended the same schools since early childhood, from the most prestigious kindergarten to elementary school, junior high, and high school. Because of this long shared journey, there were countless graduation photos featuring Deanna and Bruce at every stage of their lives. From a young age, Bruce stood out for his exceptional talent. Deanna especially enjoyed spending time with him during their elementary school years. By junior high, she had already realized that her admiration for him had quietly transformed into love. From that moment on, Deanna's affection for Bruce never wavered. She never tried to hide her feelings. Whether she was cheering loudly for him at track meets or applauding him as he played the guitar and sang on stage, everyone in Eastcliff's 409 cities knew about her devotion to Bruce. Coincidentally, the Thorne and Wade families had shared a deep friendship for generations. The patriarchs of both families were close friends, and when they discovered Deanna's feelings for Bruce, they were delighted. Both families eagerly hoped to unite the two. Deanna herself dreamed of marrying Bruce. However, Bruce always treated her as nothing more than a younger sister, repeatedly insisting that romance between them was impossible. Even when Elder Wade tried to persuade him, going so far as to slap him and scold him as a heartless bastard, Bruce remained firm. Before Bruce left to study abroad, Deanna quietly packed her bags and followed him to the United States, only to discover that he had already met Charlie's mother there and fallen deeply in love with her. Still, Deanna refused to give up. She clung to hope all the way until the night before Bruce's wedding, waiting for a miracle. She even believed that Bruce might come to see her the next morning with a few close friends. But he never did. In the end, Bruce married the woman he loved. As Bruce and his wife became celebrated figures in Eastcliff, praised as a flawless couple, Deanna spent countless nights crying herself to sleep, firmly believing that she was the one who loved Bruce the most. Watching him choose another woman was unbearable. Even though she shed endless tears, she continued to love him silently, like a statue standing beside a still lake, patiently waiting for the impossible, hoping he might one day turn back. But Bruce never did. After his marriage, Deanna finally accepted reality. Later, she allowed herself to be pursued by Zayn for several years. However, when Bruce eventually passed away, the grief she had buried resurfaced violently, sending her to the hospital due to emotional collapse. The Banks family chose to keep her condition strictly confidential, informing no one, not even her own relatives. Zayn also remained silent. He was unwilling to expose the humiliating truth that the wife he adored had been so deeply devastated by another man's death. For a long time afterward, Zayn devoted himself entirely to caring for her. He understood that blaming Deanna was pointless. Bruce was already gone, and Zayn believed that the shadow of that past love could no longer threaten their marriage. What Bruce never anticipated was that, a few years later, a satellite TV station in a southern province would launch a program called I'm a Singer. Deanna, who had loved music her entire life, began watching the show every week. Zayn often sat beside her, watching along. Chapter 22:18. The couple watched the program with great enthusiasm, genuinely enjoying it together. However, everything changed one day. During a particular episode, a female singer delivered an emotionally charged cover of the song Can't Do Without You. The moment the song began, Deanna completely lost control. She covered her face with her hands and burst into tears right in front of the television. The lyrics of the song carved themselves deeply into Zayn's memory. You opened your arms and melted me. You crushed me with your fingertips. You stirred everything just to take me away. Created chaos, then left us both behind. It's so unfair. Love and hate are toys you play with. But today, I can't do without you. Whether you love me or not. Selena's voice was flawless that night, and when the song reached its emotional climax, it was utterly devastating. Zayn noticed Deanna trembling and reached out to hold her. To his surprise, she pushed him away. She continued sobbing through the entire song, then stood up and retreated to the bedroom, where she cried for more than an hour. Zayn sat alone, feeling utterly miserable. He knew all too well that Deanna's breakdown had been triggered by memories of Bruce, a man who had been dead for over 10 years. The lyrics of the song perfectly mirrored Deanna's feelings. Bruce had softened her heart, shattered her soul, swept her away, and ultimately abandoned her. He had absolute control over her emotions. Whether Bruce loved her or not, she felt she could not live without him. Even after his death, he still occupied her heart completely. At that moment, Zayn could no longer hold back his own tears. He could not comprehend how deeply Bruce had embedded himself in Deanna's heart, how she could love him so intensely while he was alive, and still be so devastated after his death. Zayn's resentment toward Bruce grew stronger than ever, even surpassing the anger he once felt when Bruce was alive. In a moment of irrational fury, he even fantasized about digging up Bruce's grave. For Deanna, there had only ever been one true love in her life, Bruce. Zayn, by comparison, was merely a substitute she accepted after Bruce was gone. Back then, Eastcliff had celebrated Bruce's magnificent wedding while quietly pitying Deanna. Refusing to appear weak, the proud and resilient Deanna accepted Zayn's pursuit. But she never loved him. Though she fulfilled her role as a devoted wife and mother, obeying every moral and social boundary, she never crossed any lines with other men. Yet love was something she could never give Zayn. She felt nothing on their wedding day, and more than 20 years later, nothing had changed. It wasn't cruelty. She simply didn't love him. Now, staring at Bruce's photos and reliving their past, tears streamed endlessly down her face. She put on her Bluetooth earphones and replayed Can't Do Without You. As the music flowed, she whispered silently in her heart. Bruce, it's so unfair. I've loved you for nearly 40 years. Why couldn't you give me a chance back then? If you had given me that chance, I wouldn't have been worse than anyone else. If you had given me that chance, maybe you wouldn't have left this world so early. As these thoughts echoed in her mind, the song reached another emotional peak. Deanna's tears fell freely. At that moment, her phone suddenly vibrated with a flurry of notifications. One headline instantly seized her attention. Japan's National Security Agency had issued a shocking announcement regarding the Banks family scandal. Chapter 22:19. As the eldest daughter-in-law of the Banks family, Deanna's first instinct upon seeing the post was to click on it and find out what had happened. Although she rarely discussed her husband or the Banks family, she was, after all, part of the family and had heard many stories about them over the years. Her son and daughter had once been kidnapped and nearly killed in Japan, an incident that left her deeply shaken and extremely wary of anything related to that country. Deanna also knew that Zean had killed members of the Matsumoto family. While she personally felt the matter had been blown out of proportion, Zayn had been furious at the time. When he gave the order, his attitude had been uncompromising, leaving absolutely no room for discussion. Later, Zean and a large number of Banks family experts were captured by the Japanese self-defense forces. Deanna clearly understood how devastating this incident had been for the Banks family, severely weakening their overall strength. From that day onward, Zayn had been almost powerless, and Deanna had stayed by his side the entire time. However, she knew nothing about Zayn's secret plan to rescue Zean. That was why this announcement immediately stirred her curiosity. After clicking into the post, she saw an official statement issued by Japan's National Security Agency. The announcement claimed that the Banks family had orchestrated and carried out the murder of multiple members of the Matsumoto family. As a result, all Banks family operatives involved were arrested by the self-defense forces stationed in Osaka. Zean had also been captured during the chaos. However, the announcement revealed that the Banks family had colluded with high-ranking officials within the self-defense forces, allowing Zean to be forcibly removed from police custody. Her whereabouts were now unknown. In response, Japan's Homeland Security Bureau issued a stern warning to the Banks family, demanding that Zean be handed over to the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department immediately. Otherwise, the Banks family would face a total blockade across Japan, with only 24 hours to comply. Deanna froze as she read. She murmured to herself in disbelief, why would they go to such extremes for Zean? Why would they risk offending the entire Japanese government and its people? This doesn't match my husband's usual style, and my father-in-law, Lord Banks, would never make such a reckless decision. Her curiosity deepened, and she continued reading. The announcement went on to expose an even more shocking truth. In reality, the Banks family never truly intended to rescue Zean. Instead, they treated her as a bargaining chip for political and power exchanges. Their goal was to use Zean as leverage, selling her to the Japanese self-defense forces in exchange for merit and public recognition, while simultaneously appeasing her maternal family. Zean's biological mother, Kyrie Elms, comes from one of China's 4 great martial arts families, and the Banks family sought to win her favor. Deanna was utterly stunned. Zean is Kyrie's daughter? How could I not know this? She knew Kyrie well. Kyrie had once served as Zayn's personal bodyguard before losing an arm while protecting Lord Banks. After that incident, she had quietly left the Banks family. But when did Kyrie have a daughter? And why would she send her daughter into the Banks household to serve as Zayn's bodyguard? And why is Kyrie's daughter carrying the Banks surname? Deanna scrolled further down. The next revelation struck her like a thunderbolt. The post claimed that Zean was Zayn's illegitimate daughter, born from an affair with Kyrie. According to the accusation, Kyrie had hidden her identity and sent Zean back to the Banks family under a false pretense. Deanna's mind went blank. Although there was no concrete evidence attached, her intuition as a woman screamed that this was the truth. She never imagined that the man she believed had loved her faithfully for decades had betrayed her 20 years ago, and that he even had an illegitimate daughter. Chapter 22:20. What made it even more infuriating was that, in recent years, this illegitimate daughter had been living openly in the Banks household, serving as a bodyguard and moving freely within the family. The betrayal hit Deanna like icy water poured over her head, chilling her from head to toe. She forced herself to steady her trembling hand, lowering her gaze as rage and disgust churned in her chest. Even Japan's National Security Agency had publicly condemned the Banks family as despicable. For profit, they were willing to sell the lives of their own daughters and granddaughters. Cold-blooded. Vile. Absolutely shameless. A suffocating numbness washed over Deanna. Her eyes drifted to the wedding photo of herself and Zayn hanging on the wall. The sight made her stomach churn. Yet strangely, beneath the nausea, a sense of relief surfaced. Without making a sound, she slipped out of bed, went to the cloakroom, and pulled out a suitcase. She calmly packed a few sets of clothes and changed into a fresh outfit. Once finished, she lifted the suitcase and headed for the door. At that moment, the bathroom door suddenly opened. Zayn stepped out, wrapped in a bath towel. When he saw Deanna dragging a suitcase toward the door, his face drained of color. "My wife," he asked in shock, "where are you going at this hour?" Deanna turned to him slowly. Her face was calm, eerily so. "Zayn," she said evenly, "it's time for us to get a divorce." Zayn felt as if lightning had struck him. He stammered in panic, What happened?" "My wife, what did I do wrong?" "Just tell me, and I'll change." "Isn't that enough?" Deanna looked straight into his eyes and spoke softly, "Zayn, for the sake of our years as husband and wife, I have one question. Answer me truthfully. Don't lie. Can you do that?" A surge of guilt rushed through Zayn's chest, but he forced himself to nod. "Ask." "I swear I'll answer honestly." Deanna didn't hesitate. "Is Zean your illegitimate daughter with Kyrie?" Zayn's heart shattered instantly. He never imagined Deanna would ask the one question he had buried deepest in his conscience. Panic overwhelmed him. Denying it was useless. If she was asking, she already suspected the truth. A lie would only insult her intelligence and deepen her disappointment. But admitting it meant exposing his betrayal from 20 years ago. If Deanna confirmed the existence of his illegitimate daughter, she would leave him without hesitation. As Zayn stood frozen, unable to respond, Deanna let out a quiet sigh and smiled faintly. "All right," she said, "if it's that hard for you to answer, then let's proceed with the divorce. It's better for us to end this cleanly." In that instant, Zayn collapsed. He dropped to his knees, grabbed Deanna's thighs, and begged desperately, "Wife, I was wrong. I was confused back then. I never knew Kyrie would give birth to Zean. Please forgive me just this once. I can't lose you." Chapter 22-21. When Deanna saw Zayn kneeling on the ground, tears streaming down his face, she instinctively stepped back and released his hands. In a serious tone, she said, "Zayn, you know my character. When I promised to marry you, we established a covenant together. Do you remember?" With reddened eyes, Zayn nodded slowly. "I remember. I remember everything. Every word. My wife, I was truly confused for a time. Please forgive me, just this once." Maintaining a stern expression, Deanna replied, "Zayn, let's first talk about the covenant." Pain surged through Zayn's heart. His body trembled as he recited, "The first clause of our agreement states that no matter the time or situation, as long as... Deanna pressed on, "As long as what?" With a heavy sigh, Zayn continued, "As long as Bruce is willing to come back and accept you, I must divorce you unconditionally and will never entangle you again." Deanna nodded. "What about the second clause?" Zayn replied, "The second clause states that I cannot prevent you from meeting Bruce as a friend after our marriage." "And the third?" Deanna asked. Zayn murmured, "The third clause is that you marry me not out of love, but for a stable family. Therefore, both of us must adhere to certain moral boundaries. The key point is that you should not be ambiguous with others of the opposite sex during our marriage. If you wish to change that, you must inform the other person in advance and end things amicably." Deanna nodded calmly. "Since you remember the terms clearly, there's no need for me to repeat them. I will go back to my parents' house today. Tomorrow morning, we will initiate the divorce process. You'll draft the divorce agreement tonight. Our children are grown, so custody won't be an issue. As for the family property, I don't want a cent. Let's settle this cleanly." With that, Deanna turned to leave. Zayn immediately knelt in front of her again, grabbing her suitcase as he cried out, "My wife, you don't know the full story of what happened back then. Kyrie almost lost her arm to save me. I wanted to make it up to her, but she said she had harbored feelings for me for years and just wanted to leave without regrets. I was moved and impulsive at that moment, and I ended up being with her, just that once. I swear to the heavens, I, Zayn, only betrayed you that one time. That one and only time. Please, for the sake of our more than 20 years as husband and wife, and for the sake of our children, forgive me this once. I beg you." Deanna replied gravely, "Zayn, there are many ways to express gratitude for someone's help. Why did you have to choose the path of betraying your marriage?" Zayn sobbed. "Wife. I was just confused for a while." Deanna waved her hand dismissively. "It doesn't matter whether you were confused or not. What matters is that you made your choice. Since you chose it, you should own it." She then said solemnly, "If we divorce peacefully tomorrow, we can still remain friends, even if we can never be husband and wife again. But if you resist a peaceful divorce, I will pursue a court divorce. You know such a case will become public, and you are a man of reputation. There's no need to make this ugly, is there?" Tears filled Zayn's eyes as he looked at her and choked out, "My wife, what can I do for you to forgive me? Just tell me, I will do everything I can." Deanna sighed softly. "Zayn, I'm truly sorry, but I really can't forgive you." Zayn trembled as he asked, "My wife, after more than 20 years of marriage, do you really want to be this unyielding?" Chapter 22-22. Deanna turned to him and asked, "Zayn, do you know why I loved Bruce so deeply?" Zayn felt a sudden jolt run through him. He stared at Deanna, his voice hoarse. "Why?" With a bitter laugh, Deanna spoke, her voice filled with pain. "When Bruce was on the verge of marrying another woman, I rushed to confess my feelings to him, just like Kyrie did with you. I even considered giving him everything, including my body. My motivation was the same as Kyrie's. I told him back then, Bruce, I have loved you for so many years with nothing to show for it. If you truly don't feel the same and aren't willing to give us a chance, then please don't let me leave with this final regret. I also said, Bruce, for a woman, her chastity is her most precious possession. It holds value because every woman wishes to offer it to the man she loves most, and I wanted to give mine to you. As she spoke, Deanna's voice trembled. Tears filled her eyes as she looked at Zayn and said, but the biggest difference between Bruce and you is this: Bruce firmly rejected me at that moment. He said he could never jeopardize my future. For that alone, you can never compare to him. Zayn fell silent. Heat rushed to his face, and he could no longer meet her gaze. Seeing his reaction, Deanna sighed. Zayn, husband and wife have moments of togetherness and separation. Let's just accept it, shall we? Tears welled up in Zayn's eyes. He wanted to confess his regret, to beg for forgiveness, to find some way to make her stay. But hearing how Deanna had once humbled herself before Bruce, only to be rejected, left him drowning in shame. He knew that any excuse he offered would be meaningless. Once Deanna made up her mind, there was no turning back. Just then, hurried knocking sounded at the door. The butler's urgent voice followed. Master, your father wants to see you immediately. He says it's extremely urgent. Zayn's heart jolted. He had been in the shower earlier and had no idea that the Banks family was in chaos due to a major announcement from the Japanese National Security Agency. At that moment, he didn't want to go anywhere. All he wanted was to do everything possible to keep Deanna by his side. However, he knew he couldn't defy his father, especially with the butler emphasizing the urgency. He could already imagine the consequences of his father's fury. With that in mind, he shouted toward the door, "All right, I'll get dressed and come right away." Understood. Once the butler left, Zayn turned to Deanna, desperation in his voice. Can we talk properly when I get back? Deanna shook her head firmly. There's no need for us to talk anymore. You should hurry to your father. Taking advantage of his distraction, she grabbed her suitcase, opened the door, and walked out. Chapter 22-23. Watching Deanna walk away with such determination, Zayn felt a suffocating pain tighten around his chest. Deep down, he had known for a long time that Deanna had never truly loved him. Her heart had always belonged to Bruce. What made it worse was that Deanna often underestimated Zayn's abilities. Although he never openly invaded her privacy, he had been quietly monitoring her behavior for years. After mobile phones began supporting Wi-Fi, Zayn hired top-tier internet hackers to keep a close watch on his network. Whenever Deanna connected her phone to the Wi-Fi, Zayn could track which applications she used and which websites she visited. Through the sophisticated tools provided by the hackers, he discovered that for years, almost every day he was away, Deanna would visit the same web album site. In order to uncover the secrets hidden within that web album, Zayn even instructed his people to acquire the company operating the site through a corporate front. By doing so, he gained access to all user data, including everything that had been uploaded or viewed. Only then did he clearly see the truth. Deanna had been repeatedly looking at photos of herself and Bruce, or sometimes just Bruce alone, on that web album every single day. This discovery was a relentless torment for Zayn. He could not accept that his beloved wife was obsessing over another man, especially when that man was already dead. Was it possible that no matter how hard he tried, he would never mean as much to her as a ghost? This deep-rooted pain fueled Zayn's enduring hatred toward Bruce, a hatred that had never faded even after so many years. He often tried to rationalize his emotions using the idea of vested interests. He asked himself, what if Deanna had truly loved Bruce? But hadn't he married her? Hadn't they had 2 children together? In the end, he convinced himself that he was Deanna's man, her one and only. That, to him, was a complete victory. Yet now, with Deanna leaving so decisively, his so-called vested interests shattered completely, leaving nothing behind. Despite the storm of resentment boiling within him, Zayn remembered that the old man had summoned him for urgent matters. Suppressing his emotions, he wiped away his tears, splashed cold water on his face, changed into his pajamas, and hurried toward the old man's study. Lord Banks's study was larger than the living rooms of most villas. It resembled the imperial library of an ancient emperor, serving not only as a reading room but also as a sacred space where Lord Banks cultivated his mind and controlled the core operations of the Banks family. This was where he frequently discussed major family affairs with his sons and other key figures. Many decisions that affected the Banks family, and even the broader business landscape of the country, were born within these walls. At this moment, Lord Banks had summoned all the second-generation heirs of the Banks family. Alongside Zayn were his siblings, James, Matthew, John, Candace, Jess, and Jordan. Lord Banks had 5 sons and 2 daughters, making a total of 7 heirs: Taoism, virtue, Ren, righteousness, courtesy, wisdom, and belief. Because of his earlier confrontation with Deanna, Zayn was the last to arrive. Chapter 22-24. As soon as Zayn entered the study, he was startled to see that his father and his 6 siblings were all in a state of visible disarray. This unexpected sight caused a bitter chuckle to rise in his heart. As far back as he could remember, his father had always been calm and unshakable, standing firm like Mount Taishan itself. So why did he seem flustered today? Even more unsettling was the look in his younger siblings' eyes, an uneasy mix of anxiety, fear, sympathy, and even pity. With a trace of unease, Zayn asked, "Dad, what's going on?" Lord Banks raised his eyes to meet Zayn's and replied with a hint of guilt, "Did you see the news?" Glancing down at his pajamas, Zayn felt slightly awkward. "What news?" "I was just taking a bath. Afterward, the butler said you were urgently looking for me, so I rushed over without even grabbing my phone." Lord Banks let out a long sigh, his expression heavy with complexity. "Zayn, there are things you must understand about my position. I have to look at the bigger picture, and sometimes that means I can't put my personal feelings for my children first." Zayn was stunned by these words. He couldn't understand why his father would suddenly say something like this. It sounded almost like an admission of guilt, which was completely out of character for the stern man he knew. In a previous family meeting, Austin, Jordan's son, had been slapped repeatedly for speaking out of turn in front of Lord Banks, nearly fainting on the spot. That memory made it hard for Zayn to believe his father would ever lower his head to his children. So why now? Lord Banks, the patriarch of the Banks family, had never admitted fault in his life. He ruled with the authority of an ancient emperor. To him, safeguarding his power and the family's legacy outweighed any emotional bond. In his eyes, the stability of the Banks family and his unchallenged authority were paramount. His children and grandchildren came second. What he never expected, however, was that Japan's National Security Agency would uncover his secret dealings with the highest ranks of the Japanese self-defense forces. They had even exposed the true identity of Zean, Zayn's illegitimate daughter and his own granddaughter. Now, the entire nation knew that Lord Banks was seen as a man willing to sacrifice his own grandchildren for personal gain. How could his children possibly look at him the same way again? After all, any father or grandfather who behaved this way would inevitably face disappointment and estrangement from his family. Lord Banks understood the severity of the situation. "This scandal has severely damaged my reputation, and the Banks family will suffer enormous consequences. If I fail to handle the internal fallout properly, I could lose all authority as the patriarch. The survival of the Banks family itself may be at risk. This is a critical moment. I must first stabilize Zayn. If he finds out that I betrayed his biological daughter, it could spark a direct confrontation. If he refuses to forgive me, he may rally the others against me, and that would be catastrophic. As long as I can keep him under control, I can handle everyone else." Chapter 22-25. Zayn was still trying to process the gravity of the situation when he turned to Lord Banks and asked, "Dad, what exactly is going on?" With a heavy sigh, Lord Banks replied solemnly, "It's Zean." Zayn's heart skipped a beat as he immediately asked, "Have you found Zean's whereabouts?" Shaking his head, Lord Banks continued, "Not yet. But I owe you an apology regarding Zean, and I hope you can find it in your heart to forgive me." Startled by his father's sudden apology, Zayn replied quickly, "Dad, what are you talking about? Just tell me the truth. Even if you couldn't save her, I won't blame you." Although disappointment surged through Zayn, he understood the complexity of the situation. The incident had happened in Japan, where the Banks family's influence was limited. If the rescue failed, or in the worst-case scenario, if Zean met a tragic end, it would still be understandable. Lord Banks sighed again and said heavily, "This matter has been weighing on me. Zean committed a serious crime in Japan, making her rescue extremely difficult. This is not something that money alone can resolve." His voice trembled as he continued, "Zayn, knowing how hard it would be to save her, I secretly reached an agreement with top officials of the Japanese self-defense forces." Zayn's eyes widened in shock. "An agreement? What kind of agreement? How could you negotiate with the self-defense forces when Zean and the other 50 masters were already in their custody?" With a grave expression, Lord Banks explained, "I wanted to maximize our interests. My plan was to help the self-defense forces gain international recognition and establish a cooperative relationship with them. Everything I did was for the benefit of the Banks family." Zayn was stunned. "Dad, are you saying that saving Zean was nothing more than a performance?" "I have my reasons," Lord Banks replied, pain evident in his voice. Struggling to suppress his emotions, Zayn asked, "You mentioned a news push earlier. What exactly are you referring to?" Lord Banks gestured toward his second son, James. James immediately handed Zayn his phone. "Brother, read this." As Zayn read the article, his heart sank with every word. "This old man actually used my biological daughter as a bargaining chip to curry favor with the Japanese self-defense forces. Is he even human?" The realization struck him like a bolt of lightning. No wonder Deanna knew about Zean. No wonder she suddenly wanted to divorce me. All of this was exposed by the Japanese National Security Agency. The double blow, his wife leaving him and the revelation about Zean, pushed Zayn to the brink. He glared at Lord Banks, his voice trembling with rage. "Zean is your granddaughter. How could you do something like this? Because of you, her life is hanging by a thread, and now I'm getting divorced. Why did you let things turn out this way?" "Zayn," Lord Banks said sternly. "Even if I hadn't done this, Zean still couldn't have been saved." Zayn clenched his teeth, fury overflowing. If saving her was impossible, does that justify manipulating everything? Do you really have to gamble with Zean's life just to please the Japanese self-defense forces? Seeing Zayn's emotions spiraling, Lord Banks frowned and replied coldly, "I've already said it, I did this for the sake of the Banks family." Zayn finally lost control and shouted, "The interests of the Banks family? You're actually willing to sacrifice my daughter's life for that?" Chapter 22-26. Lord Banks replied icily, "Don't forget, she is merely an illegitimate daughter with a disgraceful status." Zayn roared back, "So what if she's illegitimate? She is still my daughter." Lord Banks snapped angrily, "How dare you challenge my authority? Are you here to settle accounts with me?" Zayn shot back, "Because of you, my daughter is missing, and now my wife wants a divorce." Lord Banks sneered coldly. "Don't fool yourself into thinking I'm the one who hurt Zean. You are the one who truly destroyed her. If you hadn't ordered her to wipe out the Matsumoto family back then, do you think the Japanese government would hate her this much? Your own biological daughter has become Japan's most wanted criminal, all because of your orders. With the crimes you forced her to commit, she faces the harshest punishments under Japanese law. She could even be sentenced to death. So remember this clearly, it's you who caused all of this. You are the one to blame, not me." Zayn felt as though he had been struck by lightning. Shame instantly washed over him. His father was right, if not for the annihilation of the Matsumoto family, Zean would never have fallen into this situation. His fury quickly faded, replaced by crushing guilt and self-reproach. Seizing the moment, Lord Banks pressed on sharply, "So even without my actions, Zean's survival was never guaranteed. How can you accuse me of killing her? Even if she dies, the greatest responsibility lies with you. In fact, what I did may have actually given her a chance to survive." Think about it, her whereabouts are currently unknown. That means she is neither in the hands of the Japanese Metropolitan Police nor the Japanese Self-Defense Forces. There is still a chance she escaped. Zayn felt utterly defeated. He knew that under Japanese law, Zean's crimes warranted only one punishment, death. If she truly perished, most of the blame would indeed rest on him. At that moment, Lord Banks continued coldly, "As for Deanna, if she wants to divorce you, then let her. Unlike us, the Thorne family values reputation above all else. Once the truth about your illegitimate daughter is exposed, even if Deanna wants to stay, the Thorne family will force her to leave you. Besides, the Thorne family has already fulfilled its historical obligation to the Banks family. That relationship won't change. A divorce may not be such a bad thing." Zayn replied in despair, "But my feelings for Deanna are genuine." "I know," Lord Banks sneered. "Do you know what disappoints me most about you?" Zayn shook his head silently. Lord Banks scolded him harshly, "What disgusts me is how spineless you are in front of Deanna. You're a member of the mighty Banks family, how can you lower yourself so completely before a woman?" Chapter 22-27. Faced with his father's stern rebuke, Zayn's expression twisted in pain as he replied, "Dad, isn't that how feelings work? There's always one person who gives more in a relationship than the other. Deanna has been by my side all these years, living with me sincerely. In comparison, I feel like I'm the one who let her down." Lord Banks waved his hand impatiently. "I don't want to talk about Deanna anymore. Right now, we need to focus on the bigger issues. When young people fall in love, that's one thing. Now we have to figure out how to deal with the trouble ahead." "Yes, big brother." James, the second son, spoke up with a gloomy expression. "We've really kicked a hornet's nest this time. Public sentiment toward the Banks family is extremely hostile. People back home see us as ruthless and immoral. The internet is flooded with negative comments. Once the market opens tomorrow, the stock prices of our listed companies will definitely plunge, and the losses will be unimaginable." Matthew, the third son, added, "Not only that, even our own people may be affected by Zean's situation. If the younger generation hears about this, they'll start panicking." Lord Banks's face darkened as he replied, "Make things clear to your children. The reason I cooperated with the Japanese Self-Defense Forces regarding Zean is because she is not a legitimate member of the Banks family, she is an unacknowledged illegitimate daughter. Since she is bound to face punishment, I advise you not to overthink it. And remember, do not discuss this matter within the family. Anyone who does will be sent to South America for 3 years." Everyone was stunned by his words. It was obvious that Lord Banks found the incident extremely humiliating. As the mastermind behind the scenes, any exposure would severely damage his reputation. A heavy silence fell over the room. No one spoke or nodded. Such was the caution of the Banks family sons. They all knew how much their father valued dignity and reputation. Since he wanted this matter buried, the smartest response was to remain silent and treat it as if it never existed. Seeing their silence, Lord Banks visibly relaxed and said, "I have several plans, and all of you need to listen carefully." Everyone stepped forward respectfully. "Dad, please speak." Mr. Banks continued coldly, "First, contact all media outlets we have influence over and pay them heavily to retract their reports. Second, reach out to all major social media platforms and apps. Remove any mention of the Banks family from trending lists and delete all negative content related to this incident. Third, deploy a team to counter the rumors. Claim that this entire situation was orchestrated by competitors and that Zean has no connection to the Banks family. Anyone spreading false information online or through other media will face legal action." Everyone nodded in agreement. Mr. Banks let out a sigh. "Given our current circumstances, the Banks family can only focus on crisis management. If we handle this public relations disaster properly, we may still be able to reverse the situation. However, make no mistake, public opinion in Japan is already firmly against us. No matter how hard we try to wash our image clean, we will never regain goodwill there. From now on, making money in Japan will be almost impossible, and retaliation is inevitable. Chapter 22-28. Zayn forced himself to temporarily put Deanna and Zean out of his mind and asked, "Dad, do you have any idea how much this incident will cost us?" Lord Banks sighed heavily. "It's impossible to say right now. Japan is the largest market in Asia aside from China. The losses to the Banks family, both immediate and long-term, could be enormous. Japanese companies have invested overseas for many years and wield tremendous influence. If they retaliate against us on an international scale, it will seriously hinder our future expansion abroad." James spoke up, "Dad, is there no way to repair our relationship with the Japanese government?" "Repair it?" Lord Banks gave a bitter laugh. "How?" "If we could find Zean and hand her over to the Japanese judicial system, that might help somewhat. But with her whereabouts unknown, what can we possibly do?" James quickly suggested, "Then we must find Zean. If we hand her over to the Japanese authorities along with a sincere apology letter and offer financial compensation, it might ease the tension." Lord Banks waved dismissively. "Money isn't the issue. Even if we wanted to compensate them, we can't. The Matsumoto family has been completely exterminated. Even if we could find distant relatives to compensate, it would only further enrage the Japanese public." Everyone nodded solemnly. This was far beyond an ordinary criminal case. In normal situations, compensation and a letter of understanding from the victim's family could often reduce legal and public pressure. But with the Matsumoto family wiped out, including Ryoto Matsumoto's son from his previous marriage, there were no surviving relatives left to negotiate with. Even if the Banks family wanted to make amends, there was no one to compensate. James spoke with a grave expression. "In that case, we need to prepare for two approaches. We must immediately launch crisis public relations while also doing everything possible to locate Zean." He then turned to Zayn with apparent regret. "Big brother, don't take this the wrong way, but you said yourself that this situation started with you. If you hadn't gotten involved with Kyrie back then, we wouldn't be facing this mess with Zean now." Zayn frowned at his brother's sudden accusation. "James, why bring up something from 20 years ago in front of Dad and everyone else? What are you trying to do?" James hadn't expected such a sharp response. He immediately realized that Zayn had seen through his attempt to shift the blame. His intention had been to help their father avoid responsibility while smearing Zayn's reputation, but Zayn shut it down instantly. Zayn said coldly, "You're right, Zean is already in her early 20s, and dredging up the past won't change anything. Let's talk about the present. Just a few days ago, Fitz and Zara were kidnapped. If you hadn't lost your temper and forced Zean to leave the Matsumoto family back then, we wouldn't be in this situation now. In the end, this is still your fault." Chapter 22-29. James had meticulously crafted a series of sharp, pointed criticisms. His strategy was to launch a direct attack on Zayn's inability to control his emotions, an issue that had repeatedly thrown the family into chaos. His first remark targeted Zayn's recklessness, while the second exposed the cruelty of his actions and the devastating consequences they had caused. The first jab failed to make an impact, but the second struck Zayn squarely in the face. Several members of the Banks family, witnessing the exchange, immediately sided with James. They understood that the troubles originating in Japan had nothing to do with them, yet they had been dragged into the mess regardless. And Zayn was the sole person responsible. Zayn's expression darkened. It was true, the order to annihilate the Matsumoto family had come from him. However, there was an uncomfortable truth he dared not speak aloud. The old man had explicitly instructed him to ensure that the murderer paid a heavy price. If the old man hadn't set that precedent, Zayn might not have had the courage to order Zean to take such an extreme action. Still, he kept silent about the old man's involvement and instead accepted that, although the order was his, it had been issued in a moment of uncontrollable rage. At the time, Zayn had been furious upon learning that Mr. Matsumoto was behind the kidnapping of his children, placing Zara and Fitz in mortal danger. That betrayal ignited a storm of hatred within him. Matsumoto's attempt to harm his children felt like a direct provocation. Simply killing Mr. Matsumoto would never have been enough to appease the fury boiling in his chest. Moreover, Matsumoto's methods had been exceptionally vicious. Zayn understood that merely eliminating him would provoke revenge from the Matsumoto clan, who would undoubtedly resort to even more despicable tactics in retaliation. That was why Zayn decided to have Zean lead the Banks family in wiping out the Matsumoto family entirely, not only to vent his rage, but also to eradicate future threats once and for all. What he never anticipated was that after carrying out the mission, Zean would fail to escape. Had she fled successfully, all traces of their involvement would have vanished. Even if the entire nation believed the Matsumoto family had destroyed itself, there would have been no concrete evidence tying the Banks family to the incident. Unfortunately, during their attempted escape, Zean and the other Banks family experts were intercepted and captured by the Japanese self-defense force. That single mishap sent everything spiraling completely out of Zayn's control. Now, faced with James's relentless accusations, Zayn found himself utterly speechless. Seeing his elder brother fall silent, James immediately sensed that he had struck a nerve. Seizing the opportunity, he pressed on. "Big brother. We all rely on you to guide us and lead the Banks family to even greater heights. But if you can't even control your own temper, how can we trust the family won't suffer serious losses under your leadership? I'm not trying to be harsh. Everything I say is for the good of our family. As the future head of the Banks family, you must be willing to listen to different opinions so your younger brothers and sisters can support you properly. Don't you think so?" As James finished speaking, Zayn's face turned completely grim. Chapter 22:30. Zayn was no fool. He clearly perceived the hidden killing intent concealed beneath his brother's seemingly gentle words. Inwardly, he clenched his teeth. James. James. You had your opportunity, and now you've dragged us into this mess. Although I bear some responsibility, the Banks family's current predicament isn't entirely my fault. It's the old man's doing. Yet James is pushing all the blame onto me in public, forcing me to shoulder everything. If I accept the blame, I'll be labeled a sinner. But if I refuse, the old man will definitely grow dissatisfied with me, and once he does, he'll never let it go. And James keeps emphasizing in front of the old man that I'm the future leader of the Banks family. Is he helping me? No, this is a trap. He suddenly realized the deeper implication. The old man is still alive and firmly controls the entire family. By repeatedly declaring me the future head, James is deliberately making him wary of me. Throughout history, emperors have always feared their heirs. They assume the crown prince is waiting for their death to seize power. The old man must think the same way. Now that James has brought this up, the old man will only grow more suspicious. What's worse, James is openly assisting the old man's schemes. That man wouldn't hesitate to trade even his own granddaughter's life for power. Blood ties mean nothing to him. And now, thanks to James's reckless words, I've been shoved straight into the spotlight. The old man must be enjoying this far too much. Just as Zayn expected, after James spoke, Lord Banks's expression visibly brightened. So the blame keeps shifting, Lord Banks thought coldly. And James has delivered it perfectly. Turning toward Zayn, his face hardened. Zayn, what do you think about what James just said? A wave of despair washed over Zayn. What do you expect me to say? He's my brother. My true thoughts don't matter, and even if they did, I can't voice them. I want to tell everyone James is spewing bullshit. Isn't he just pushing the blame back onto our father again? With that old bastard's temperament, how could anyone expect a good ending? The thoughts churned violently in his mind. Finally, Zayn let out a long sigh. No matter how unwilling I am, I still have to swallow this. Putting on an appearance of humility, he said aloud, Dad, I accept everything James said. This incident was my fault. I admit I handled it poorly. I'll take this as a lesson and do better in the future. At once, Lord Banks felt a great weight lift from his chest. Close relationships were always like this, blame shifting endlessly. Just like a husband accusing his wife of neglect, while she blames him for wasting time on trivial things. As long as the blame landed somewhere else, even on a son, it was acceptable. He nodded in satisfaction. As a member of the Banks family, you must learn to control your impulses. It's time you refined your behavior. Clearing his throat, he continued, ahem. Here's the decision. Until this matter is completely settled, you'll keep a low profile and go to Australia for a while. Let the storm pass before you return. Chapter 22:31. Upon hearing the old man's plan, Zayn nearly choked on his disbelief. That old bastard has completely lost his marbles, he cursed inwardly. Does he really think sending me to Australia will help me avoid the spotlight? What the hell is he thinking? With that thought, Zayn hurriedly protested, Dad, I can accept laying low for a while, but do I really have to go all the way to Australia? There are still many urgent matters in the company, and I also need to find a way to reconcile with Deanna. Lord Banks replied coolly, if you stay here, the paparazzi will swarm you non-stop. Don't forget, countless families are watching us closely, waiting for an opportunity. You are their breakthrough point. So in my opinion, going to Australia is the best choice. Don't we have a seaside villa in Queensland? Go there and relax for a while. I'll take care of everything here. Zayn felt like he was on the verge of a breakdown. He raged internally, sending me to Australia right now is practically handing me over on a silver platter. I've already betrayed my own granddaughter. If I suddenly disappear, who knows what kind of dirty schemes those people will cook up against me. And I'm the executive vice chairman, the second in command of the entire group. If I leave now, who will take over my authority? If James fills my position, by the time I return, it'll all be his territory, and I'll be nothing more than a useless figurehead. Just as Zayn was desperately trying to resist the arrangement, Lord Banks cut him off coldly. James, book a flight for your brother. He leaves tonight. You'll temporarily take over his responsibilities at the company. Hearing this, James was so delighted he almost laughed out loud. Still, he restrained himself and answered respectfully, Don't worry, Dad. I'll take care of everything. Zayn hurriedly pleaded, Dad, if you insist on sending me away, can you at least give me 2 days? I need to speak to Deanna properly. Lord Banks waved his hand impatiently. There's nothing to talk about. Based on what I know of Deanna, she will never remarry you. It's better to make a clean break. You've already been married, and divorced. If he left now, everything would be delayed. This wasn't just about his marriage, it directly affected his position as the heir. More importantly, he still hadn't learned Zean's fate. She was his flesh and blood. With her life hanging in the balance, he desperately needed answers. What if she was still alive? If he could find her first, he could secretly arrange a safe place for her to live, far away from prying eyes. But if someone else in the Banks family, or worse, the Japanese authorities, found her first, her fate would be sealed. Seeing his hesitation, Lord Banks snapped, What are you stalling for? Are you refusing my orders? Knowing he had no room to resist, Zayn finally nodded and said through clenched teeth, All right, Dad. I'll leave tonight. Lord Banks nodded in satisfaction and waved him away. Good. Go home, pack your things, say goodbye to Fitz and Zara, and leave within the hour. As the housekeeper escorted Zayn away, Fitz and Zara remained in the study, their eyes glued to the computer screen. After Deanna left the Banks residence, she returned to her family home and called her children. Over the phone, she calmly told them about Zean. The news left Fitz and Zara utterly stunned. Chapter 22:32. For a young man in his 20s, discovering that his father has an illegitimate daughter is no easy thing to accept. This was especially true for Zara. Like her mother, Deanna, Zara values emotional loyalty above all else. Although she has never been in a relationship herself, she knows with absolute certainty that if she were ever betrayed this way, she would divorce without hesitation. While it may take her time to fully digest the truth, she remains unwavering in her support of her mother's decision. At this moment, Fitz displayed a distinctly masculine pragmatism. He believed that a man like his father was unlikely to remain faithful for an entire lifetime. In the upper echelons of society, it was almost an unspoken rule that extremely wealthy men rarely limited themselves to a single heterosexual partner. Occasional affairs were practically the norm. Growing up in elite circles, Fitz had seen this play out countless times. Illegitimate children, sons or daughters, were nothing unusual. They were so common that people barely reacted anymore. The most extreme example Fitz knew was a tech billionaire who had fathered numerous children with different women and openly flaunted his lifestyle on social media. By comparison, if his father had merely slept with his bodyguard once and ended up with a daughter, it could almost be considered restrained by their social standards. In this world, many women had long since become accustomed to such realities. Even so, Fitz kept these thoughts to himself. He understood his mother and sister too well. If he voiced these opinions now, he'd only earn their fury. Meanwhile, Zara was boiling with rage. She stood firmly by her mother's side. If she were in Deanna's position, she would leave without hesitation. On the phone, Zara said angrily, "Mom, I fully support your decision to divorce Dad. What he did was unforgivable. He made such a huge mistake and hid it for so many years. When I see him, I'm going to confront him." Deanna, however, was far calmer than her daughter. "Zara, I told you and your brother because you're adults now and deserve to know. But this is ultimately between your father and me. There's no need for you to confront him. After the divorce, you can both choose to stay at the bank's residence, live with your grandmother, or move out on your own. I won't interfere." She added that family gatherings at Grandpa's house would continue as usual, only that she and Zayn would no longer attend the same events. Everything else would remain unchanged. Still conflicted, Zara asked bitterly, "Mom, shouldn't we confront that woman, the one with the surname Elms? How could she seduce someone else's husband and still dare to have his child? That's disgusting." "There's no need," Deanna replied calmly. "She's also a victim. I don't blame her, and neither should you. Relationships are personal choices. There's no absolute right or wrong." Zara swallowed hard and asked, "Mom, what are you going to do next?" With a gentle smile, Deanna answered, "I don't have any concrete plans. If your father accepts reality, I'll proceed with the divorce quickly. If he needs time, I won't wait forever. I'll take some time for myself." Zara immediately asked, "Then where do you want to go to relax?" Deanna smiled faintly and replied with just 2 words. Orus Hill. Chapter 2233. Deanna had carried the thought of visiting Orus Hill in her heart for nearly 20 years. After the deaths of Bruce and his wife, she felt an overwhelming urge to see Orus Hill, the place where Bruce's life had come to an end. Having loved him for most of her life, she longed to walk through the city, hoping to find traces of his past and the memories he had left behind. Yet, as a married woman, her sense of morality constantly reminded her that such a trip would be unfair to her husband, Zayn. Even visiting Bruce's grave had already burdened her conscience. Traveling to Orus Hill felt even more inappropriate. However, with Zayn's recent downfall and the collapse of their marriage, those moral restraints no longer bound her. Their unspoken agreement had been shattered, and with it, Deanna felt released from her long-held obligations. Now, at last, she could fulfill her long-cherished wish to go to Orus Hill. When Zara heard her mother mention the trip, she immediately exclaimed, "Mom! My brother and I are planning to go there too. Let's travel together." Deanna asked curiously, "Why are you going to Orus Hill? Tell me about it." Fitz quickly replied, "Mom, I'm heading there for work, and I plan to take Zara along for sightseeing. If you come with us, I can arrange the flights and hotels." Deanna laughed lightly. "No need for a hotel. Your grandfather owns an old house in Orus Hill. It's been maintained all these years. We can stay there." Zara widened her eyes. "Mom, Grandpa still has a house in Orus Hill? Why have I never heard about it?" Smiling, Deanna explained, "Your father has always had reservations about Orus Hill, so I never brought you there. That's why you didn't know." She continued, "That old house is extraordinary. It's right next to the presidential palace and has stood since the Ming dynasty, through the Qingtong era and into the Republic of China. Many notable figures once lived there. In the 1970s, your grandfather spent a fortune to buy it. He and your grandmother used to stay there occasionally." Hearing this, Fitz recalled his father's deep-seated unease about Orus Hill. His thoughts immediately drifted to Bruce, the man his mother had loved deeply, who had died there. The realization left Fitz feeling conflicted. Without hesitation, Zara said, "Mom, why don't you rest at Grandma's house tonight? We'll head to Orus Hill first thing tomorrow morning." Deanna nodded. "All right. But let's not discuss this any further. Your father and I have matters to settle. This is between us, and it won't affect your relationship with either of us, okay?" Fitz and Zara answered together, "We understand, Mom." Satisfied, Deanna smiled. "All right. I'm already at your grandmother's place, so I won't keep you any longer." Chapter 22:34. Zara quickly added, "Mom, make sure you rest well tonight. I'll call you tomorrow morning." "All right," Deanna replied before hanging up. After the call ended, Fitz frowned slightly and said, "Zara, Dad has always been sensitive about Orus Hill. If we take Mom there now, won't he be furious?" Zara snorted. "So what if he is? He brought us into this world and forced us to live under the family's scrutiny. How could he not expect us to be angry too?" After a brief pause, her anger flared. "Honestly, I want to confront him directly. We should all go to Orus Hill and make him face the consequences of his own actions." Fitz looked uncomfortable. "But this kind of pain, how can we, as children, really deal with it?" He hesitated, then added, "There are plenty of rich men who don't cheat. Dad made a mistake during a confusing period. Compared to others in his circle, he's still far from the worst." Zara shot him a sharp look. "How can you say that? Does being rich give someone the right to betray their marriage?" Fitz quickly backtracked. "That's not what I meant. I just think Dad's behavior wasn't unforgivable. If he sincerely admits his mistake, maybe he deserves a chance. Mom definitely wants a divorce, but isn't that a bit impulsive? After more than 20 years of marriage, and with us as their children, can't Dad be given another opportunity?" Zara snapped, "That's classic scumbag logic. Your thinking is completely warped." She stared him down. "Let me ask you this, if you get married and your wife cheats on you, could you forgive her?" Fitz hesitated. "It's different. Men cheating is just different." "How is it different?" Zara shot back, her voice sharp. "Do you believe men are superior in marriage? That men can cheat and be forgiven while women can't?" "Fitz, for the first time in my life, I'm realizing just how backward your mindset is." She continued coldly, "Listen carefully. If you ever cheat, even if your wife forgives you, I won't. I'll disown you." Feeling cornered, Fitz muttered, "Sis, you're being way too harsh. I haven't done anything to deserve being called a scumbag." "That mindset is exactly why scumbags feel justified," Zara snapped. "They think they can do whatever they want. If you really believe that nonsense, then stay away from Stephanie. She deserves far better than a scumbag like you. You should go marry someone obsessed with money and status, a celebrity already used to that world. Then, when you feel like fooling around, you can just throw money at her to shut her up. Everyone wins, right?" Fitz lowered his head. "You're right. I screwed up." He quickly changed the subject. "Anyway, I need to arrange the flight. I'll head to Orus Hill tomorrow morning." Zara crossed her arms and said firmly, "Fitz, respecting women and your partner is a lesson every man must learn. If you ever turn into a scumbag, I won't recognize you as my brother." Chapter 22:35. That night, Eastcliff was shaken by a major upheaval. The Banks family had fallen into deep trouble in Japan, drawing the attention of Japan's National Security Agency and suffering a devastating blow to their reputation and influence. At the same time, other powerful families in Eastcliff, especially the Wade family, began preparing for their next move. The Banks family had suffered heavy losses and severed ties with many overseas allies. From this point on, they would be forced to act far more cautiously. Naturally, this presented an excellent opportunity for rival families to weaken and undermine them. Lord Wade was particularly delighted by this turn of events, seeing it as a gift from the heavens. He sensed that a new era was about to begin for the Wade family. As a result, he summoned his children, excluding Cynthia, to formulate a detailed 3-year strategy. Over the next 3 years, the Wade family planned to launch a full-scale offensive against the Banks family, mirroring the Banks family's previous creation of the Anti-Leaf Alliance. Their objective was not only to overthrow the Banks family, but also to strengthen the Wade family to such an extent that the Banks family would be left far behind, allowing the Wades to reclaim their position as the nation's #1 family. However, Lord Wade chose not to strike immediately. Instead, he decided to use the upcoming spring ancestor worship ceremony as the official moment to declare war. Unable to hide his excitement, he said to his children, "This year's ancestor worship ceremony will bring every branch of the Wade family from across the country to Wade Mountain. At that time, I will personally preside over the ceremony with the utmost solemnity. I want every Wade descendant to understand our glorious history and take pride in the Wade surname. When the entire family stands united like never before, the Wade family will be unstoppable. During the ceremony, under the banner of avenging Bruce, I will rally all Wade family members to stand against the Banks family and demand severe punishment for Zayn, the leader of the Anti-Leaf Alliance. That moment will be our best opportunity to confront the Banks family head-on." Corin, the eldest son, was already burning with excitement. He exclaimed, "Dad! We should form an anti-Banks alliance. We must slash their assets by half and force them out of Eastcliff's top 3 families." Elder Wade sneered and replied, "In Eastcliff, many families already resent the Banks family. Among them, we have the deepest hatred, followed closely by the Sun family. Once we raise our banner, the Sun family will definitely join us. The most important step now is to arrange a marriage between Charlie and Stephanie of the Sun family. Once the marriage is secured, the Sun family will fully support us. At that point, the Banks family won't stand a chance." Corin asked, "Dad, didn't you previously suggest letting Charlie pursue Zara from the Banks family?" Lord Wade waved dismissively. "That was when the Banks family was still dominant. Back then, marrying into them made sense. But now, they're drowning in disaster after disaster in Japan. They're weak. We can crush them directly. Why would we marry our bloodline into their mess?" At that moment, Lord Wade burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha. It seems heaven itself is on our side." Miles, who had been listening quietly, asked, "Dad, what if Charlie refuses to marry the Sun family girl?" Lord Wade smiled meaningfully. "Charlie will attend the ancestor worship ceremony. In front of the entire Wade family, I will announce our plan to avenge Bruce and confront the Banks family. Then I will publicly propose the marriage. This alliance will strengthen the Wade family and allow us to crush the Banks family completely. Family grudges must be settled. He won't refuse." Chapter 2236. Thorne family residence. Before Deanna returned home, her parents and siblings had already learned of the scandal surrounding the Banks family, including the revelation that Zayn had an illegitimate daughter. As a result, when Deanna was delayed, her brothers and sisters rushed back one by one at Mr. Thorne's request. Mr. and Mrs. Thorne understood Deanna's personality perfectly. They knew that once she learned of the situation, she would return to her parents' home immediately. Therefore, they chose not to call her or send anyone after her. Instead, they gathered together and quietly waited. When Deanna's car pulled into the Thorne estate, her parents and several siblings were already waiting. Seeing her entire family standing there moved her deeply. Unlike many business families, the Thorne family had produced high-ranking officials for generations. Wealth meant little to them. Their detachment from money had fostered deep unity among the siblings, free from rivalry or jealousy. Among the Thorne descendants, some worked within the family's system, others were studying at top universities or conducting research at elite institutions, and some lived quietly outside the public eye, despite the family's immense background. Deanna and her sisters each had their own romantic paths. Under Mrs. Thorne's guidance, the women of the family were not aggressively ambitious, but instead embodied traditional grace, dignity, and devotion to family. The moment Deanna stepped out of the car, Mrs. Thorne rushed forward, grasped her hand, and said softly, "Deanna, you've been wronged." Deanna smiled faintly. Mom, don't say that. I don't feel wronged at all. Her father, Lord Bradley Thorne, spoke up. Deanna, we'll have a family gathering tonight. I've arranged charcoal fires and copper pots. Let's eat together. Copper pot shabu shabu is a beloved Eastcliff tradition. Unlike modern hot pots that use gas or electricity, the copper pot is heated by charcoal burning beneath it, a method with royal roots. In the harsh winters of Eastcliff, gathering around a copper pot is both comforting and symbolic. As a family that had lived in Eastcliff for 5 generations, the Thornes treasured this tradition. However, as their children built their own lives, full family gatherings became rare. Mr. Thorne believed starting with a warm meal would ease emotions far better than words alone. Sure enough, when the children heard about the copper pot shabu shabu, fatigue vanished, replaced by excitement. The 6th sibling, Allie, Deanna's younger sister, ran over eagerly. "Second sister, I've been free lately. I want to stay at Mom and Dad's place. How many nights can we spend together?" Deanna smiled. "Tonight is fine. But I won't stay tomorrow. I'm heading to Orus Hill." "What?" Everyone gasped. Lord Bradley Thorne asked solemnly. "Deanna, are you going to Orus Hill to grow tassels?" Deanna nodded calmly. "Yes, Dad. I've always wanted to go, but circumstances held me back. Now that those constraints are gone, I want to go immediately. It's been my lifelong wish." Lord Thorne's expression darkened. He said with deep regret, "Not being able to recruit Bruce as my son-in-law is the greatest regret of my life." Chapter 22:37. Lord Thorne let out a deep sigh, a gesture that conveyed the shared sense of regret among everyone present. Mrs. Thorne quickly pinched his waist and whispered, "Honestly, you people never know when to stop. I rushed the kids inside to get ready for dinner." Lord Thorne sighed and replied, "Oh, Deanna has grown so much. She understands things far better than we do. What I said came from the heart, there's no need to tiptoe around it." Deanna nodded earnestly and said, "Mom, I promise I'm really not upset or uncomfortable about this at all, so you don't need to worry so much." Mrs. Thorne looked taken aback. "Deanna, Zayn has been avoiding you for years. You're really not angry?" Deanna replied sincerely, "Not angry at all. In fact, I feel relieved." Lord Thorne smiled and said, "That's wonderful. Feeling free is a good thing. To be honest, I've felt for years that you were unhappy. Now that you've opened up, it truly brings me joy." Deanna nodded seriously, a small smile breaking through. "Thank you, Dad." Lord Thorne chuckled and waved his hands. "All right. Let's go enjoy some shabu shabu. Your brothers can join me for a couple of drinks." Dalton, the eldest son of the Thorne family, nodded eagerly. "Absolutely, Dad. My brothers and I will drink with you tonight." Deanna's sister, Alice, chimed in with a bright smile. "Dad, don't forget there's still red wine at home. My sisters and I will join you for drinks too." Allie, the youngest daughter, added with a grin, "That sounds great. My older sisters and I will happily drink with you." Lord Thorne beamed with happiness. "All right. Since your sisters couldn't come back for New Year's Eve, let's celebrate today like it's the Chinese New Year." Allie quickly said, "Dad, we wanted to celebrate with you during the New Year, but you insisted we stay away." Lord Thorne replied earnestly, "You're now part of the Hartley family, so you should spend the New Year with your in-laws. The same goes for your sisters. That's just how things are. Your brothers will be here to celebrate with your mother and me. If all 3 of you sisters came too, people would think I'm inconsiderate and only care about my own family." Allie responded, "I understand, Dad. I can talk to Brent Hartley and make arrangements to return next New Year's Eve." Lord Thorne smiled. "Let's see what Brent Hartley thinks when the time comes. If he's not on board, don't feel pressured to force it." With that, Deanna, Dalton, Alice, and Allie accompanied their parents to the restaurant. Inside, the chef had prepared a beautiful brass pot for the family. A vibrant green flame flickered beneath it, simmering a pot of clear broth. The table was laden with an array of fresh cuts of lamb. In Eastcliff, people take their lamb seriously. They rarely settle for machine-cut lamb rolls from hot pot restaurants. Instead, they prefer fresh, hand-cut lamb. There was an abundance of hand-cut lamb, each part carrying its own name: upper brain meat, tenderloin, big three-pointed, small three-pointed, and cucumber strips. Each cut had its own specific technique, size, and thickness, along with cultural nuances attached to it. The Thorne family was not one to flaunt wealth or live extravagantly. They valued quality over ostentation, focusing on taste and authenticity. For example, when it came to food, the Thorne family had extremely discerning palates. Even fried oil cakes that had remained non-greasy for a decade would become unpalatable if the craftsmanship slipped even slightly. Throughout his life, Mr. Thorne had no vices, aside from his love of smoking. Chapter 2238. Mr. Thorne had always enjoyed cigarettes produced by a factory in the southern region. After 2 decades of smoking, the factory underwent significant technological and production upgrades. The formula was refined, and new materials were introduced for both the cigarette paper and the filters. Although many praised the improved product for its superior quality and similar flavor, Mr. Thorne felt that something was off and struggled to adapt to the new taste. As a result, he fell ill. When his subordinates learned of his hospitalization, they immediately came to visit him. Upon asking about the cause of his illness, they discovered that it stemmed from the altered taste of the cigarettes he had smoked for over 20 years. In response, one subordinate contacted the cigarette factory and requested the restoration of the old production line, which had already been dismantled and was about to be scrapped. This was done specifically for Mr. Thorne, as producing the original cigarettes was seen as a way to soothe his heartache. However, Mr. Thorne felt guilty about using such privilege. To resolve this, he asked his second son, Logan, to visit the factory. Logan was tasked with verifying the costs of reopening the production line, and Mr. Thorne insisted on paying the expenses himself so he could accept the privilege with a clear conscience. The Thorne family, known for their refined tastes, had inherited their father's appreciation for elegance. They lived with a sense of sophistication reflected not only in their impressive educational backgrounds and abilities, but also in their adherence to traditional Chinese values: gentleness, courtesy, frugality, and humility. During the shabu-shabu meal accompanied by wine, the Thorne family gathered around the table, chatting animatedly. Everyone was in high spirits, though they had initially been worried about Deanna's emotional state. To their surprise, Deanna appeared remarkably relaxed and at ease. Being among close family, it was clear her comfort was genuine, which put everyone else at ease as well. The elderly couple was especially delighted, having watched all 6 of their children grow into admirable adults with families of their own. Even so, they had always held a special affection for Deanna. That affection came from their awareness of her long, unreciprocated love for Bruce. It had been a shock when, after Bruce married someone else, she impulsively chose to marry Zayn. The night before her wedding, Deanna had suffered an emotional breakdown, crying with her sisters, Alice and Allie, who deeply sympathized with her. Out of concern, they tried to persuade her to reconsider the marriage, but Deanna remained resolute. In the years that followed, although Zayn treated her with great affection, the family could tell that Deanna was not truly happy. This became even more evident after Bruce's untimely death, which caused her to withdraw further and even adopt certain Buddhist practices at home. However, at that moment, it was clear to everyone that Deanna had finally begun to find peace. Lord Thorne recalled that Deanna was planning a trip to Orus Hill and asked, "Deanna, how long do you plan to stay in Orus Hill this time?" After a moment of thought, Deanna replied, "Dad, I'm not sure yet. We'll see." Lord Thorne continued, "Who will be going with you?" "Fitz and Zara will accompany me," Deanna answered. Lord Thorne nodded. "The old house in Orus Hill has been well maintained, and it's been years since you last visited. You can stay there for a few days. If your mom and I are free, we'll head to Orus Hill in a couple of days as well. The winter in Eastcliff is quite dry, and your mother has been wanting to get away for a while." Chapter 2239. While the Thorne family was enjoying a lively moment together, Zayn quietly packed his bags, preparing for a trip to Australia. This time, he seemed unusually subdued. The old man had made it clear that Zayn needed to step away from the spotlight for a while, and he had no intention of arguing. Before leaving, he called Fitz and said, "Fitz, you and your sister need to come to my study." Fitz, busy with his own matters, replied, "All right, Dad. We'll be there shortly." After hanging up, he turned to Zara. "Dad wants us in his study," he told her. Zara's expression hardened as she snapped back, "You can go by yourself. I have no desire to see him." It was difficult for Zara to accept the fact that her father had betrayed her mother and fathered an illegitimate daughter who was only a year younger than she was. The thought alone made her even more unwilling to face Zayn. Fitz tried to reason with her. "Zara, when it comes to issues between parents, we're just kids. We shouldn't get too involved. You can't completely cut off Dad over mistakes he made more than 20 years ago. What about your father-daughter relationship?" Zara replied seriously, "I don't want to sever ties with him, but I'm not ready to see him right now. You go talk to him first." Feeling awkward, Fitz asked, "If I see Dad and he asks about you, what should I say?" Zara answered without hesitation, "Just tell him I don't want to see him yet." Seeing her firm attitude, Fitz let out a helpless sigh. "All right, I'll go first." With that, Fitz stood up and left Zara's study. The Banks family villa was enormous, resembling a grand castle. Although everyone lived under the same roof, each person occupied a separate area of the estate. Fitz made his way downstairs to Zayn's study. After knocking and entering, he saw Zayn sitting alone, a cigarette between his fingers. The heaviness on his face made him look far older than usual. When Zayn saw Fitz, he asked in surprise, "Where's your sister?" Feeling slightly embarrassed, Fitz replied, "Zara isn't coming." Zayn gave a bitter smile. "She must be furious with me, huh?" Fitz forced a laugh. "She's a bit stubborn, but honestly, she's been dealing with this kind of thing for a long time." Zayn let out a deep sigh. "In the end, I failed your mother, and I failed both of you." Fitz quickly said, "Dad, it's not about right or wrong. It's about feelings. You shouldn't be too hard on yourself." Zayn waved his hand. "It's more complicated than that. Everyone has preferences, and that alone isn't right or wrong. But once you're married, you must take responsibility for your spouse. That's where I truly failed. I understand why the family is angry with me." After a pause, he continued, "I called you here because I have something important to tell you. Your grandfather wants me to go to Australia for a while. I'm leaving tonight, and I may be gone for quite some time." "To Australia?" Fitz exclaimed in shock. "Dad, why would Grandpa send you there now? Do you really need to leave so suddenly? Even if things are messy, isn't Australia a bit extreme?" Zayn sighed. "Yes, it's complicated. The scandal involving me and your grandfather is serious. He believes I'm the one pulling strings behind the scenes, and he wants me out of sight to divert public attention. Once I leave, the media will focus on me. Especially if news about Zean leaks out, they'll swarm all over it." Chapter 2240. Fitz said angrily, "Dad. Grandpa has gone too far this time, hasn't he? He betrayed Zean. If he can turn on her, he could even betray his own granddaughter. That old fox. If you don't resolve the crisis quickly, you'll become a target yourself. That's completely unfair." Zayn raised his hand and said firmly, "This is not something you should talk about openly. Once you leave this room, keep your mouth shut. Your grandfather has his own methods of handling things. To him, personal interests always come first. When his own gains are at stake, he's willing to sacrifice anyone. Today, he might sell Zean to the Japanese self-defense force. Who's to say that tomorrow he won't sell one of us to some interest group? So remember this well, when you're around him, keep these 5 words in mind: a companion is like a tiger." Fitz nodded heavily. Zayn continued, "After I leave, you and Zara should stay with your mother for a while. Also, I need you to help me apologize to her. Say some good things for me, and help keep an eye on her, what she's doing, where she's going, and who she's meeting. Let me know if there's anything unusual. Seeing Fitz hesitate, Zayn quickly added, don't misunderstand. I'm not asking you to spy on your mother. I want to repair our marriage, and I need your help as an inside source. Fitz nodded. I understand, Dad. Don't worry. Then he added, by the way, Mom said Zara and I will be going to Orus Hill tomorrow. To Orus Hill? Zayn asked sharply. What does your mother want to do there? Fitz hesitated. I think she just wants to relax. I'm not completely sure. Zayn's expression instantly darkened. He understood far too well why Deanna wanted to go to Orus Hill. Orus Hill, the place where Bruce Wade died. She's been holding on to that unfulfilled love for all these years. There's no way this trip is just for sightseeing. If she plans to divorce me, going straight to Orus Hill makes perfect sense. Deanna, how can you be this heartless? Do you have no respect for me at all? Just today, news of my illegitimate daughter broke out. And tomorrow she goes to Orus Hill to mourn Bruce? If this gets exposed, how am I supposed to show my face again? Anger surged violently in Zayn's chest. Noticing the dangerous look on his father's face, Fitz realized he had said the wrong thing and quickly changed the subject. Dad, when are you leaving? I'd like to see you off. Zayn took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. 10 minutes. Your grandfather has already arranged everything. Your second uncle has been stirring up trouble behind the scenes. I won't be around this time, and you know I have to be careful with him. James? Fitz frowned. He's always been respectful and accommodating toward you and us. Why would he suddenly turn against you? Zayn let out a cold laugh. Throughout history, no matter how many sons an emperor has, only one becomes the crown prince. To secure that position, the others are always weakened or eliminated. Your second uncle wants to be that prince, so naturally, he'll do everything he can to undermine me. Fitz clenched his fists. He's always smiled at us. I never thought he'd stab you in the back like this. Zayn replied with a grim smile. Your second uncle is a classic smiling tiger, polite on the surface, vicious underneath. I lowered my guard, and he seized the opportunity to betray me. But once I return, he won't escape the consequences. Chapter 22:41. While Zayn and his son were talking, Zayn's phone suddenly rang. The caller ID showed it was his second brother, James. Memories of James's recent failures flooded Zayn with resentment, darkening his mood. He pressed the speaker button and said coldly, "What do you want?" James greeted him with a cheerful smile. "Hey, big brother. The car and plane are ready. It's time to head to the airport." With a tight jaw, Zayn replied, "Fine, I'll just have a quick word with Fitz and then I'll head down." James quickly urged, "Big brother, please don't take too long. The old man is waiting for my update. He wants you to leave as soon as possible, the sooner, the better." Suppressing his irritation, Zayn answered, "All right, I'll be down in 5 minutes." "Great, brother," James said, grinning. "I'll be waiting at the door to take you to the airport personally." Without another word, Zayn ended the call and turned to Fitz. "Spend more time with your mother these days. If anything happens, tell me immediately." Fitz, hoping for a family reunion, nodded sincerely. "Don't worry, Dad. I understand." Zayn nodded back, stood up, and grabbed his suitcase. "Okay, I'm off." "Dad, when will you be back?" Fitz asked, urgency in his voice. Zayn shook his head. "It depends entirely on what your grandfather decides. I can't say for certain." He waved his hand. "No need to dwell on it." He picked up his suitcase and stepped outside. Fitz hurried ahead and took the suitcase from his father. "Dad, I'll take you to the airport." "No need for that. Just drop me off and come back," Zayn replied. In the villa's expansive courtyard, a Lexus L commercial vehicle waited. Renowned as one of China's top commercial vehicles, it was a tier above the Toyota Alphard. James stood by the car door, smiling widely as Zayn approached. James rushed over, his grin bright. "Brother, please get in. We need to get going." Zayn responded coldly, "I'm leaving." "You're not the one in a hurry." James didn't waver. "Oh, come on, brother, this is all for you. The old man is pushing me to hurry. If you take too long, he'll be upset." Frustrated, Zayn wanted to snap at him, but he realized James would just use their father as a shield. He forced a sigh. "All right, since Dad requested it, let's go." He motioned for the driver to take the suitcase from Fitz and load it into the vehicle. Turning to Fitz, he said, "Make sure to look after your mother and sister." Fitz nodded quickly. "I will, Dad. Don't worry." Zayn climbed into the back seat, remaining silent, and waved Fitz to head back home. James sat beside him and said, "Once you're done here, you can go home and rest. I'll make sure your dad reaches the plane safely." Then he turned to the driver. "All right, let's get moving." Chapter 2242. The genius Fitz memorized the address in an instant. The driver wasted no time, starting the car and driving away. Fitz felt a wave of disappointment as he watched the commercial vehicle leave the villa. This evening was more troubling than the night he and Zara had been kidnapped. Back then, their lives had been in danger, but tonight brought a different kind of chaos. His father was exposed for having an illegitimate daughter, his parents' relationship was in turmoil, his father's authority had temporarily weakened, and now he was leaving for Australia. Fitz's worry consumed him, not just for his parents' situation and his father's future, but for his own. Until now, his father had been heir to the entire Banks family, making Fitz next in line. But tonight's upheaval changed everything. His father's standing had been undermined, and if he failed to recover it, Fitz's future was uncertain. He remembered the implications. If Uncle James became the heir, Fitz might lose everything. Despondent, Fitz returned to his sister's room. Zara was still glued to her computer, scrutinizing photos of male passengers at Japanese airports. Seeing him return, Zara shot an irritated look and asked, "What did Dad want to talk to you about? Did you come up with an excuse to leave?" "No," Fitz sighed. "Dad was sent to Australia by Grandpa." "What?" Zara gasped. "Dad was sent to Australia? When did this happen?" "Just now," Fitz replied, sorrowfully. He packed his things and left for the airport, where James took him. Zara frowned, puzzled. Why would Grandpa send Dad to Australia? Their relationship has always been complicated, especially with Zean involved. Exposing an illegitimate daughter isn't that huge. Why is Grandpa taking such drastic action? Fitz explained, Dad said Grandpa wants him to take the blame. A chill ran down Zara's spine as she realized the consequences. It's okay, she stammered. Dad is leaving, but Grandpa will probably put all the blame on him. Her voice trembled with anxiety. I fear Grandpa will announce that Dad was the one who betrayed Zean. That way, he can protect himself while making Dad shoulder all the guilt. Fitz's face darkened. Dad had no choice but to leave when Grandpa insisted. Zara looked at him seriously. Brother, things at the Banks household might be changing drastically. You feel it too? Fitz asked. Zara nodded gravely. I don't care about wealth or power. Being a girl, I won't inherit much, but you're in a different position. If Dad can't recover, your future is at stake. Fitz buried his face in his hands. But what can I do? I can see how eager Grandpa is to shift the blame. Dad is the easiest target. And the idea of him being accused of betraying his own daughter is just too cruel. If that sticks, he'll be seen as heartless, and there's no way Grandpa will let him inherit the Banks family patriarch title. He let out a resigned sigh. Our family may never recover from this. Zara's brows furrowed as she clenched her teeth. No! We must help Dad reclaim his position as heir. How do we do that? Fitz asked, surprised. Don't worry about the details yet, Zara said coolly. Tomorrow, we're going to Orus Hill with Mom to temporarily distance ourselves from this mess. I have a plan to help Dad regain everything. Chapter 2243. 30 minutes later, a Boeing 747, converted into a private jet, took off from Eastcliff Airport. This aircraft, identical in model to the U.S. Presidential Air Force One, featured a standard 3-level cockpit layout and could typically accommodate up to 467 passengers. However, on this flight, aside from the crew, there was only one passenger, Zayn. The distance from Eastcliff to Queensland, Australia, spanned approximately 9,000 kilometers, making it impractical for smaller private planes to fly directly between these two locations. Only a large commercial aircraft like the 747, with a range exceeding 10,000 kilometers, could manage such a direct route. At that moment, Zayn sat on the plane feeling despondent. As he gazed out the window, the vibrant night lights of Eastcliff faded into the distance, and with them, his spirits grew heavier. Less than 20 minutes after takeoff, a set of photos arrived in the inboxes of reporters from various media outlets in Eastcliff. These images were captured during a long-distance sneak shot of Zayn as he hurried to the airport, passed through security, and boarded the aircraft. Nighttime conditions rendered the photos somewhat blurry and grainy, yet the photographer managed to capture Zayn clearly enough for immediate recognition. Along with the photos, the informant also leaked some gossip. The report claimed, "The truth behind Zean's incident is that Lord Banks had no involvement and did not conspire with the Japanese self-defense forces. The real betrayer of Zean is, in fact, her biological father, Zayn." The source further alleged, Zayn wanted Zean dead to keep her identity as his illegitimate daughter a secret, wishing for that truth to sink into oblivion. Additionally, the informant disclosed, after the incident came to light, Deanna, Zayn's former wife, promptly returned to her family and firmly sought a divorce. Zayn's hasty departure to Australia was motivated by his fear of being exposed as the mastermind behind the events. To avoid scrutiny, he fled, leaving his father, Lord Banks, to deal with the fallout in Eastcliff. Upon receiving this information, the media seized the opportunity and swiftly broadcast the story. The moment the news aired, it caused a significant public uproar. Previously, the Japanese National Security Agency had accused Lord Banks, the patriarch of the Banks family, of betraying Zean. However, the narrative that Zayn had betrayed Zean resonated far more convincingly with the domestic audience. Several factors contributed to this shift in perception. Firstly, it was established that Zean was Zayn's illegitimate daughter. In a bid to protect his reputation, public persona, and marriage, Zayn would have strong motives to prevent Zean's true identity from being revealed, potentially leading him to consider her elimination. Secondly, it was alleged that Zayn had ordered the destruction of the Matsumoto family in Japan. This revelation painted Zayn as ruthless and inhumane, making the claim that he wanted to kill Zean seem more plausible. Lastly, Zayn's sudden flight from Eastcliff the night after the incident suggested that he was harboring guilt or fear, indicating that he had something significant to hide. As news articles proliferated, Zayn quickly fell from grace, becoming one of the most reviled figures in the eyes of the public. He was accused of orchestrating the brutal killing of the Matsumoto family, driving his own daughter into a perilous situation, and fleeing in disgrace at the first sign of trouble. This ignited a wave of outrage against Zayn. However, unbeknownst to him, while he remained on the plane, chaos was already unfolding behind him. Chapter 2244. Meanwhile, at the residence of Lord Banks, the elderly patriarch, James carefully presented a tablet to his father, showcasing media reports and comments from friends one by one. With a smile, he remarked, "Dad, with this approach, no one will bring up Zean's situation anymore, and it won't reflect on you." Lord Banks nodded, clearly satisfied and relieved. As one ages, the desire to protect one's reputation grows stronger, especially for someone like Mr. Banks, who has been a figure of wisdom and inspiration for countless people throughout his life. Now, as he approached retirement, the thought of Zean facing disgrace filled him with dread, as it could tarnish his hard-earned reputation. Deep down, he yearned to distance himself from this scandal as much as possible, wishing for a clean break. However, he was at a loss regarding how to achieve this. After all, the National Security Agency of Japan had revealed the facts, leaving him with no ground to dispute or refute their findings. To his surprise, James, his younger son, displayed remarkable ingenuity. Initially, Lord Banks had planned to send his eldest son, Zayn, to Australia and had entrusted him with the mission of dismantling the Matsumoto family. The idea of joining forces with the Japanese self-defense forces to betray Zean had not crossed his mind as a feasible option. Yet, James executed a brilliant strategy. He arranged for someone to capture photos of Zayn boarding a flight, then sent an anonymous tip to the media. Almost immediately, all blame was shifted onto Zayn. The intricacy of this plan was impressive. The chain of clues was coherent, and the narrative was logical. Though much of it was fabricated, it came across as plausible and compelling. Lord Banks felt a wave of happiness wash over him. His reputation was intact, which mattered more than anything else. He couldn't bear the thought of dying with a tarnished name, despised by others. Thus, he found himself genuinely content and at ease. However, he hesitated to openly commend James, so he expressed with a hint of emotion, "Ah. I must say, this situation has been quite unfair to Zayn." James, hearing this, sighed and replied, "Yes, Dad, it's true that brother may have to bear some injustice." He then shifted his tone to a serious one, saying, "But let's be honest, in the Banks family, anyone can lose face, but we cannot allow your honor to be compromised. You are the cornerstone of the Banks family, the support for all 7 of us siblings, and the esteemed patriarch in the eyes of all the descendants. You must never carry a blemish like Zean throughout your life. For your dignity and illustrious image, I will take on the burden for you." James's words resonated deeply with Lord Banks. Unable to contain his joy any longer, Lord Banks stroked his beard and smiled. "James, you're absolutely right. You've done exceptionally well today, and I'll make sure to remember this." Chapter 2245. The news surrounding Zayn quickly dominated the media landscape, stirring a wave of anger in both Zara and Fitz. Fitz, frustrated, approached his grandfather multiple times to seek answers, but Zara intervened. She understood that her grandfather was deliberately trying to shield himself by placing the blame on her father. Confronting him now would only escalate tensions. Zara believed it was wiser to stay silent and accompany her mother to Orus Hill as originally planned for the next morning. She had her own strategies for helping her father reclaim his position, but for now, patience was key. Meanwhile, the Elms family acted decisively overnight, evacuating all their resources from the Banks family. Wilfred Elms, the patriarch and Zean's grandfather, issued a stern internal directive: no member of the Elms family was to assist the Banks family until a satisfactory explanation was provided. He also reached out to Lord Banks, demanding clarity on the situation. Though Lord Banks assured him he would address the concerns, in reality, he was dismissive, focused solely on preserving his own reputation. He was unconcerned about the potential fallout with the Elms family. After the revelation of his collaboration with the Japanese self-defense forces, he realized that regardless of whether Zayn or he was responsible, the Elms family could no longer be relied upon. With that in mind, he saw no point in continuing to expend energy on them. That night, Zean remained unaware of the unfolding events while under surveillance at the Shangri-La Hotel. Tossing and turning on her plush bed, her thoughts were consumed by Charlie. She couldn't comprehend the source of his incredible strength, nor could she understand why he had come to her rescue. "I was attempting to harm him, yet instead of retaliating, he saved my life. Is this what they refer to as repaying good with good?" she mused. "This man is truly exceptional," she thought. Early the following morning, a private jet touched down in the serene ancient city of Orus Hill. This aircraft belonged to Dalton, the son of the Thorne family. Deanna had opted not to use the Banks family's plane anymore, so her older brother Dalton graciously offered her his. As the plane came to a halt, Deanna, feeling a mix of anxiety and anticipation, descended the spiral staircase, accompanied by her 2 children. She had longed for this moment, thinking of Orus Hill for nearly 20 years. Every day for 2 decades, she had silently cherished Bruce's name, and thoughts of him inevitably led her to Orus Hill. Bruce was the love of her life, having tragically lost him in Orus Hill. Now, she finally had the chance to honor his memory, which filled her heart with emotion. As the family of 3 entered the arrival hall, a middle-aged man approached her respectfully, saying, "Miss, you must be tired after your journey." Chapter 2246. He was the elderly housekeeper of the Thorne family in Orus Hill. Deanna first encountered this old housekeeper during her youth. For the past 20 years, he had been dedicated to maintaining the old family home in Orus Hill. Since marrying into the Banks family, Deanna and the housekeeper had lost touch. However, upon seeing him, Deanna instantly recognized him and respectfully greeted, "Uncle White, I'm here safe and sound." She then quickly instructed the two children beside her, "Fitz, Zara, this is Grandpa White. Say hello." Fitz and Zara promptly replied, "Hello, Grandpa White." The old housekeeper bowed gratefully to Deanna and, somewhat flattered, said, "I didn't think the second lady would remember me." Deanna smiled and replied, "Why wouldn't I? You were in charge of the mansion next to Prince Charles's mansion in Eastcliff. After your father donated it to the state as a museum, you came to Orus Hill." The old housekeeper nodded, feeling nostalgic. "When I moved to Orus Hill, I returned to Eastcliff twice a year to report to my master. Each time, I was in such a rush that I never got the chance to see you again." He sighed. "Oh, Deanna, it's been over 20 years since you last visited Orus Hill, hasn't it? I remember you would come every year to see the lady, but then you stopped coming." Deanna confirmed, "Ever since Bruce passed away in Orus Hill, I haven't returned." The old housekeeper looked surprised and sighed. Young Master Bruce was indeed a remarkable talent. Deanna inquired, "By the way, Uncle White, you were present before Bruce's accident in Orus Hill. Do you know what happened back then?" The old housekeeper's expression grew serious. "When Mr. Bruce came to Orus Hill, the master told me that he might have been having some family conflicts and was feeling a lot of pressure from the Eastcliff side. He wanted to relax, so I was instructed to invite Mr. Bruce and his family to stay in the old house for a few days, to make it their home if they wished." Deanna quickly asked, "Did they accept the invitation when they arrived?" The old housekeeper shook his head. "Bruce's son came to visit, but it was just a brief visit. He thanked me but decided not to stay." Curious, Deanna pressed further, "What did he say?" The old butler thought for a moment, then replied, "Lord Bruce mentioned he had his own issues to deal with and didn't want to trouble the Thorne family. He thanked me and left." Deanna nodded thoughtfully, a look of melancholy crossing her face. The old housekeeper then interjected, "Miss Deanna, let's pause our conversation for now. The car is waiting outside, we should head home." Deanna agreed, "All right, Uncle White, let's go home." Outside the airport, 3 cars were parked in a row. Deanna instructed Fitz and Zara, "You two take the back car. I'll sit in the middle car and chat with Grandpa White." The siblings readily complied. The old housekeeper opened the back door of the red flag car in the middle for Deanna. Once she was inside, he took the front passenger seat. As the convoy departed the airport, Deanna asked the old butler, "Uncle White, I'd like to ask you something." The old butler responded eagerly, "Of course, Miss Deanna, feel free to ask." Deanna continued, "I heard that Bruce came to Orus Hill with his wife and children. Since he didn't want to stay in our old house, where did he end up residing?" The old housekeeper explained, "Young Master Bruce had a fondness for the old mansion. He asked me to help him find a place, so I enlisted a friend to locate a slightly remote old mansion. It once belonged to a military ruler, but after he fled, it became neglected. Mr. Bruce loved it, so he purchased it and renovated it himself." Deanna's eyes lit up with excitement. "Uncle White, could you take me to see it?" Chapter 2247. At this moment, Charlie was pushing his electric bike out of the door of Thompson First's villa. Claire's company had just wrapped up the Spring Festival holiday and officially resumed operations. Meanwhile, his father-in-law, Jacob, was also diving back into the activities of the Calligraphy and Painting Association. This morning, Elaine, who was using crutches, had prepared breakfast. After Jacob and Claire finished eating, they drove off in a BMW to attend to their business. Charlie took some time to tidy up the house before heading out to buy meat and eggs. Although their small vegetable garden could provide most of the necessary fruits and vegetables, meat and eggs still had to be purchased from the market. As Charlie rode out, he didn't rush. Instead, he parked his bike at the side of the road in the Thompson First Villa area, rested his feet on the ground, and pulled out his mobile phone to call Isaac Cameron. Charlie had seen all the scandals that erupted within the Banks family last night. Initially, public opinion condemned Lord Banks, but it quickly shifted its focus to Zayn. Charlie recognized this as a tactic for Lord Banks to protect himself. It seemed the Banks family was experiencing internal strife, which was exciting news for Charlie. While he still wasn't certain whether the Banks family was responsible for his parents' deaths, he was determined to make them pay a significant price for forming an anti-Leaf alliance. The internal disintegration of the Banks family was certainly advantageous for him. What occupied Charlie's thoughts now was how to further accelerate the Banks family's disintegration and ensure they continued down a path of destruction. He viewed Zean as a crucial asset in this endeavor. When Isaac Cameron answered the phone, Charlie inquired, "Isaac, how are Zean and the others doing?" Isaac Cameron quickly replied, "Young master, I just sent someone with breakfast. According to the delivery person, they are all in good condition." Charlie followed up, "After we cut off their communication with the outside world, did they feel uncomfortable?" "Not at all," Isaac Cameron chuckled. "The crew is still worried about anyone discovering they are back. Even with a mobile phone, they wouldn't dare to call outside." Charlie then asked, "What about Zean? How is she holding up?" Isaac Cameron responded, "According to her subordinates, she has no complaints, but she has been asking about you." Curious, Charlie asked, "Oh? What did she want to know about me?" Isaac Cameron smiled, "She wants to know when you will be here because she has something to discuss with you." "All right," Charlie said, checking the time. It was only 9:30 in the morning. If he bought the meat and returned by 11 o'clock, Elaine wouldn't delay lunch. He decided, then it's settled, I'll come over. "Very well, master," Isaac Cameron replied. "Shall I send someone to pick you up?" "No, I'll ride my e-bike over, it's quite convenient," Charlie replied. Although Charlie didn't have a particularly high opinion of Zean, finding her beautiful with an attractive figure, he also recognized her devious nature. Had he not figured out on his own that she was Zayn's illegitimate daughter, he would never have spared her life. He kept her alive solely to be a thorn in the side of the Banks family. Killing a member of the Banks family was easy, but creating a lasting enemy was a different matter. If Zean could join him in viewing the Banks family as adversaries, it would undoubtedly create significant complications for them in the future. Chapter 2248. This was Charlie's reason for keeping Zean around. He intended to send her back to Eastcliff at the appropriate moment. Without delay, he put his phone away and accelerated the battery-powered bike. The little e-bike buzzed to life and sped off quickly. As Charlie exited the Thompson First community, he made a right turn on his bike, heading toward Isaac Cameron's hotel. Suddenly, he heard a familiar voice behind him, tinged with a hint of nervousness, "Brother-in-law." Charlie instinctively turned to see a familiar woman waving at him from the sidewalk behind. "Wendy?" he asked, perplexed as he recognized her. It had only been a short while since his family and the Wilson family had a falling out. During that time, they hadn't even exchanged greetings when they crossed paths. In fact, if his mother-in-law Elaine spotted Wendy on the villa terrace, she would likely scold her for an hour. Charlie was left wondering what Wendy wanted from him. Moreover, why was she calling him brother-in-law now? Hadn't she previously referred to him as worthless? With a frown, he inquired, "What do you need?" Wendy hurried a couple of steps closer and, feeling a bit ashamed, replied, "Brother-in-law, where are you going?" Charlie responded coolly, "I'm just going to buy groceries." "What do you want?" Wendy bit her lip nervously and asked, "Brother-in-law, could you take me to the Pearl River Regency? It's not far, and the e-bike can get us there in about 20 minutes. Charlie looked her up and down, noting her formal attire and light makeup. He smirked and remarked, "You, a dignified Miss Wilson, want to ride my electric bike? Isn't that beneath you? Are you trying to pull a stunt like before?" Wendy's head drooped in shame at his words. At that moment, memories flooded back of the time she had sat in Gerald White's Bentley, looking down at Charlie when he rode this very e-bike. "Back then, I didn't think much of Charlie. I regarded him as nothing more than a soft rice king, and I never even spared him a glance," she recalled. Yet, here we are, more than half a year later. Charlie has become a prominent figure in Orus Hill, while I'm struggling to make ends meet, barely scraping by with just $200. I've even been reluctant to spend money on a bus or taxi to help support my family." Summoning her courage, she spoke humbly, "Brother-in-law, please don't tease me. My family is really going through a tough time right now, and I'm still a young lady of the Wilson family." After speaking, she lifted her head, her eyes glistening with tears, feeling overwhelmed with guilt. "I realize that I was wrong about everything. I shouldn't have looked down on you or fought you at every turn," opposing Claire. "Life has taught me many lessons, and I have come to see my mistakes. I hope you can forgive me and stop treating me as a stranger." Charlie was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't anticipated Wendy would express such sentiments. What surprised him more was the sincerity in her tone and demeanor. It was evident that her words came from the heart, not merely for show. Seeing Wendy genuinely apologizing and acknowledging her faults, Charlie softened his demeanor slightly, remarking, "Recognizing your mistakes is the first step toward correction. If you truly understand what you did wrong, it's never too late to change." Chapter 2249. As Charlie spoke, Wendy quickly nodded her head, her voice trembling slightly as she replied earnestly, "Brother-in-law, you're absolutely right. I'm finally awake now. I no longer see myself as superior to others." She unzipped her down jacket a bit, revealing a blue Miss Etiquette uniform underneath. "Brother-in-law, look. I'm beginning to rediscover myself. I've got a job now. I'll be a greeter at the newly opened shopping district." Curious, Charlie asked, "How did you end up as a greeter? If I recall correctly, you're still a college student. Surely you could find a better job than being a welcoming guest." With a hint of shame in her voice, Wendy replied, "Well, brother-in-law, the reason is that my father and brother tried to mislead my second and a year ago, and they ended up getting themselves into a lot of trouble. Now, they're practically useless and can only lie in bed. My grandmother is quite old, and recently they've lost the heir's hen benefits, which haven't been collected yet, so she can't go out to look for work. That leaves me to earn money to support the family." Wendy choked up as she continued, "But I can't find any serious jobs because those pay monthly. Meanwhile, my dad, my brother, and my grandma are all waiting at home. I need to make money quickly to help fill their stomachs. So, I have to look for daily jobs like this one." Charlie nodded sympathetically. He recalled a few years ago when he and his old husband went shopping at the supermarket and saw Mrs. Wilson helping customers with plastic bags. It was then he realized how desperate the Wilson family had become. They had previously relied on Donald Webb for a comfortable living, but after Christopher and Harold's calamity, which entangled Cynthia Wade and Elaine, Donald had completely fallen out of favor with Cynthia Wade. Eventually, Donald discovered his identity as the young master of the Wade family and was forced to kneel before Charlie to seek a way to survive. Now, having become Don Albert's subordinate, Donald had no opportunity to assist the Wilson family. Had it not been for the Wilson family's narrow escape, they would have been completely expelled by Donald. However, Charlie felt no sympathy for them. He believed in the age-old wisdom that the wicked face their own consequences. Rather than allowing them an easy escape from Thompson first, it was better for them to experience its harsh realities. Thus, Donald sought connections and released Gina and the others ahead of time. Charlie had a clear understanding of Mrs. Wilson. He knew that if she saw Gina and the others residing in the same villa, she would do everything in her power to drive them away, which would undoubtedly infuriate Gina. Initially, Gina and her companions were grateful to Mrs. Wilson, and if she treated them kindly, they would certainly do their best to support her in return. With the help of 3 strong village women, Mrs. Wilson's family could at least have enough to eat. However, Charlie was certain that Mrs. Wilson would not choose that path. He intentionally allowed her to experience the consequences of her actions, turning what could have been help into hostility, which would surely make her life miserable. As expected, Mrs. Wilson struggled to provide for a family of 4 on her own, leaving Wendy to bear the responsibility of supporting them all. Chapter 2250. Charlie gazed at Wendy, who stood before him. Although his perception of her had slightly shifted, he felt no sympathy. He spoke softly, "Pearl River isn't far from here. You could get a car, and the fare is nearly the same." Wendy quickly replied, "Brother-in-law, I can't spare a single penny. I can't even think about taking the bus, let alone a taxi." She gestured to her high heels and continued, I plan to walk there to save some money. I just happened to see you passing by, so I mustered the courage to apologize and ask if you could give me a ride. In truth, Wendy held a newfound respect for Charlie. Since the day before the new year, when numerous influential figures in Orus Hill came to pay their respects to him, she realized how wrong she had been to underestimate him. She recognized that the Charlie she once knew was no longer the same. He had always treated Claire well, and Wendy had noticed that too. This transformation had drastically altered her perspective on him. When she spotted him biking by today, she seized the opportunity to reach out. However, Charlie didn't share the same regard for Wendy. He replied, I have some things to take care of, so I can't give you a ride. Feeling disappointed, Wendy accepted his response without further protest. She nodded and said, Brother-in-law, that's all right. If you have things to do, go ahead. I'll manage on my own. Noticing her high heels and realizing it would take her at least 40 minutes to walk, Charlie felt a twinge of sympathy. He added, all right, let's exchange WeChat. I can send you some money. Wendy instinctively replied, no, brother-in-law, I can't accept your money. Charlie remained calm as he insisted, just call me brother-in-law. It's only right for me to help you. Don't think of it as just me. If you ran into your sister, she would definitely help you too. Claire was compassionate and never held grudges. If she were to see Wendy in this situation, she would surely lend a hand. Hearing this made Wendy feel both touched and ashamed, and she choked back tears, saying, Brother-in-law, I treated you so poorly before, and yet you're willing to help me. I really appreciate it. Overcome with emotion, Wendy couldn't hold back her tears. Today, she truly understood the concept of repaying grievances with kindness. Usually, if someone had offended her, she would expect them to relish in her misfortune at this moment. Instead of mocking her, Charlie was offering help, which genuinely astonished her. At that moment, Charlie said, all right, enough with the tears. Don't refuse my help, just add me on WeChat quickly. I have things to do soon and need to be on my way. Wendy nodded eagerly but then reached into her pocket, only to realize she didn't have her phone with her. Her phone had been taken by Donald Webb long ago. Feeling anxious, she admitted, Brother-in-law, I don't have a mobile phone. Chapter 2253. Charlie didn't have the chance to fully appreciate Zean's stunning figure. The moment was too brief as she quickly closed the door. Flustered and impatient, Zean hurriedly grabbed a bathrobe and slipped it on, her cheeks flushed. She dashed back to the door to let Charlie in. When she faced him, her face was as red as the dawn sky, and she shyly apologized, saying, "I'm sorry, Mr. Wade. I didn't mean for it to happen so suddenly." Although Zean was a formidable martial artist, emotionally she remained inexperienced when it came to romantic encounters. Her embarrassment in front of Charlie made her seem more like an innocent child rather than a seasoned warrior. Charlie felt a bit awkward himself in this situation. Zean, like Quentin's fiery friend Aurora, had undergone extensive training, resulting in an impressive physique. Despite the unexpected nature of their encounter, it was certainly a sight to behold. However, Aurora lacked the innate allure that Zean possessed. While Aurora came off as the charming girl next door that many men adored, Zean had an entirely different aura. This wasn't merely due to her bashfulness around Charlie. Her public persona conveyed a sense of sophistication mixed with an air of coldness that often intimidated most men. After gathering his thoughts, Charlie inquired, "Are you pleased with your accommodations, Miss Banks?" Zean quickly responded, "I'm very happy that this is the finest hotel in Orus Hill, but I feel bad for bothering you, Mr. Wade." Charlie waved off her concern, saying, "It's no trouble at all. This hotel is under Isaac's management. Arranging a few rooms is a simple task." Noticing that Charlie was still standing at the door, Zean swiftly stepped aside, gesturing for him to enter. "Master Wade, please come in and have a seat." Charlie nodded and stepped inside. Since they were in a luxurious executive suite, Zean invited him to sit on the plush sofa in the living room. Once Charlie settled down, she quickly prepared a cup of tea from the hotel's offerings and presented it to him with respect. "Master Wade, please enjoy this tea." Charlie smiled and thanked her before asking, "Miss Banks, do you watch TV?" "Not really," Zean replied, her demeanor slightly tense as she brushed her hair back nervously. "I didn't sleep well last night and only dozed off in the early morning. After that, I trained, and then you arrived." Charlie nodded, saying, "I wanted to mention that I introduced you to the situation regarding Japan yesterday. The National Security Agency released a statement about your grandfather, Lord Banks, and his interactions with the Japanese self-defense forces." Zean replied with a hint of bitterness, "He's not my grandfather, I don't recognize him as such." Charlie responded empathetically, "I completely understand how you feel." Chapter 2254. Zean spoke with a hint of embarrassment, "I apologize, young Master Wade. I shouldn't have interrupted you. Please, go on." Charlie replied, "Not long after, the media discovered that your father, Zayn, flew to Australia overnight. This led the media to shift their narrative. In reality, it wasn't your grandfather, Lord Banks, who betrayed you, it was your father, Zayn. Allegedly, he betrayed you to eliminate you and keep his illegitimate daughter's secret hidden forever." Zean's face turned pale. "That's not impossible," she admitted. Charlie then probed, "Which scenario do you believe more?" Zean took a moment to think. After a few minutes, she responded, "Master Wade, I believe it was Lord Banks who betrayed me." Intrigued, Charlie asked, "Oh? What makes you think that?" Zean, now serious, explained, "I've been with my father for several years. While he can be very ruthless in business, he has a deep affection for his close family. He cares a lot for Fitz and Zara. After learning about my true identity, he treated me with care as well. If he truly wanted to kill me, he wouldn't have allowed me to stay within the Banks family after discovering I am his daughter." She continued, "From the outside, Lord Banks appears to be a legendary and successful businessman of his generation, known for his kindness and purpose. However, in reality, he is quite ruthless. His cruelty knows no bounds. He will protect his interests at any cost, even if it means turning against his own grandson. Therefore, I believe that Lord Banks is more likely to have betrayed me." Charlie nodded in agreement, saying, "I share your view. Although I can't speak to the father-son relationship, the sequence of events and the logic behind them suggest Lord Banks as the mastermind." Zayn's sudden trip to Australia might have been a diversion orchestrated by Lord Banks, allowing him to deflect blame while remaining untouchable. Zean sighed deeply. Lord Banks has held the reins of the Banks family with immense power. Although my father is the eldest son and a potential heir, he lacks real authority within the family. The key figures in every aspect of the Banks family report directly to Lord Banks. My father is fundamentally restricted. He wouldn't dare build his own power base because Lord Banks is extremely sensitive to such matters. If my father tried to establish his own influence, Lord Banks would be furious and could strip him of his heir status. So, from any angle you consider, it's clear that Lord Banks is the one pulling the strings. With a somber expression, Zean added, however, I'm unsure how much my father participated in this. He might have been completely unaware, or perhaps he knew but chose not to object. Charlie inquired, what are your plans moving forward? Zean quickly replied, if I can't leave, how can I make any plans? When you rescued me, I promised to follow your lead. Charlie nodded, if there comes a day when I need your help to confront the Banks family, would you be willing? Zean answered without hesitation, I'm willing to take on the Banks family. From my mother down to me, we have always served the Banks family and even made sacrifices. I never expected the Banks family to treat us so heartlessly. I must repay this injustice. Then, looking at Charlie with a hint of desperation, she asked, young Master Wade, may I request something? Charlie replied, of course. Zean continued, I wholeheartedly agree to help you deal with Lord Banks and the rest of the Banks family. However, I don't want to confront my father or my two half-siblings. To me, anyone with the surname Banks, except for them, is my enemy. Chapter 2255. Zean found herself unwilling to confront her biological father, Zayn, and her half-siblings. Surprisingly, Charlie felt a sense of relief rather than disappointment at her hesitation. In Charlie's view, if someone was capable of attacking their own family, especially their siblings or father, it raised a serious red flag. He believed that no matter how flawed a person might be, they should still possess a basic sense of humanity. If someone lacked that humanity, then even if they followed orders today, they could just as easily betray their ally tomorrow. From Charlie's perspective, although Zean had brought down the Matsumoto family, she was not devoid of humanity. He saw her actions as obedience to orders, much like a soldier who must follow the commands of their superior. A soldier who refuses to follow orders cannot be considered competent. With this in mind, Charlie said, we both share a deep animosity toward the Banks family. You have a vendetta against Lord Banks, while I have my grievances with Zayn. You need Lord Banks to give you answers, and I seek the same from Zayn. Therefore, it's essential for us to join forces and confront the Banks family together. Zean paused briefly before asking, Master Wade, your hatred for my father comes from the rebellion that occurred. How does that affect our alliance? Charlie responded with a cold nod. Zayn was a core member of the anti-Wade alliance. He rallied others to target my father, and while I'm still uncertain about his direct involvement in my father's death, the mere fact that he was part of the anti-Wade alliance makes him my enemy. She pressed further, so, Master Wade, will you take my father's life because of his past involvement with the anti-Wade alliance? Charlie pondered for a moment before answering solemnly. If Zayn and the anti-Wade alliance were not directly responsible for my parents' deaths, I wouldn't destroy him the way I did the Matsumoto family. I believe in exacting justice only on those who commit unforgivable crimes. However, if he is connected to my parents' deaths and attempts to evade responsibility, then I will hunt him down and avenge my parents by taking his life. Zean nodded slowly. Despite her strong desire to prevent a confrontation between Charlie and her father, she understood that she had neither the power nor the right to interfere in Charlie's pursuit of vengeance for his parents. All she could do was hope that her father, Zayn, was not the one responsible for Charlie's suffering. If he was, she knew Charlie would not hesitate to eliminate him. After a brief silence, Zean looked at Charlie and asked carefully, Young Master Wade, when will I be able to contact my mother? Charlie replied, Not yet. You'll need to wait a bit longer. Your identity is extremely sensitive right now. News about you has spread throughout Asia, and the Japanese government is actively trying to capture you. If it becomes known that you're still alive, I won't be able to protect you. He added, be patient. When the time is right, I'll arrange for you to contact your mother. Zean nodded respectfully. Understood, Master Wade. I will follow your arrangements. Charlie said, for now, you should rest well here. Yes, Master Wade, Zean replied promptly. Charlie then remembered something and asked curiously, by the way, I noticed you were training when I came in. Zean blushed, recalling that she had been wearing only sportswear, and replied, yes, Master Wade. I train every day. Interested, Charlie asked, as a martial artist, what do you usually focus on during your training? Zean answered honestly, every morning, I practice Aikido, which has been passed down through the Elms family. Charlie asked, is Aikido a unique martial art of the Elms family? Zean shook her head slightly. Not exactly. Aikido is a form of internal martial arts, but it isn't exclusive to the Elms family. Charlie understood martial arts well. He recalled that during his childhood in the Wade family, he had studied Wing Chun with his father. Chapter 2256. Wing Chun, although effective, primarily consists of external martial techniques rather than true internal boxing. Compared to ordinary boxing styles, Wing Chun is considered more refined. Ordinary boxing is fundamentally a combat technique. Whether it is Chinese Wing Chun, Japanese Karate, or Korean Taekwondo, all are systems designed for fighting. However, their founders had different philosophies, resulting in distinct combat styles. Aikido, however, is entirely different. The core of Aikido lies not in physical strikes or movements, but in the cultivation of internal strength. The concept of qi sinking into the dantian refers to internal energy being refined and stored through disciplined practice. In this regard, Aikido is far more advanced than ordinary boxing, possessing greater depth and potential power. Zean's dedication to internal martial arts allowed her to surpass most of her peers and rise as a top expert. Even so, the Aikido she practiced was still vastly inferior to the cultivation methods recorded in Charlie's apocalyptic book. Wanting to guide her, Charlie said, Miss Banks, may I check your pulse? Is that all right? Without hesitation, Zean replied, of course, Master Wade. She then extended her right hand toward him. Charlie gently placed his fingers on Zean's pulse, releasing a trace of Reiki into her body. As the Reiki flowed through her meridians, Charlie quickly discovered that only 2 of the 8 extraordinary meridians, the Ren and Du channels, were open. The Ren and Du channels are collectively referred to as the Ren-Du meridians and are part of the 8 extraordinary meridians. These 8 meridians are Ren, Du, Chong, Dai, Yin Xiao, Yang Xiao, Yin Wei, and Yang Wei. They are called extraordinary because, in most people, these meridians are not naturally connected. In traditional Chinese martial arts and Taoist cultivation, the primary focus is refining qi. This qi gathers in the dantian and circulates through the 8 extraordinary meridians. The number of opened meridians directly determines a cultivator's strength. Simply put, if the human body were an internal combustion engine, then the qi stored in the dantian would be its fuel. The 8 extraordinary meridians would be the fuel lines. If none are open, the person remains ordinary. Opening 1 or 2 meridians can dramatically increase strength. Opening all 8 would represent the peak of internal cultivation. At present, Zean had only opened the Ren and Du meridians, leaving 6 still sealed. If she managed to open just 1 more, her strength could potentially double. Unfortunately, with conventional internal cultivation methods, opening all 8 meridians was nearly impossible. Within the Elms family's Aikido lineage, only one ancestor had managed to open 4 extraordinary meridians over the centuries. Most practitioners could open no more than 3. Currently, Zean's grandfather, Wilfred, was the only person in the Elms family to have opened 3 meridians. In the 40 years since he achieved this, no one else had managed to open another, because, for most people, only 1 meridian can be opened in a lifetime. Chapter 2257. Zean was only in her early 20s this year, yet she had already successfully opened the 2 Ren and Du meridians. This achievement alone placed her among the elite of the Elms family and other major martial arts families. However, Zean had never expected that she would be able to access a 3rd meridian. Her current objective was simply to strengthen and refine the flow of her two existing channels, the Ren and Du. In the realm of internal martial arts masters, multiple factors are used to evaluate strength. The number of opened extraordinary meridians is only one aspect. Another equally critical criterion is the smoothness of the meridians. Zean had opened the Ren vessel at the age of 15 and the Governor vessel, the Du channel, at 20. Not long after that, she fully connected the Ren-Du circulation. In martial arts, the smoothness of the 8 extraordinary meridians is measured on a scale from 1 to 10, representing 10% increments. When Zean first opened the Ren vessel, its smoothness reached 40%. However, shortly after opening the Governor vessel, its smoothness remained below 20%. After carefully examining Zean's cultivation state, Charlie felt a mix of emotions. Without the apocalyptic book, and relying solely on the Wing Chun boxing he had learned as a child, he would not have been able to open even the Ren vessel, let alone the Ren-Du circulation. In that case, he would have appeared as fragile as a withered weed in front of Zean. Fortunately, through the apocalyptic book, Charlie had mastered the manipulation of Reiki and had also consumed rejuvenation pills to elevate his strength. Now, his power not only surpassed cultivators who had opened the Ren-Du channels, but even a martial arts master who had opened all 8 extraordinary meridians would stand no chance against him. The advantage of Reiki over traditional internal energy was like the difference between modern firearms and cold weapons. With the intention of helping Zean, Charlie decided to raise her foundation directly. He released a controlled stream of Reiki and instantly elevated the smoothness of Zean's Ren vessel from 40% to a perfect 100%. At that instant, Zean felt an unprecedented transformation. It was as if she had just recovered from a severe illness. Her body felt light, her breathing became smooth, and every trace of blockage vanished. The sensation was so overwhelming that she felt as though she had stepped into an entirely new realm. Staring at Charlie in disbelief, she exclaimed, "Young Master Wade, what did you do to me? How did my Ren vessel become completely unobstructed in an instant?" Charlie smiled faintly and replied, "I noticed that your Ren vessel was lacking, so I helped you refine it." "Ah!" Zean gasped, feeling as though she had been struck by lightning. Having trained in martial arts for more than 10 years, she understood better than anyone how vital meridian smoothness was. In martial arts cultivation, both the number of opened meridians and their smoothness were essential. The Ren vessel was the first of the 8 extraordinary meridians and served as the very foundation of cultivation. The potential of the remaining 7 meridians depended entirely on how solid this foundation was. Zean had always dreamed of improving the smoothness of her Ren vessel. Even increasing it from 40% to 50% would have been a major breakthrough. Yet she never imagined that Charlie could raise it from 40% to 100% in a matter of moments. For martial artists, reaching 10% smoothness meant a meridian had become fully functional. Achieving high smoothness was considered a legendary realm. According to historical records, even the Elms family ancestor who opened 4 extraordinary meridians had only achieved 80% smoothness in his Ren vessel. Now, Charlie had raised Zean's Ren vessel to 100%. This meant that her martial arts foundation had effectively been doubled. Chapter 2258. This breakthrough not only propelled Zean's current strength forward by a massive margin, but also laid an incomparably solid foundation for her future cultivation. With the Renmai perfected, her martial arts path would become far smoother and far more powerful. Zean was overwhelmed by shock and excitement. "Young Master Wade only checked my pulse, yet my cultivation has advanced by such an absurd margin. Just how terrifyingly strong is he?" she thought. The Ren vessel is the cornerstone of martial arts. Reaching perfection is something I never even dared to imagine in my lifetime. Yet in Master Wade's hands, it was as easy as flicking a finger. It's like turning scrap iron into divine steel. Such heaven-defying power is treated as something trivial by him. How powerful must Master Wade truly be to reach such a realm? I was foolish before. I thought I already understood his strength, but today I realize that his true power is far beyond my imagination. As these thoughts raced through her mind, her gratitude toward Charlie deepened immeasurably. Their first encounters had been unpleasant, but ever since Charlie saved her, he had continuously shattered her understanding of the world. Without Charlie, such an opportunity would have been utterly impossible. Overwhelmed, Zean suddenly dropped to her knees and said with deep emotion, "Master Wade, your great kindness is something I will never forget in this lifetime. Please accept my gratitude." After speaking, she bowed deeply and knocked her forehead against the floor with a heavy thud. Charlie said calmly, "It was only a minor favor. There's no need for this." Zean replied resolutely, "Young Master Wade, what you've given me is a fortune countless martial artists could never attain even in several lifetimes. I cannot forget this kindness." Charlie smiled faintly and said, "Focus on improving the smoothness of your governor vessel next, then work on clearing it completely. That should be your immediate priority. Since you can't leave for now, use this time to cultivate properly here." Zean replied without hesitation, "Yes, young Master Wade. I will do my utmost and will not disappoint you." Charlie nodded, stood up, and said, "All right. Continue your cultivation. I should head back now." Zean instinctively asked, "Young Master Wade, are you leaving already?" Charlie replied casually, "I need to buy groceries and make lunch. I don't want my wife waiting." Zean froze, shock and disappointment colliding in her heart. She blurted out, "Master Wade, you're married?" Charlie nodded. "I've been married for 4 years." Zean exclaimed in disbelief, "The Wade family is one of the top families in the country. How could there have been no grand wedding?" Charlie chuckled softly. "I lived away from the Wade family for 19 years. They only found me a year ago. Before that, I married into a local family in Orus Hill and became a live-in son-in-law." "What?" Zean felt her worldview collapse yet again. "I heard about Bruce Wade's son going missing in Eastcliff," she said slowly. "But I never imagined that someone of your caliber would become a live-in son-in-law in Orus Hill. Master Wade, your martial arts alone would draw worship from experts everywhere. If you established a sect, countless martial artists would kneel at your doorstep, begging to become your disciples. You could command reverence wherever you go. So why would someone like you choose to live as a son-in-law in Orus Hill?" Chapter 2259. Just as Zean was reveling in the good fortune that Charlie had brought her way, and even considering him as a potential son-in-law, Charlie casually remarked, "If you need anything, just speak directly to Isaac Cameron. He'll assist you. I have to leave now." Zean quickly responded, "Young Master Wade, let me see you out." She accompanied Charlie to the door of the room. Just as he was about to step out, Charlie instructed, "Stay." Zean nodded respectfully and bowed deeply as she expressed her gratitude. "Young Master Wade, thank you." With a faint smile, Charlie replied, "Don't mention it," before turning and walking away. As Zean watched Charlie's figure disappear from her administrative district, a sudden sense of panic washed over her. She closed the door and murmured to herself, "Master Wade truly possesses incredible power. Despite my mother and grandfather training for so many years, they were never able to bestow such fortune upon me. Even my grandfather has struggled for decades to master the Ren vessel, yet everything seems effortless in Master Wade's presence. Without his help, I would never have reached this level in my lifetime." Lost in her thoughts, tears welled up in Zean's eyes. The Elms family had always been deeply devoted to martial arts, and for Zean, martial arts represented the pinnacle of life itself. Her grandfather's greatest ambition was to open the 4 meridians and restore the Elms family's former glory. Unfortunately, as age caught up with him, he still had not found a way to break through. Over the years, his strength had gradually declined, leaving almost no hope for another breakthrough. Zean's mother, Kyrie, had once been the most outstanding descendant of the Elms family. At a young age, she had already reached the verge of breaking through the 3rd meridian. At that time, her grandfather firmly believed that Kyrie would succeed within 5 years, becoming the first person in nearly 100 years within the Elms family to break through 3 meridians before the age of 30. However, tragedy struck at a critical moment. While saving Zayn, Kyrie was severely injured and lost one of her arms. In martial arts legends, one-armed heroes are not uncommon. Figures like the legendary Enai, Princess Soarar, and the heroic Yen Go all come to mind. But those are merely stories. Reality is far crueler. True martial artists rely on years of relentless cultivation, both externally and internally. No matter how strong one's inner energy becomes, real combat effectiveness ultimately depends on the body. Losing a limb means losing a massive portion of one's strength, at least a quarter, without even accounting for the devastating impact on coordination. In fact, due to the loss of balance and coordination, even the remaining arm often fails to perform at its peak. As a result, despite Kairi's extraordinary talent, her physical limitations prevented her from improving her strength any further over the years. Because of this, the responsibility of reviving the Elms family fell squarely on Zean's shoulders. Although she bore the surname Banks, the Elms family had never treated her as an outsider. She was their flesh and blood, raised within the family and trained in their Aikido since childhood. Her status as the rightful successor was beyond question. When Kairi gave birth to Zean in October, Patriarch Wilfred's first thought was that the child should carry the Elms surname. After all, Zean was Zayn's illegitimate daughter, and the Elms family intended to keep this fact hidden from him. Letting her carry the Elms name would have seemed perfectly natural. However, Kairi insisted that her daughter take the surname Banks. This decision stemmed from her deep feelings for Zayn. Even though she had secretly given birth to his child without his knowledge, she still wished to honor him by allowing the child to carry his surname. Wilfred, Kairi's father, was unable to change her mind and eventually gave in. However, he laid down one condition: although Zean could not bear the Elms surname, if she were to have a son in the future, that child must carry the Elms name. Chapter 2260. Kairi agreed to this condition without hesitation. She believed that in the future, Zean should recruit a son-in-law. After all, the Elms family was not an ordinary family, and finding a suitable man should not be difficult. This alone demonstrated just how much value the Elms family placed on Zean. It also explained Zean's intense desire to see the Elms family regain its former prestige in the martial arts world. Especially now, with the Banks family facing mounting difficulties, Zean had completely lost her trust and emotional attachment to them. A clear plan had already formed in her mind. Once everything settled down and she returned to the Elms family, she would immediately change her surname back to Elms and devote herself entirely to the family's revival. At the same time, she planned to persuade her grandfather to ensure that the entire Elms family pledged loyalty to Charlie, not only to repay an immense debt of gratitude, but also to secure a brighter and more stable future for the family. Meanwhile, Charlie exited the hotel's administrative area. Isaac Cameron was already waiting for him at the entrance. The moment he saw Charlie, Isaac quickly stepped forward and asked respectfully, "Master, how did your conversation with Miss Banks go?" Charlie replied casually, "It went well. She'll be staying at the hotel for a while. Take good care of her and the others. But remember what I told you earlier, no contact with the outside world. They're only allowed to watch television and answer calls from the service staff." Isaac nodded immediately. "Don't worry, Master. I'll make all the necessary arrangements." He then handed Charlie a rectangular box and said, "Master, this is the new phone you asked me to purchase." Before entering Zean's room, Charlie had instructed Isaac Cameron to prepare a new mobile phone. Isaac had bought a high-end Apple model. Charlie wanted the new phone because he planned to visit Wendy at Pearl River and give it to her upon his return. He also intended to transfer some money to her via WeChat or Apple Pay to help ease her financial difficulties in the short term. This approach aligned perfectly with Charlie's personal principles, reciprocity and mutual respect. In the past, Wendy had looked down on him for many years, and he had never felt inclined to show her any kindness. However, now that she had sincerely acknowledged her mistakes and respectfully addressed him as her brother-in-law, Charlie believed it was only right to respond in kind. If someone shows me respect and loyalty, I return it with tangible benefits. This principle was essential for anyone who aspired to become a true master. Those who demand respect without offering anything in return often fail miserably. Many wealthy bosses struggle to earn genuine loyalty. Even when relatives, friends, and subordinates work tirelessly for them, they hesitate to share the rewards. Some are so greedy that they insist on keeping everything for themselves, eventually isolating themselves completely. Such people inevitably lose the support and assistance of those around them. Without moral integrity or allies, they miss any real chance of becoming masters in their field. Truly successful entrepreneurs live by a simple creed: those who follow me will prosper. This belief inspires loyalty and support, allowing their endeavors to flourish. At this moment, with the phone in hand, Charlie turned to Isaac Cameron and said, "All right, Isaac. I'm heading out." Isaac immediately offered, "Master, let me see you off." Charlie replied calmly, "No need. You continue with your work." Isaac smiled. "Understood. If you're going down, I'll get back to my tasks." Charlie nodded and said nothing further. Chapter 2261. Charlie exited the hotel, hopped onto his little e-bike, and headed straight for Pearl River. This newly opened residential community had been creating a lot of buzz across Orus Hill, aggressively promoting its sales, which caught Charlie's attention. A few years ago, any new residential development would have been snapped up instantly by eager buyers and real estate speculators. However, the current property market was sluggish. Many brokers were struggling to survive, and new developments were facing poor sales. As a result, developers were pulling out all the stops to stimulate demand. Wendy had originally planned to take up a real estate sales job, but since her salary would not be settled until the following month, she chose to return temporarily to her previous role as an etiquette lady at an etiquette company. To put it bluntly, this so-called etiquette company functioned as a human intermediary service. Much like a housekeeping agency, they recruited large numbers of young women who aspired to work as etiquette ladies. Based on each woman's appearance, temperament, and background, the company assigned different price tiers. They then introduced these women to clients, commonly referred to as Party A. For example, if a clubhouse was hosting an event and required 20 elegant and presentable etiquette ladies, they would contact the etiquette company directly. The company would then provide profiles for Party A to choose from. Once the selection was finalized, the company would negotiate pricing and schedules with the chosen women. Generally, Party A paid the etiquette company between 400 and 800 yuan per day for each etiquette lady. However, the company would take a large cut, leaving the etiquette ladies with only 200 to 400 yuan per day. Although Wendy was not as breathtakingly beautiful as Claire, she was still undeniably attractive, with a good figure and graceful demeanor. Under normal circumstances, she should have been paid at least 400 yuan per day. Unfortunately, the manager of the etiquette company noticed Wendy's dire financial situation and deliberately took advantage of her desperation, paying her only 200 yuan per day. With 3 family members at home depending on her for food and medical expenses, Wendy had no choice but to swallow the injustice and accept the pitiful wage. At that moment, she was standing at the entrance of the Pearl River sales office, dressed in a blue Cheongsam-style etiquette uniform, welcoming guests. It was still the first month of the year, and the temperature was bitterly cold. The uniform was thin, exposing her calves, which were covered only by silk stockings, to the freezing air. After standing at the entrance for less than half an hour, the cold had already begun to seep into her bones. Still, for the sake of making a living, she forced herself to endure it without complaint. After standing for more than an hour, Wendy was shivering uncontrollably. Her face had turned pale, her lips bluish, yet she still forced a professional smile onto her face, bowing politely and greeting every customer who entered the sales office. At that moment, a woman wearing a luxurious mink fur coat walked out of the sales office and approached her. "Wendy," the woman said, "Mr. Lloyd has instructed that all etiquette staff must sign an exclusive guarantee agreement with the company. Since there are no customers at the moment, come with me and sign it." This woman was Teresa Fay, the on-site supervisor of Wendy's etiquette company and the second-in-command. Wendy asked respectfully, "Miss Teresa, may I ask what the exclusive guarantee agreement is about?" With a trace of arrogance, Teresa Fay replied, "The exclusive guarantee agreement means that from now on, you are only allowed to work with our etiquette company. You are not permitted to accept any work from other etiquette companies. If you violate this rule, the company has the right to demand compensation from you." Chapter 2262. Wendy asked again, "Since it's an exclusive guarantee agreement, besides exclusivity, what exactly does the guarantee involve?" Teresa Fay explained, "The guarantee means you must ensure a minimum workload of 28 activities per month. If, for personal reasons, you fail to complete the required number of activities in any given month, the company will deduct the shortfall from your wages or demand compensation. Wendy asked cautiously, will the company provide any benefits for signing this agreement? Benefits? Teresa Faye sneered slightly. The benefit is that as long as you meet the company's requirements and complete at least 28 activities per month, you'll receive a basic salary of 5,000 yuan. Wendy's eyes lit up instantly. Miss Teresa, are you saying that in addition to the 200 yuan per event, the company will also give me a basic salary of 5,000? Yes, Teresa Faye said flatly. This contract is designed specifically for contracted staff. Not everyone is qualified for it. She then handed the agreement to Wendy and urged impatiently, hurry up and sign it. I need to submit it to Mr. Lloyd when I return to the company. Wendy felt a rush of excitement. If she completed 28 activities in a month, she would earn 5,600 yuan from the activities alone. Adding the basic salary of 5,000 yuan, her total income would exceed 10,000 yuan. In the past, a monthly income of over 10,000 yuan would not have impressed her. But now, it was of immense importance. With this money, her family would no longer have to worry about starving. As long as they lived frugally and avoided unnecessary expenses, they could eat well, and her father's and brother's recovery would surely accelerate. Blinded by joy, Wendy did not scrutinize the details carefully. After skimming through the contract and confirming that the basic salary of 5,000 yuan was indeed written there, she felt reassured. She quickly signed her name and pressed her fingerprint onto the ink pad Teresa Faye handed to her. Holding the signed contract, Teresa Faye smiled and said, "Welcome, Wendy. From today onward, you are an exclusive contracted artist of our etiquette company. You'd better work hard." Wendy replied eagerly, "Miss Teresa, don't worry. I'll definitely work even harder." Teresa Faye nodded and said, "All right, I'm heading back to the company. After work, you can sign out with your team leader." Wendy quickly asked, "Miss Teresa, will you be coming back this afternoon?" Teresa Faye waved her hand dismissively. "No. The company has etiquette assignments in several other buildings today. I'll be inspecting those locations this afternoon." Having worked with the company for several days, Wendy knew that Teresa Faye was responsible for distributing payments on site. At the end of each day, she usually paid everyone in cash. Hearing that Teresa would not return in the afternoon, Wendy hurriedly asked, "Miss Teresa, will today's expenses be settled by the team leader after work?" Teresa Faye raised her eyebrows, looking astonished. "Expenses? What expenses?" Wendy quickly explained, "Today's etiquette fee, the 200 yuan." Teresa Faye stared at her as if she were an idiot. "Wendy, are you not awake yet? What kind of stupid dream are you having?" Wendy panicked. "Miss Teresa, what do you mean by that?" Teresa Faye shook the contract in her hand and said coldly, "Wendy, read the contract properly. The company pays you a monthly salary of 5,000 yuan, which already includes your 28 activities. All your compensation is covered by that salary. What etiquette fee are you talking about today? Do one job and get paid twice? Why the hell are you thinking like that?" Chapter 2263. Wendy was stunned by Teresa Faye's words and blurted out, "Miss Teresa, didn't you say it yourself? The money for each activity is paid per event, and the basic salary is separate." Teresa Faye replied coldly, "Your understanding is too simple. Let me explain it clearly. Mr. Lloyd has decided that all etiquette ladies must be paid on a monthly basis. From today onward, you'll be working steadily for the company. Complete 28 activities, and next month I'll make sure you receive a basic salary of 5,000 yuan." Wendy's face flushed with embarrassment as she said, "Miss Teresa, at 200 yuan per activity, 28 activities add up to 5,600 yuan. If the company only pays 5,000, that means I'm losing 600. That's equivalent to me working 3 activities for free every month," she added uneasily. "I'm already struggling financially. I can't accept this monthly arrangement. If that's how it is, I won't sign." "What?" Teresa Faye sneered. "You don't want to sign? Wendy, do you really think that after working a few days, you're suddenly in a position to bargain with us?" Wendy shook her head quickly and said earnestly, Miss Teresa, that's not what I mean. I just truly feel this arrangement isn't suitable for me. Teresa Faye laughed mockingly. Wendy, let me tell you something very clearly. You've already signed the contract. If you dare to back out now, that's a breach of contract. Wendy's heart skipped a beat. Realizing she had been tricked, she asked hurriedly, what does breaching the contract mean? Teresa Faye raised the contract in her hand and smirked. It's written very clearly. Once you've signed it, you're bound by it. If you breach the contract, you owe the company 500,000 yuan in liquidated damages. If you don't pay, we'll sue you. A wave of despair washed over Wendy. She pleaded desperately, Miss Teresa, I rely on those 200 yuan a day to keep my family alive. I have 2 bedridden patients at home. Please, let me out of this contract. Void it? Teresa Faye sneered. Are you dreaming? If you want this contract voided, bring me 500,000 yuan first. Wendy cried out, Miss Teresa, if I had 500,000, I wouldn't be standing here doing this job. You! Teresa Faye snapped angrily. What you're saying sounds like you think this work is beneath you. Wendy panicked and explained, No. That's not what I meant at all. I just don't have that kind of money. Teresa Faye shouted, You can't afford the penalty and you still dare to argue? If you can't pay, then you follow the contract obediently. This contract is valid for 3 years, 36 months. Every month, you must complete 28 activities. For every activity you miss, 1,000 yuan will be deducted from your salary. What? Wendy exclaimed in disbelief. If I miss 5 activities, you'll deduct my entire 5,000 yuan salary? Teresa Faye laughed coldly. You should consider yourself lucky that the contract only deducts money instead of demanding additional compensation. Otherwise, if you fell short, you'd owe the company even more. Wendy shouted angrily, This is completely unfair. I refuse to follow this contract. Refuse? Teresa Faye sneered. If you refuse, you'll come back to the company with me right now and write an IOU for 500,000 yuan. Wendy's mind went blank. Why are you doing this? Why? Teresa Faye replied disdainfully as she turned and gestured toward a car parked nearby. 4 burly men immediately stepped out and surrounded Wendy. Teresa Faye ordered coldly, Get her into the car and take her back to the company. I don't believe she can escape. Yes, Miss Teresa, one of the men answered eagerly as he lunged forward, grabbing Wendy's arm tightly. Get in the car quietly, or you'll regret it. Chapter 2264. I'm not going. Wendy screamed. You're committing a crime right in front of everyone. I'm calling the police to arrest you. Call the police. Teresa Faye strode forward and slapped Wendy hard across the face, shouting, You think the police can scare me? I've dealt with plenty of idiots like you. I have countless ways to make your life a living hell. You're a bully. Wendy cried. This is a society ruled by law. How can you act so lawlessly? Teresa Faye sneered. Bullying? So what if I bully you? My family thrives on it. Let me warn you, Mr. Lloyd is a well-known figure on Orus Hill Road. If you dare to cross me, you won't just suffer yourself. Your whole family will pay the price. Don't say I didn't warn you. The contract you signed is in my hands. I can sell it to a debt collection agency for 1 or 200,000 yuan. Once that happens, those people will chase you every day, block your way, harass you non-stop, smash up your house, and follow you to work until you can't live another peaceful day. Teresa Faye's etiquette company was infamous in Orus Hill. They specialized in luring young women into signing deceptive contracts, then trapping them in ruthless exploitation. Women with average looks were worked like slaves, paid peanuts, and forced into exhausting schedules. Those who were prettier were coerced into working at high-end clubs, or worse, dragged into darker, more disgusting paths. Teresa had noticed Wendy's beauty early on and recognized her value immediately. If Wendy were controlled and sent to upscale venues, she could easily bring in 50 to 60,000 yuan a month, an absolute cash cow. Fearing Wendy might continue resisting, Teresa shouted impatiently, "What are you waiting for? Get her in the car." Several burly men grabbed Wendy at once and began dragging her toward the vehicle. Terrified, Wendy screamed at the top of her lungs, "Help! I'm being kidnapped." People nearby turned to look. Teresa quickly raised her voice and explained loudly, "Don't misunderstand. We're from Orus Hill Etiquette Company. We're a legitimate business. This woman is our employee. Her family suffered a terrible accident, both her parents were injured in a car crash. Our boss kindly lent her 500,000 yuan for medical treatment, but she gambled it all away. Now she's abandoned her parents in the hospital. We're taking her to see them one last time, hoping she'll regain her conscience." Hearing this, the onlookers hesitated, unsure of what to believe. At that moment, Teresa leaned closer and whispered sharply to her men, "Force her into the car." They shoved Wendy toward the vehicle, preparing to stuff her inside. Wendy's heart plunged into despair. She knew that once she got into that car, escaping would be nearly impossible. Just as fear overwhelmed her, a familiar voice suddenly rang out, sharp and commanding, cutting through the chaos. "Let her go." Chapter 2265. After hearing the loud shout, Wendy and everyone else, including Teresa Faye, instinctively turned toward the source of the voice. At that moment, Charlie appeared, riding his electric bike straight toward them. Charlie stopped the bike abruptly but did not dismount, keeping his legs on either side. His voice was cold and firm as he said, "Let her go." When Teresa Faye saw Charlie riding an electric bike, her face immediately filled with disdain. She sneered mockingly, "What is this? A hero coming to save the damsel? Just a stubborn little loser on a broken e-bike." She snorted arrogantly and added, "Listen up, you smelly nobody. Don't meddle in other people's business. Otherwise, my boss will make sure you regret being born." Seeing Charlie appear, Wendy felt an overwhelming sense of relief and cried out urgently, "Brother-in-law! Brother-in-law! Please help me, brother-in-law!" Teresa Faye laughed coldly at Wendy's plea. "Oh? So you're her brother-in-law? What, are you here to redeem her?" Charlie smiled faintly and asked calmly, "What's your name? I'd like to know exactly how my sister-in-law managed to offend you." Teresa Faye rolled her eyes impatiently. "You're not even qualified to know my name. As for what she did wrong, that's none of your business. Just remember this, she owes me 500,000. Pay the money, and I'll let her go. If not, she's coming with me." Wendy immediately shouted anxiously, "Brother-in-law, I don't owe them anything. They tricked me into signing a scam contract with a penalty of 500,000. It's blatant fraud." Charlie waved his hand casually. "All right, Wendy. Leave this to me." He turned back to Teresa Faye with a calm smile and said, "So it's 500,000, huh? That's easy. Give me your bank account or Alipay. I'll transfer it right now." Teresa Faye frowned and looked at him coldly. "Who the hell do you think you are? Riding an electric bike, and you think you can come up with 500,000? Charlie calmly took out his phone. "Simple. Open your Alipay right now. If the transfer goes through, you let her go immediately. If it doesn't, I'll take responsibility." Teresa Faye hesitated. Looking at Charlie's calm and confident expression, she thought, he doesn't look like he's bluffing. If he really pays 500,000, that's a huge win for me. Even if I drag Wendy back and squeeze her dry, it would take years to make that much. If this idiot is willing to throw away 500,000 just to settle this, then I'm basically making money for free. Thinking this, she said coldly, "Since you're so eager to die, I'll give you a chance. But don't say I didn't warn you. If you try to play tricks on me, I won't just take your sister-in-law. I'll make you regret it too." Charlie laughed lightly. "Go ahead. With so many people watching, why would I dare mess around?" Teresa Faye snorted disdainfully and took out her phone, opening Alipay. Charlie scanned her QR code and entered 500,000 as the transfer amount. Because it was a large sum, Alipay required name verification. He smiled and said, I need your name to complete the transfer. Teresa Faye crossed her arms arrogantly. My name is Teresa Faye. Chapter 2266. Charlie nodded, entered her name, and clicked confirm. After completing facial recognition, the payment notification appeared instantly. The transfer was successful. Teresa Faye's phone vibrated. Charlie has transferred 500,000 yuan to you. Her eyes widened, and her heart surged with excitement. This money came too easily. I've never made this much in my life. If Mr. Lloyd finds out, he might even reward me with another 100,000. Suppressing her excitement, Teresa glanced at Charlie and smiled smugly. Mr. Wade is really generous. 500,000 transferred just like that to save your sister-in-law. Your financial strength is truly impressive. Charlie chuckled. Not really. I'm just an ordinary person. Making money isn't easy. If she weren't my sister-in-law, I wouldn't be so willing to part with it. Seeing the money actually transferred, Wendy panicked and cried out, Brother-in-law. You can't just give them the money. They're nothing but a bunch of bandits. Teresa immediately snapped, Wendy, watch your mouth. The contract is written clearly, and you signed it yourself. I'm acting according to the agreement. How am I a robber? Wendy trembled with rage and shouted, You are a robber. That contract itself is a scam. Charlie raised his hand and said calmly, All right, Wendy. No need to argue. Seeing Charlie so calm, Wendy felt even more distressed. Brother-in-law. I know you're capable, but you shouldn't just hand money to people like this. Charlie laughed. Who said I gave it away? Teresa sneered smugly. Exactly. This isn't a gift. According to the rules, that money belongs to the company. Mr. Wade understands the law. What do you know? Charlie looked at her and said lightly, Teresa, you misunderstood. Teresa frowned. What do you mean? Charlie smiled. I gave you the money, but it wasn't a gift. I lent it to you, with interest. He continued calmly, the interest rate is 500,000 per minute. It's been 2 minutes already, so you now owe me 1,500,000. Then he added casually, by the way, I suggest you hurry. In another minute, the amount will double to 2 million. Teresa's face twisted with fury as she cursed, Are you fucking insane? You think you can play games with me? My mother wouldn't let you off even if you had 9 lives. You're really courting death. She waved her hand sharply at the burly men and shouted, Let's go. In her mind, Teresa sneered, the money's already in my account. Why bother arguing with this lunatic? He's on an electric bike, how could he possibly chase me? If he dares to force things, I'll deal with him properly. As several burly men moved to shove Wendy aside and prepare to leave, Charlie suddenly pointed at Teresa and said coldly, Everyone else can leave. But Miss Teresa, you're staying. You won't be going anywhere until you repay the money. Teresa exploded with rage. Don't push your luck. Get over here and beat the shit out of him. Chapter 2267. The muscular men surrounding Teresa Faye had already begun preparing themselves. Their organization, which thrived in the shady underbelly of business, existed purely for profit based on performance metrics. Teresa Faye's success depended on how many young girls she could deceive and how much value she could squeeze out of them. Meanwhile, the effectiveness of their enforcers was measured by how often they got into physical confrontations. Simply put, if there were no incidents for an entire month, they would only receive a basic salary. But if they were involved in daily brawls throughout the month, each of them could earn tens of thousands. They all understood the situation clearly. Teresa Faye currently had 500,000 in her Alipay account. If they dealt with the mentally challenged guy in front of them, each of them could pocket at least 20,000 or 30,000 from that money. With that in mind, the moment Teresa Faye gave the order, they charged toward Charlie without hesitation. Charlie, however, wore a calm, relaxed smile. He knew very well that these thugs, let alone so-called martial arts experts like Zean, were no threat to him at all. He even greeted them with a grin. With a swift kick, he sent one thug crashing to the ground. A powerful punch immediately followed, knocking out another. He then grabbed a burly man, lifted him effortlessly, and casually tossed him aside. The three men landed heavily on the grass, completely unconscious. Seeing four of their companions taken down so easily, the remaining two were terrified and tried to run. But before they could escape, Charlie seized them by the backs of their necks and flung them in a smooth arc into the bushes along the roadside. Teresa Faye stood frozen in shock. She never imagined that this scruffy man riding an electric bike could possess such terrifying strength. His ability far exceeded that of the vicious enforcers she had dealt with before. At that moment, she realized she had made a catastrophic mistake by provoking him. Forcing a stiff smile, she hurriedly said, "Mr. Wade, I sincerely apologize. I really didn't know I had offended you. Please forgive me, I'll transfer the 500,000 back to you immediately." Charlie chuckled lightly. "There's no need. 6 minutes have already passed. The principal is 500,000, and the interest is now 3 million. You owe me a total of 3.5 million. Teresa Faye's face instantly turned pale. With a bitter expression, she said, "Mr. Wade, you're joking, right? It's only 500,000. You can't possibly charge 500,000 in interest for just 1 minute. That's impossible." Charlie smiled and asked calmly, "Haven't you seen it before?" Teresa shook her head frantically. "Mr. Wade, I've never heard of such insane interest rates." Charlie nodded. "Then consider yourself educated. Now you're not only hearing about it, you're experiencing it firsthand. My advice is to stop arguing. Otherwise, the amount might increase by another 500,000. Cold sweat poured down Teresa Faye's face. She wiped her forehead and stammered, "Mr. Wade, please don't joke with me. I work for the company too. Even if I'm the one responsible for repaying you, I'm just a part-time employee. There's no way I can afford that kind of money." Charlie replied indifferently, "Then call your boss. But don't say I didn't warn you. If your boss takes 20 minutes to arrive, the interest will increase by another 10 million. Hearing Charlie mention calling her boss instantly filled Teresa Faye with relief. The only reason she had been begging was because she couldn't deal with him herself. Chapter 2268. Since he was the one who suggested calling the boss, Teresa Faye knew she could easily summon him to handle the situation. With that thought in mind, she quickly said, "Just a moment, I'll contact our boss right now." She immediately pulled out her phone and dialed a number. As soon as the call connected, Teresa Faye spoke anxiously, "Mr. Lloyd, I need your help. I've run into trouble at Pearl River." On the other end of the line was Mr. Lloyd, a former local gangster who once enjoyed considerable notoriety. However, after losing a massive amount of money gambling overseas, he had his right hand chopped off. With only one hand left, he could no longer survive in the brutal underworld. Instead, he gathered a group of people and started an etiquette company. The reason he chose this line of work was simple: the etiquette ladies were all young women, pretty, but without powerful backgrounds. After all, girls who earned only a few hundred a day were rarely from influential families, making them easy targets. Even if they were bullied or exploited, no one would come to defend them. As a result, Lloyd had become increasingly unscrupulous in recent years. After hearing Teresa Faye's situation, his anger exploded instantly. "Fuck! Who the hell dares to mess with my money? Wait right there, I'm coming with people." Teresa Faye cautiously reminded him, "Mr. Lloyd, please make sure you're fully prepared." Lloyd laughed arrogantly. "Don't worry. Caesar Hilton is having tea nearby. I'll bring Brother Caesar with me." Teresa Faye's eyes lit up. "Brother Caesar is near our company?" "Of course," Lloyd sneered. "That little D who joined last week caught Brother Caesar's eye while working at the KTV yesterday. He wanted to take her away, so he came to greet me. I stopped him, which means he owes me a favor. He'll help us settle this." Overjoyed, Teresa Faye urged, "That's great. Manager Lloyd, please hurry." Lloyd laughed. "No problem. Tell Brother Caesar I'll be there in 10 minutes. After hanging up, Theresa Faye looked at Charlie with a triumphant expression. She was absolutely convinced that once Caesar arrived, Charlie would be finished. Who doesn't know Caesar's name in Orus Hill's underground world? He's one of Don Albert's 4 heavenly kings, commanding thousands of men. So what if this Wade guy can fight? He's about to face real monsters. I can't wait to watch him get crushed. Despite her excitement, she didn't dare act arrogant in front of Charlie. Instead, she spoke politely, "Sir Wade, our boss will be here shortly. Please wait patiently." Charlie smiled faintly. "I'm not in a hurry. It's your boss who should be worried. If he's late, he might go bankrupt over this." Theresa Faye sneered inwardly. Bankrupt? 500,000 per minute? You're fucking delusional. I can't wait to see you cry when real trouble arrives. Nearby, Wendy looked anxious and quietly warned Charlie, "Brother-in-law, their boss is a gangster. He might bring a lot of people. Maybe we should leave now." Charlie waved his hand dismissively, his expression serious. "Leave? Why would I leave? If I leave, how will his boss find me? Do you know how much he'll owe me if this drags on? 1 minute is 500,000. 1 hour is 30 million. In 24 hours, that's 720 million. There are principles involved here. You can't just scam people like this." Hearing this, Theresa Faye subconsciously lowered her head and covered her face, thinking bitterly. Where the hell did this lunatic come from? He's completely full of himself. Chapter 2269. She showed remarkable patience, waiting a full 15 minutes at her designated spot. Just as the time hit the mark, a sleek Mercedes-Benz S-Class rolled into the parking lot at the entrance of Pearl River. Closely following the luxury sedan were 2 11-seater vans, each packed with men wielding machetes. The vehicles approached from behind Charlie. Sitting inside the car, Lloyd spotted Theresa Faye immediately. At that moment, he quickly deduced that the man sitting on the electric bike with his back to him was the one involved in the earlier commotion. With a contemptuous sneer, he thought to himself. A lowlife riding an electric bike dares to pretend he's in my league? My hands are itching today, I might as well use him for practice. However, when he thought about Theresa Faye's earlier message, a trace of doubt crept into his mind. He had already lost 6 of his lackeys, and an uneasy feeling rose in his chest. What if this guy can actually fight? What if I end up facing him myself? With those thoughts swirling in his head, Lloyd turned to Caesar, who was sitting beside him, and said flatly, "Brother Caesar, I'll settle up with you later. I need your help today. Ever since my beater was crippled, I haven't had any respect left on the streets. Unlike you, you've climbed all the way up to become one of Don Albert's 4 heavenly kings. In Orus Hill, who wouldn't give you face?" Caesar basked in the flattery and grinned confidently. "Lloyd, don't worry. That trash doesn't stand a chance. Just watch, I'll take care of this for you." The driver then parked the car right beside Charlie. Caesar kicked the door open and stepped out, locking his gaze onto the back of Charlie's head. He sneered coldly and spat, "Let me see which idiot dares to mess with my brother Lloyd." Behind him stood more than 20 men. A few belonged to Lloyd, but most were Caesar's own subordinates. When Theresa Faye saw that Lloyd had really brought Caesar along, she was so excited she almost jumped. She pointed at Charlie and sneered, "Wade, you're finished today. Just wait, you're about to be chopped into pieces by Caesar Hilton." Wendy turned pale with fear and whispered anxiously, "Brother-in-law, there are so many of them." Charlie shrugged casually and replied, "So what if there are more of them?" Unable to hear Charlie's calm words, Caesar shouted angrily, "Kid, you're pretty fucking arrogant. If you're not afraid of Lloyd, then you're just reckless." At that moment, Charlie slowly turned around to face Caesar. A faint smile appeared on his lips as he said, "Oh? Isn't this brother Caesar? With all your men here, are you really planning to take me down?" The instant Caesar saw Charlie's face, a chill shot straight down his spine. He never imagined that the so-called nobody Lloyd wanted him to deal with was actually Master Wade, the man Don Albert revered above all else. No, no fucking way. Caesar's mind went blank, his legs turning weak. In front of everyone's stunned gaze, he suddenly dropped to his knees with a loud thud and stammered, "W. Wade. Master Wade. I never dreamed it was you. Please, please show mercy, don't treat me like some stupid dog." Lloyd froze on the spot, staring in disbelief. He blurted out, "Brother Caesar, why the hell are you kneeling to this idiot? Who does he think he is?" The moment those words left Lloyd's mouth, Caesar's rage exploded. He sprang to his feet, strode up to Lloyd, drew his arm back, and slapped him hard across the face. Smack! The sound rang out sharply as Lloyd staggered backward, his head spinning. Chapter 2270. Clutching his face in disbelief, Lloyd shouted, "Brother Caesar, what the hell are you hitting me for? Stop licking that stinky silk's boots." Caesar trembled with fury and yelled, "You fucking idiot. You're really asking to die? How dare you call Master Wade stinky silk? Are you out of your goddamn mind?" He immediately turned to his men and roared, "Damn it! Hold him down and beat him to death." Most of Caesar's subordinates had never met Charlie in person, but they all knew exactly who Master Wade was. After all, he was the benefactor Don Albert spoke of constantly, and Don Albert was the godfather of the entire underground world of Orus Hill. In other words, Master Wade was the benefactor of everyone surviving in that world. Lloyd couldn't have picked a worse person to provoke. Offending Master Wade was no different from courting death. Without hesitation, Caesar's men rushed forward, slammed Lloyd to the ground, and began beating him brutally. As fists and boots rained down on him, Lloyd screamed miserably, "Brother Caesar, please forgive me. I didn't know Mr. Wade was your benefactor. If I had known, I wouldn't have dared offend him. Please, I'm begging you. Forgive you." Caesar snapped coldly. "Like hell. You think I can just let this go? If Master Wade gets angry, I'm finished. Even if he doesn't, Don Albert will skin me alive. Do you have any idea what kind of shitstorm you caused?" Lloyd sobbed uncontrollably. "Brother Caesar. I really know I was wrong." Then he turned toward Charlie, tears streaming down his face, and begged, "Master Wade, please show mercy." Charlie finally spoke calmly, "All right, Caesar. Tell your men to stop." Caesar reacted instantly and shouted, "Everyone stop. Master Wade is speaking." The men immediately backed away, leaving Lloyd sprawled on the ground, trembling and covered in bruises. Lloyd's face was swollen beyond recognition, blood dripping from his mouth. Teresa Faye stood nearby, completely frozen, her face deathly pale. Caesar hurriedly bowed and said respectfully, "Master Wade, I await your instructions." Charlie nodded slightly and said, "Caesar, I must remind you, this is a civilized society. Violence shouldn't be used so casually. Think about the negative impact on ordinary people." Caesar was startled and immediately slapped himself hard. "Master Wade, you're absolutely right. My behavior was disgraceful and brought shame to Orus Hill." Charlie replied indifferently, "I know." Then he looked at Lloyd and asked calmly, "So, you really are the owner of the Pearl River Etiquette Company?" With blood still dripping from his lips, Lloyd nodded weakly. "Why yes, it's me. Master Wade, I was blind and offended you, please forgive me." Charlie waved his hand dismissively. In the adult world, there's rarely right or wrong, only. He pointed toward the trembling Teresa Faye and continued, "Earlier today, I lent your company 500,000. The agreed interest was 500,000 per minute. It's been about 30 minutes now. That makes the total 15.5 million. He smiled faintly. "So, when do you plan to pay up?" Lloyd's face turned deathly pale. "Master Wade, that interest is insane, 500,000 per minute? You must be joking." Charlie smiled calmly. "Your company makes money through ruthless contracts. I make money through lending. You have your rules, and I have mine. It's only fair that we respect each other's methods." Chapter 2271. Lloyd had encountered someone completely unlike anyone he had ever met before, Charlie. There were no beatings, no shouting, and no scolding. Charlie wore a calm smile, appearing more cultured and refined than anyone else Lloyd had ever dealt with. Yet Lloyd had the unsettling feeling that this man was the kind who could calmly chew on human bones without blinking. 15 million, plus another 5 million? Where the hell did this guy get that kind of money? Regardless of whether Charlie actually ran an etiquette company or not, one thing was certain: he was constantly dealing in buying and selling to sustain a terrifyingly lucrative lifestyle. People like him might earn absurd amounts of money, but they usually spent just as much, if not more. Men who once crawled through the gutters of society often became intoxicated once wealth finally landed in their hands. They rarely believed in saving or restraint. Lloyd himself was a perfect example. Although he could rake in millions each year, his extravagant lifestyle ensured that by year's end, he was lucky to have 1.8 million left. His total savings barely reached 3 to 4 million. So when Charlie demanded 15.5 million, Lloyd felt like the sky was collapsing. Even selling a kidney wouldn't come close to covering that sum. Desperate, he pleaded, "Master Wade. I swear to you, I really don't have that much money." Before Charlie could respond, Caesar kicked Lloyd hard and shouted, "What the hell are you whining for? Master Wade already gave you a solution, and you're still crying poor. Do you want me to beat you some more?" Shaking violently, Lloyd hurriedly said, "No. Brother Caesar, I'm not trying to dodge responsibility. I truly can't afford that amount." Caesar sneered. "If you can't pay, then be ready to suffer the consequences. I'll break your fucking legs." Terrified, Lloyd suddenly turned and glared at Teresa Faye, roaring, "This is all your fault, you fucking troublemaker." Then he turned back to Charlie and said urgently, "Master Wade, Teresa Faye is the one who handles everything related to the Overlord clause. If there's a problem, you should settle it with her." The moment those words landed, Teresa Faye's face turned pale. She shouted angrily, "Lloyd! How can you be so shameless? Every single decision was made by you. I'm just your subordinate, following your instructions. How dare you push all the blame onto me?" She immediately turned to Charlie and said in a trembling voice, "Mr. Wade, this etiquette company was founded entirely by Lloyd. I was just working in a KTV before he dragged me into this, took me as his lover, and promised to help me make money. I'm a victim too. Just like Wendy." "What the fuck are you saying?" Lloyd exploded. "Teresa, stop pretending to be innocent. Everyone in Orus Hill knows what kind of woman you are. You've sold yourself plenty of times. Now that others are making money, you suddenly want to wash your hands clean. You're crossing the fucking line." He continued furiously, "People threatened to splash sulfuric acid on your face, and you came crying to me for protection. You begged me to help you escape that life. If it weren't for me, you'd be disfigured by now. And now you're biting the hand that fed you. Do you even have a conscience?" Flustered, Teresa stammered, You're twisting the facts. You made all this shit up." At that moment, Charlie's cold voice cut through the chaos. "Enough. Shut up. All of you." Teresa trembled, instantly falling silent. Charlie stared at her coldly and said, "Miss Teresa, there's no point rushing to distance yourself. Once I finish settling things with Lloyd, I'll make sure you get what you deserve." Hearing this, Teresa collapsed to her knees in shock, crying, "Mr. Wade. I was really forced into this. Please, I'm a woman, don't punish me." Chapter 2272. Caesar, who had been watching quietly from the side, suddenly stepped forward and slapped Teresa Faye hard across the face. Before she could even process the blow, Caesar grabbed her by the hair and dragged her over to Lloyd. He kicked her down beside him and said coldly, "You think you're clever, huh? Trying to play the victim in front of Master Wade? Let me tell you something, Master Wade is a real monster. Normally, I don't hit women, but for trash like you, I won't hesitate. I'll ruin that pretty face of yours right now." Terror washed over Teresa Faye. She was completely speechless. She had tried to manipulate Charlie by playing the weak woman card, thinking it would protect her. Instead, not only did Charlie ignore her, but even Caesar showed zero mercy. At that moment, Caesar turned respectfully toward Charlie and asked, "Master Wade, how do you want me to deal with these two pieces of shit?" "Just give the word." Charlie replied calmly, "One thing at a time. First, tell me, how much do they owe me?" Realizing how dire the situation had become, Lloyd knew he had to beg before it was too late. He hurriedly said, "Master Wade, I have 3.7 million in deposits. I'll give you everything, every last cent. Please, just let me go this once." Teresa Faye immediately added, "Mr. Wade, I also have more than 700,000 in savings. I'll hand it all over too. Please spare me." Charlie waved his hand dismissively. "Even combined, you're still short by 5 million. He sneered. "You've already wasted several minutes of my time. The losses alone now exceed 20 million. I suggest you hurry, every second you delay makes the debt heavier." Hearing this, Lloyd completely broke down. "Master Wade, I really don't have that kind of money. You've already squeezed me dry. There's no way I can come up with 20 million. Please, just show some mercy." Teresa Faye sobbed, "Yes, Mr. Wade. I can't possibly raise that amount. 700,000 is everything I have." Charlie smiled coldly. "When you were tormenting those girls, did they beg you like this? And when they begged, did you show them any mercy?" The two fell silent. In the past, they had ruthlessly ignored the pleas of countless women, forcing them into contracts and squeezing them dry without a shred of conscience. Charlie sneered and continued, "Your debt now exceeds 20 million, far beyond what either of you can repay. If you can't pay in money, then you'll have to find another way." Lloyd trembled violently and asked, "Master Wade, what do you mean by another way?" Charlie smiled faintly. "They say money can be used to ward off disaster. If you can't pay, then you'll have to suffer instead." Suddenly, Caesar understood exactly what Charlie meant. He remembered how Charlie had dealt with Marcus Lloyd, his father, and the Webb family, leaving permanent marks that could never be erased. Without hesitation, Caesar said excitedly, "Master Wade, just tell me what you want carved into their foreheads, I've got a knife ready." Chapter 2273. Upon learning that Charlie had a penchant for engraving messages on people's foreheads, Lloyd and Teresa Faye instantly thought of the infamous duo from Orus Hill, Marcus Lloyd and his father, Mr. Lloyd. This father and son pair had become a sensation not only in their city but throughout the entire country. It all began when Marcus received the inscription, "Pathetic Jerk," on his forehead after offending a mysterious and powerful figure. Seeking revenge for his son, Mr. Lloyd ended up offending that same enigmatic individual, resulting in the words, "Father of Pathetic Jerk," being engraved on his own forehead. However, that wasn't the end of their notoriety. What truly catapulted them to national fame was a controversial crosstalk performance they did involving the Webb family. Their routine enraged the Webb family and sparked rumors that they had been coerced into recording it, that they had been threatened by someone who dared to challenge the Webbs. It later became clear that the person they had offended was none other than Master Wade himself. Now, as the situation took another turn, it seemed that Mr. Lloyd and Marcus were not the only ones in trouble. As these thoughts crossed Lloyd's mind, he suddenly felt an inexplicable pain in his forehead, as if words were being carved into it with a knife. At that moment, Charlie turned to Caesar and said, "Forget about engraving their foreheads. The real issue with these two is their deceitful behavior in the market, exploiting honest people." Caesar immediately asked, "Master Wade, how would you like to deal with them?" "Just say the word, and I'll take care of everything." Charlie nodded and asked, "Do you have any KTV nightclubs under your control?" Without hesitation, Caesar replied, "Master Wade, that's our specialty. Don Albert has entrusted me with 6 KTV nightclubs." Charlie said calmly, "Let Teresa Faye work at one of them. Since she enjoys forcing young women to accompany drinks, it's only fair she experiences it herself. She can earn her way out, no pay until she makes 5 million. Hearing this, Teresa Faye collapsed to her knees in terror and cried, "Mr. Wade, please have mercy. I can only make 300 or 400 a night at most. How long would it take me to earn 5 million? Charlie replied coldly, "Why should I care? You know how miserable it feels to be in that position yourself. Did you ever consider the feelings of the women you exploited? It's time you learn what it means to treat others the way you want to be treated." Desperate, Teresa sobbed, "Mr. Wade, I've made many mistakes, but I usually only cheated people out of hundreds of thousands. How can you expect me to pay $5 million? Charlie said indifferently, "If $5 million is too much, we can raise it to $10 million. If that's still not enough, then $20 million. At that, Teresa Faye felt completely crushed. Deep down, she could only curse bitterly, this Charlie Wade is truly ruthless. Chapter 2274. One job opening is $5 million. If that's really the case, then I'll be accompanying drinks in KTV for at least 10 years. Isn't this just driving me to despair? Seeing that Teresa Faye remained silent, Charlie spoke coldly, "Since you don't agree, I'll raise the price. We'll start at $10 million. With Caesar and Don Albert watching you, if you can't come up with the money, even if you're the king of heaven, don't expect anyone to save you. You have 3 seconds to think it over." Charlie began counting down. 3, 2. Just as he was about to say 1, Teresa Faye panicked and shouted, "Mr. Wade. I agree. I agree." As the weight of her fate crashed down on her, tears streamed from her eyes, just like the countless girls who had once been forced into KTV against their will. At that moment, Charlie turned to Lloyd with a faint smile and said, "Lloyd, Teresa has made her arrangements. Now it's time to settle your escape route." Lloyd's mind raced. This is Teresa Faye. She's already fallen this far. My mother must be in even worse trouble. If I don't figure something out, will I end up just like her? With that thought, he began bowing frantically and begged, "Master Wade, I'm willing to serve you, to work like a dog or a horse. Please spare me this once, please." Charlie waved dismissively. "Save your empty promises. When you trapped those innocent women, did you ever think about showing them mercy?" He sneered and continued, "Since Teresa Faye is destined for KTV, then you can go with her, as a tortoise. You'll stay there until you earn $5 million. Once you do, you'll both be free. That way, you can keep each other company." A tortoise? The moment Lloyd heard that, his face turned deathly pale. A tortoise was the lowest-ranking male worker in a brothel in the old days. To put it bluntly, it was a role so degrading that it didn't even qualify as proper security work. The tortoise handled the filthiest and most humiliating tasks, jobs like standing by the restroom, handing paper towels to guests after they washed their hands. The status was so low that it ranked beneath even the dogs guarding the entrance. The mere thought drove Lloyd into complete despair. He broke down crying, "Master Wade, please don't do this to me. I'll obey you no matter what you ask, just don't send me to KTV to do that kind of work. I know too many people on Orus Hill Road. KTVs are crawling with them. If they see me like that, my reputation will be destroyed." Charlie laughed softly. "What are you afraid of? Just set up a small tray by the sink, put some banknotes on it, and ask guests for tips while handing them paper towels. You've been around long enough, your acquaintances will definitely take care of you. You might even make $5 million faster than Teresa Faye." I. Lloyd wished he could disappear on the spot. Inside, he wailed bitterly, Lloyd, was once a big name on Orus Hill Road. Even if I can't compare to Caesar, I was still a powerful figure. Now I'm being reduced to a tortoise in a KTV. This is absolute humiliation. What if I run into someone I know? They'll see me bowing at the toilet door, handing out paper towels. They might beat me half to death. Chapter 2275. After a prolonged silence from Lloyd, Caesar, filled with anger, stepped forward and kicked him. He shouted, "You worthless dog! Master Wade is offering you a chance to survive, and here you are, just sitting there. Why aren't you thanking him? If you don't hurry up, you'll end up at the Webby kennel feeding the dogs, crying without tears." These words sent a shiver down Lloyd's spine. Who hadn't heard of Don Albert's notorious dog farm? It was rumored to house dozens, even hundreds, of fierce, purebred fighting dogs. Some whispered that Don Albert had thrown his enemies into that very kennel to be eaten alive. The thought was terrifying. If he were sent there, he wouldn't just die, he would be completely gone. Overwhelmed with despair, Lloyd felt hopeless. To be honest, if being a coward meant death, he might prefer that over this torment. Yet the thought of dying still filled him with dread. He sighed deeply, weighing his options. Though living as a coward is shameful and bleak, it's surely better than dying. Honestly, if they want to kill me here, I feel terrified just thinking about it. Besides, Master Wade is not someone I can oppose. Even Don Albert shows him respect. I'm just a small fry compared to him. If he's willing to spare my life and let me go to KTV as a lowly worker, I can't waste this opportunity. If I don't act quickly, I might regret it if he changes his mind. With that in mind, Lloyd quickly expressed his gratitude. Master Wade, thank you for sparing my life. I promise to follow your orders and work hard at KTV to make money and repay you. He added hastily, also, Master Wade, please give me your account details. I'll transfer the $3 million I have right now to you and return the remaining $5 million as well. Seeing that Lloyd accepted his punishment, Charlie nodded in approval and replied coldly. The money you made is just hard-earned cash taken from those young girls. Accepting your money would mean I'm part of that group exploiting them. Hearing that Charlie didn't want to take his money filled Lloyd with relief. Being a lowly worker was acceptable as long as he could save over $3 million, that would allow him to live comfortably. However, before he could revel in his relief, Charlie turned to Wendy and said, Wendy, I have a task for you. Wendy, who had been watching Charlie determine the fates of Lloyd and Teresa Faye, was filled with admiration for him. Her gaze was almost reverent, as if she were looking at a deity. When Charlie assigned her a task, she felt honored and replied eagerly. Brother-in-law, whatever you need, I'll do my utmost. Charlie nodded and instructed. Starting today, I want you to take over the Pearl River Etiquette Company. You will be in charge of it. Make sure Lloyd transfers all the company shares to your name today. What? Wendy exclaimed in surprise. Brother-in-law, you want me to take over the company? But I don't know anything about running a business. Chapter 2276. Charlie spoke with sincerity. As long as you are serious, responsible, and true to your conscience, it doesn't matter if you don't excel. After a brief pause, he added. I will ensure that both of them transfer all their deposits to the company's account. Once you take over the company, you'll be responsible for signing off on all financial transactions. We'll identify and eliminate any unfair clauses in the staff contracts, and then distribute the money as compensation based on the duration of their contracts. The distribution must be fair and reasonable. Wendy listened intently, nodding in agreement. Great idea, brother-in-law. I'll make sure the funds are distributed justly. Excellent, Charlie replied, visibly pleased. Once you've compensated them, clarify that the company is there to support them, and that all future operations, including payments and other processes, will be transparent. If they choose to continue working as courtesy ladies, they should sign equal employment contracts. If you implement these points effectively, I believe they will be receptive. By doing this, when you take over the company, you'll establish a stable team, and with some etiquette work, I'm confident the company will thrive. Wendy responded earnestly. You're absolutely right, brother-in-law. If everyone signs an equality agreement, they'll be more than willing to join the company. She continued with empathy. Being a courtesy lady is tough. Every morning involves extensive preparation, washing, makeup, and dressing up. Events can last from dawn until dusk, leaving little time for networking or expanding connections during the day. For us courtesy ladies, the ideal cooperation comes from a dependable company that can manage events for us and provide reasonable scheduling and overall planning. This way, everyone is happy to allow the company to take a small percentage from their earnings. Both the employees and the company benefit from this collaboration, allowing everyone to thrive. Wendy had faced significant challenges during this time. She had transitioned from a sheltered life to becoming someone who labored daily for income. Through her hands-on experience, she gained insights into the industry and recognized its issues. After spending time as a courtesy lady, she learned about the highs and lows of the profession. In her reflections, she thought, "Many girls like me in this field feel vulnerable and powerless. They work hard for their rewards. Since we've chosen this path, we're prepared to endure hardships and fatigue, so we're not afraid of challenges. What we truly fear is encountering an unreliable company. Take Lloyd's Etiquette Company, for instance. They assign heavy workloads with minimal compensation. It's not just about receiving little. Lloyd and Teresa Fay are still unsatisfied. They seek to extract even more from us, using oppressive clauses and contract traps to ensnare us, pushing us into a difficult situation. If we could find a dependable company, there would be mutual support between the organization and its employees. Even if there's a bit of hardship, everyone would be content. Unfortunately, the world of etiquette ladies is fraught with weakness, making us easy targets for exploitation. Most bosses in this sector, like Lloyd, are excessively greedy and will stop at nothing to take advantage of vulnerable girls. As a result, we often find ourselves jumping from one pitfall into another. But now, with my brother-in-law offering me the chance to run an etiquette company, I'm motivated to work hard. Regardless of the financial outcome, my priority will be to ensure that the girls working with me won't face bullying or be squeezed for their surplus value." With this realization, Wendy felt a surge of passion. She looked at Charlie with admiration and determination in her eyes, saying confidently, "Brother-in-law, thank you for this opportunity. I will do my utmost to make you proud." Chapter 2277. Charlie had known Wendy for a long time, but today, for the first time, he noticed a determined expression on her face, as if she were ready to take on a challenge. In the past, Wendy had carried a very different aura, young, impulsive, and flashy. She clearly favored the rich and looked down on those who were less fortunate. However, after experiencing numerous hardships, Wendy had developed a sense of calm. This change brought Charlie some relief. Although the Wilson family was detestable, they were still blood relatives of his wife, Claire. That connection was the primary reason he had refrained from completely cutting ties with them. Given the Wilson family's past behavior, Charlie often wondered how many conflicts might have erupted if he had handled things differently. Now that Wendy was determined to change for the better, he felt it was worth giving her an opportunity. Even so, he knew he could not entirely entrust the company's future to her. So, Charlie advised Wendy, "Once you take over Pearl Etiquette Company, remember your original intentions. Don't let success lead you astray." Wendy nodded earnestly and replied, "Brother, you don't need to worry. I will remember your guidance and teachings." Charlie continued, "Once Lloyd and Teresa Fay transfer the funds into the company account, leave $500,000 as operating capital. You'll receive $10,000 a month for basic expenses. You also need to hire an accountant. I'll arrange for someone to audit the accounts every month to ensure there's no misuse of funds." Without hesitation, Wendy replied, "Brother-in-law, I promise I won't do anything shady. You can monitor me at any time. If you ever think I'm going off track, you can fire me immediately." Charlie nodded and added, "Also, buy 3 domestically produced commercial vehicles for the company. A 10-seater and a 13-seater are cost-effective. The price should be around $100,000 each. Then hire 3 drivers to transport the girls to their jobs. That way, whether it's windy, rainy, or scorching hot, they won't have to struggle with transportation. You've been in their position before, you should understand how hard they work." Wendy was deeply moved, her eyes filling with tears. Although she had only worked as an etiquette lady for a short time, she had already endured plenty of hardship. Many real estate sites were located far out in the suburbs, far from public transportation. A round trip often took more than an hour. Taxis were expensive, sometimes costing so much that the money earned from an event barely covered the fare. On top of that, with the cold weather, she often had to leave home as early as 5 in the morning. Only she truly understood how exhausting it was. If the company could provide vehicles to transport everyone, it would be a huge relief for every etiquette lady. Charlie's thoughtfulness touched her deeply. Meanwhile, Lloyd listened to Charlie's blunt instructions while handing over his company. A sense of despair welled up inside him. Despite his resentment, he didn't dare show any dissatisfaction. He knew that all he could do now was transfer the funds, surrender control, and then retreat to KTV to avoid further trouble. Chapter 2278. Becoming a turtle didn't mean his freedom was completely gone. If things didn't improve, he might end up working at KTV for the rest of his life. Just imagining himself in his 60s or 70s, hair gray, still handing out toilet paper to male customers at the restroom entrance, made his heart sink. At that moment, Caesar noticed the grief on Lloyd's face. It reminded him of someone mourning the death of a parent, and he couldn't help feeling a twinge of sympathy. Caesar thought to himself, even though Lloyd nearly dragged me into a disaster today, he's still my friend. He's always respected me and even arranged my favorite girl to be here. I owe him something. Earlier, I acted purely out of self-preservation when I hit him and threatened to destroy him. Thinking back now, I should make it up to him. Otherwise, people will say Caesar is cold-blooded, abandoning his friends when trouble comes. Besides, Master Wade is terrifyingly capable. Forcing Lloyd to work in KTV is like making $1 million executive clean toilets. That's brutal. Taking advantage of the moment while Charlie was talking to Wendy, Caesar leaned toward Lloyd and whispered, "Hey, Lloyd, don't take it too hard. What you're facing isn't as terrible as you think." Lloyd burst into tears. He stood up shakily, trying to suppress his sobs, and asked, "Brother Caesar, is it really not that bad? Is there still hope?" Caesar nodded solemnly. "Listen, even though you were a small boss doing shady business, others have it far worse. I know a guy whose company was worth over $1 billion and was about to go public. He ended up doing your job because he got greedy and tried to act tough in front of Master Wade. Now he's hauling cement at a construction site. Master Wade said 20 years, and he's still there." Lloyd was stunned. Caesar continued, "So tell me, would you rather be a turtle at KTV for 10 years, or carry cement on a construction site for 20? Lloyd wiped his tears and said hoarsely, "If you put it that way, being a turtle doesn't sound so bad." "Exactly," Caesar sighed. "As long as you're alive, losing some money isn't the end of the world. Plenty of people have offended Master Wade and ended up far worse than you. You should be thankful. What more do you want?" Lloyd nodded repeatedly. "Brother Caesar, you're right. I accept it." Caesar added, "This whole mess. Blame your concubine. She's the one who crossed Master Wade and dragged you down with her." Lloyd clenched his teeth hard. The hatred he felt for Theresa Faye was unmistakable. Inside, he cursed, "Theresa Faye, you ruined everything. If I had known you'd cause this disaster, I would have dumped you long ago and sent you to KTV myself. Then I wouldn't be suffering like this. But it's too late now. Life has no do-overs. No matter how angry I am, I still have to report to KTV tonight." Turning to Caesar with tears in his eyes, Lloyd pleaded, "Brother Caesar, from now on, I'll work as a turtle for you. Please take care of me." Caesar patted his chest and said quietly, "Don't worry. Your brother will look out for you, discreetly." Chapter 2279. Caesar knew very well that Charlie had sent Lloyd to KTV as punishment, designating him as a tortoise. If he openly helped Lloyd, it would be equivalent to openly opposing Charlie, something he absolutely did not have the courage to do. Therefore, Caesar considered a more covert way of looking out for Lloyd. His help had to be subtle and restrained. For example, if he ran into Lloyd in the KTV restroom and saw him handing out tissues at the entrance, he could give him a little extra. If he normally tipped $5, he might give 10. If he usually gave 10, he could give 20. But he also knew that if Charlie discovered he was deliberately boosting Lloyd's income, he would be in trouble again. Charlie had already finished discussing the future operations of the etiquette company with Wendy. He then instructed Caesar, "Caesar, take Wendy and Lloyd to complete the company transfer this afternoon. Make sure Lloyd and Theresa Faye transfer all the funds into the company account." Caesar immediately nodded and said, "Master Wade, don't worry. I'll handle everything." Charlie nodded slightly, then warned him in a stern tone, "I won't pursue today's matter any further for now, but from now on, you must act with caution. Don't think that just because you have some influence in Orus Hill you can act recklessly and help whoever you want. If I find out you're still interfering like this, I'll make sure you become a beloved tortoise just like Lloyd. Do you understand? Caesar shuddered and hurriedly replied, Master Wade, I swear that if I ever do something like this again, I'll accept whatever punishment you give me. Charlie sneered and added, in the underground world, you need to know your limits. There are plenty of legitimate ways to make money in bars, KTVs, and nightclubs. Don't manipulate the market or bully people. Otherwise, I'll have Don Albert deal with you. Caesar immediately bowed deeply and said, Master Wade, your words are engraved in my heart. I will remember them. Ignoring him, Charlie turned to Wendy and said, Wendy, proceed with the company takeover as planned. Do your job properly and don't disappoint me. Wendy was overwhelmed and quickly replied, Good brother-in-law, I'll do my very best. Charlie nodded. All right. Handle everything properly. I'll check on the situation in a few days. I'm leaving now. Wendy said gratefully, Brother-in-law, take care. Caesar also stepped forward and bowed. Master Wade, take care. As Charlie was about to leave, he remembered something in the trunk of the car. He took out a cloth shopping bag and pulled out a brand new, unopened Apple phone. He handed it to Wendy and said, This phone is for you. In today's society, it's almost impossible to get anything done without one. Since you're about to become the boss of a company, you'll need it to communicate with clients and manage your staff. Wendy was stunned. She never expected that Charlie would even think about buying her a phone. Her heart was deeply moved. Earlier today, I only stepped in because I happened to see her being bullied, she thought. But this phone, this is genuine consideration. He knew I didn't have one and still prepared it for me. At that moment, Wendy felt a surge of gratitude that she couldn't put into words. Chapter 2280. She looked at Charlie, wanting to say something, but no words came out. Seeing her stunned expression, Charlie chose not to say anything more. He gently placed the phone into her hand and then turned to Caesar, saying, Caesar, in the future, your friends and business partners may need etiquette services. Remember to take care of Wendy's business. Caesar immediately replied, Master Wade, rest assured. Once Miss Wendy officially opens her company, I'll definitely help promote it. I have plenty of connections on Orus Hill Road, and my brothers will all support her. I guarantee her etiquette company will be booming. He then added quickly, by the way, Master, tomorrow is the anniversary celebration of several KTVs under my management. I'd like to invite a batch of etiquette ladies, and I'll definitely be asking Miss Wendy for help. Charlie raised an eyebrow. Oh? An anniversary celebration? He naturally saw through Caesar's flattery but didn't expose it. Instead, he turned to Wendy and said, Wendy, tomorrow you'll be responsible for coordinating everything for Caesar. This is your company's first big job, make sure it starts strong. Wendy nodded vigorously. Brother-in-law, don't worry. I'll make sure everything is arranged perfectly. Charlie then looked at Caesar and warned him, you know how chaotic your circles can be. Discipline isn't always great. When the etiquette ladies arrive tomorrow, make sure everyone behaves. No harassment. Got it? Caesar immediately said, Don't worry, Master Wade. Anyone who dares mess with Miss Wendy's people will answer to me. Charlie nodded in satisfaction and turned back to Wendy. There's one more thing I need to tell you. Wendy replied promptly, Brother-in-law, please say it. Charlie said seriously, what happened today must stay between us. Don't tell anyone, not your grandma, not your parents, and not even Claire. Do you understand? Wendy was startled. But brother-in-law, why can't I tell them? You've helped me so much. They'd definitely be grateful to you. Charlie said calmly, I don't need their gratitude, and I don't want their praise. I'm helping you because I've seen your change and because you respect me as your brother-in-law. That's enough. He continued, as for your grandma, your father, and Harold, I don't want unnecessary trouble with them. Sometimes, fewer people knowing is better. This stays between us. If you tell anyone, I'll reconsider my involvement. Do you understand? Wendy felt a hint of disappointment, but she nodded obediently. Okay, brother-in-law. I understand. I promise I won't tell anyone. Charlie then looked at Caesar and said coldly, you too. Keep your mouth shut. If anyone dares say that Wendy is my sister-in-law or that I set this company up for her, I won't let it slide. Caesar and the others immediately agreed, their expressions serious. Satisfied, Charlie said, all right, I'm leaving. He twisted the throttle, and the small e-bike shot forward. As he rode away, Wendy called out loudly behind him, goodbye, brother-in-law. Thank you. Chapter 2281. As Charlie hurried away from the Pearl River, he headed straight for the vegetable market. Time was running short. If he didn't hurry, his wife would miss breakfast after her long night shift. Orus Hill, though steeped in history, was gradually adopting a more modern atmosphere. Much of the old city had been demolished or renovated, replaced by sleek high-rise buildings that reflected contemporary urban life. Many traditional trades and markets that once flourished had gradually disappeared, replaced by towering shopping complexes and standardized supermarkets. In the past, street-side barbers displayed remarkable craftsmanship, shaving heads for just $2 or $3. Those days, however, were long gone. Now, high-end salons dominated the scene. Even inexperienced hairstylists, often mockingly called Tony teachers, charged outrageous prices, with basic haircuts starting at $100 or $200. Some unscrupulous shops even tricked customers into signing expensive membership packages costing thousands, leaving them feeling thoroughly scammed. Years ago, horse-drawn carriages and donkey carts were a common sight. Local farmers would bring fresh vegetables and fruits into the city every morning, selling them at affordable prices. However, new regulations had banned animal-drawn carts from entering the city, causing traditional vegetable markets to dwindle. Today, most residents relied almost entirely on supermarkets for their groceries. Unfortunately, supermarket produce was often of poor quality, and prices were absurdly high, sometimes more than $10 for a single cabbage. This transformation made the ancient city lose much of its original charm. Charlie, in particular, hated shopping in supermarkets, finding the experience lifeless and dull. That was why he often visited a well-preserved old residential district where a bustling vegetable market still existed. His affection for this place went beyond its lively atmosphere. It was tied to memories of his parents, who had loved the old town when they first arrived in Orus Hill. The area contained many historic buildings from the Ming and Qing dynasties and the Republic of China, featuring architectural styles vastly different from those in the north. His parents had been especially fond of this contrast. Because of their deep appreciation for traditional culture, his parents rented an old house in the old town. After renovations carried out by his father, the family lived comfortably there. Tragically, his parents later died in an accident, and Charlie was sent to an orphanage. From time to time, he would sneak out with his friends Caleb and Lisa to visit the old town. While they believed he was simply exploring, Charlie was actually searching for the lingering warmth of his parents. After his parents' deaths, the house was rented out to various tenants for several years before being purchased by a real estate investor who intended to demolish it after its value increased. Later, the house and its surrounding buildings were classified as part of a historical preservation zone, making demolition or reconstruction impossible. Charlie later learned that the buyer belonged to a real estate speculation group from Eastcliff. Since the property could neither be sold nor developed, it held little value to the investor and was left vacant for years. Eventually, the investor became involved in illegal overseas fundraising, and the court sealed the property as part of the case. Rumors of an auction had circulated 2 or 3 years earlier, but due to the complexity of the legal proceedings, the property had yet to enter foreclosure. Because the vegetable market Charlie frequented was near his former home, he decided to take a small detour to see it again. As he pedaled along, Charlie suddenly noticed a Rolls-Royce parked outside the old, weathered house. From the passenger side stepped out an elderly man, the longtime butler of the Thorne family from Eastcliff, who had come to Orus Hill. Chapter 2282. After the car stopped, the elderly butler quickly opened the rear door and said respectfully to the person inside, "Miss, we've arrived." The woman was Deanna Thorne. After landing, she had brought 2 children with her and traveled to the Thorne family's old residence alongside the butler. Once everything was settled and their luggage arranged, Deanna eagerly asked him to take her to the place where Bruce had lived before his death. Meanwhile, Fitz and Zara had gone their separate ways. Fitz headed to the orphanage to discuss donations, while Zara remained glued to her laptop, carefully examining countless photos in search of Charlie. Deanna felt both calm and content. After all, she was visiting the place where Bruce, the man she had loved her entire life, had once lived. Bringing the children along felt somewhat inappropriate to her. Yet, beneath that calm, a deep unease stirred. Even though Bruce had been gone for many years, the moment she set foot here, an indescribable tension seized her. It was exactly like her youth, when simply thinking about seeing Bruce would make her heart race and her breathing grow rapid. With her heart pounding, Deanna stepped out of the car and looked toward the southern-style courtyard visible over the low stone wall. The wall was built with hollow blue bricks, allowing a clear view inside. The courtyard was desolate, overgrown with dead weeds and scattered with fallen leaves. The osmanthus trees had withered into dry, lifeless wood, and the walls of the main house were covered with dead vines. Though dilapidated, Deanna could easily imagine how beautiful the courtyard would look if it were properly maintained. She envisioned it filled with greenery and blooming plants during the rainy spring and summer months, forming a picturesque scene. The courtyard itself was not large, but its refined design was unmistakable. Blue brick walls, blue-tiled roofs, and blue stone pathways reflected classic southern architecture. In the humid climate of the south, rain would cause moss to grow over the green bricks and stone paths, lending the place a sense of age and quiet elegance. While some found moss slippery and unappealing, those who admired ancient Eastern culture saw it as poetic and serene. Whether growing in courtyards, climbing fences, or adorning bonsai, moss symbolized tranquility and grace. Among scholars and writers, it was especially cherished. To Deanna, the neglected courtyard perfectly matched the gentle elegance of Bruce's home. In her mind, she saw a young, handsome Bruce playing with his child in the courtyard. The image was so vivid that it felt real. Bruce stood there with a small boy, his son, laughing as he spun him around. Suddenly, the old wooden door creaked open. A tall, graceful woman appeared, wearing an apron tied around her waist, yet still strikingly beautiful. She smiled warmly at the father and son and invited them inside for dinner. The scene of a loving family sharing laughter and warmth was deeply touching. Lost in the vision, Deanna focused on the woman's face, only to realize that the woman in her imagination was not Bruce's original wife, but herself. Chapter 2283. Deanna was overwhelmed by emotion as Bruce's wife unconsciously appeared in her mind. Tears welled up in her eyes, and despite her efforts to hold them back, they streamed down her smooth, youthful face, which showed no signs of aging. The elderly butler standing nearby watched quietly and let out a soft sigh. "You know," he said gently, "throughout the entire capital, everyone knows that the second lady of the Thorne family has harbored feelings for Bruce for many years. But who still remembers that Bruce has been gone for nearly 20 years? And yet, the second lady continues to cling to her deep emotions for him. It was a sorrow as ancient as time itself." In ancient Chinese culture, the word hate often carries the meaning of profound regret. Those who love deeply are often left with nothing but sorrow, and such sorrow never fades. This was Deanna's reality. Those who have never experienced such intense love can never understand one person's unwavering devotion to another. Once an obsession takes root, it can endure the passage of time, 10 years, 20 years, or even longer. Neither distance nor the boundary between life and death can erase it. Deanna understood this better than anyone. She had long wanted to forget Bruce and live a calm, stable life. Yet that obsession stubbornly remained in her heart, like a weed that allowed nothing else to grow. At times, she felt as though it had withered away or even been burned to ashes. But then, like a gentle spring breeze, her heart was stirred once again, and the weeds began to grow anew. This obsession was like a thorn embedded deep in her heart. Sometimes she believed it had vanished, only to be unexpectedly pricked by it again. In the end, Deanna realized that this obsession had already fused with her very soul. "Bruce, since you were once a part of my life, why should I force myself to forget you?" Since my love for you has always existed, let it remain in the part of my heart that belongs only to you. In the past, whenever I thought of you, I felt guilty towards Zayn. But now, that guilt is gone. From this moment on, I can remember you openly, miss you freely, and no longer feel indebted to anyone. With these thoughts, a heavy burden seemed to lift from Deanna's heart. She wiped away her tears and turned to the old housekeeper. Uncle White, who owns this house now? The old housekeeper pointed to the seal on the iron gate and explained, Miss Deanna, this property has been seized by the court and is currently sealed. Sealed? Deanna frowned and asked urgently, what happened? Can you find out the details? The old housekeeper nodded. I've been in Orus Hill for many years and have connections in several departments. Let me make a call and check. Deanna urged him anxiously, please hurry. I need to understand the situation so the seal can be lifted. I want to see the inside. The old housekeeper immediately took out his phone and made the call. After gathering information, he quickly returned to Deanna. Second miss, the owner of this house has had all his assets sealed due to an illegal fundraising case. The lawsuit has been ongoing overseas for more than 2 years, and a verdict should be issued soon. Once the judgment is finalized, this house will naturally enter the judicial auction process. Chapter 2284. Hearing this, Deanna's excitement surged. She said decisively, help me focus on this. I want to take this house. The old housekeeper nodded and explained, this house has a small footprint and cannot be demolished in the future. It's a low liquidity asset with poor circulation. Acquiring it shouldn't be difficult. Excellent, Deanna said firmly. No matter the price, we must get this house. After making her decision, she immediately asked, Uncle White, have you contacted someone from the court? Can I go inside and take a look? Yes, the old butler replied quickly. I've already spoken to them. They said they'll be here in 2 days to conduct asset registration and evaluation. We'll need to prepare materials for the judicial auction. At that time, we can legally remove the seal and unlock the doors to enter. Impatient, Deanna said, then let's find a way to open it now. The old butler nodded and instructed the driver and bodyguard nearby, see if you can open the door. The bodyguard stepped forward, removed the seal, and examined the lock. He grinned and said, Housekeeper White, this lock is almost completely rusted. You could kick it open. Deanna immediately stopped him. Don't kick it. If you do, the door might break. Try prying the lock open instead. After examining it more closely, the bodyguard replied, Second miss, the lock core is completely rusted. Even with a key, it probably wouldn't open. We'll have to break it. Deanna nodded. Break the lock, but be careful not to damage the iron gate. I want to keep it once we buy the house. The bodyguard agreed. He pulled a dark-colored dagger from his waist, carefully inserted the blade into the lock, and pried it open. With a sharp snap, the lock broke due to corrosion, but the iron gate itself remained intact. Unable to contain her excitement, Deanna stepped inside. The courtyard was overgrown with weeds, yet an iron-framed swing still stood there, though heavily rusted from years of neglect. To Deanna, what others might see as decay instead radiated warmth and nostalgia. At that moment, the sound of an electric bike approached. Charlie, who often visited this old house, was startled to see a Rolls-Royce parked at the entrance. This house had always been sealed and forgotten. Why would anyone be here today? Curious, Charlie walked closer to the gate and looked inside. In the courtyard, he saw 3 people, a woman, an elderly man, and a middle-aged man, all with their backs facing him. Confusion washed over Charlie. Has this house been sold? That shouldn't be possible. I heard it was sealed and hadn't even entered judicial auction yet. How could it have changed hands without anyone knowing? And what are these people doing? Why would they tear off the court seal and forcibly break in? Annoyance rose within him. This had been the home where he lived with his parents. If the rightful owners were here, he wouldn't interfere. But these people clearly didn't look like owners. Tearing down seals and breaking locks felt outrageous to him. Just as he was considering stepping forward, Deanna suddenly turned her head toward the entrance. Their eyes met. In that instant, a violent storm seemed to surge through Deanna's soul, leaving her frozen in place and utterly speechless. Chapter 2285. Charlie and his father, Bruce, shared at least 1/8 of a resemblance. Although they belonged to different eras, the difference in their hairstyles and clothing styles created a noticeable gap. If Charlie were to dress and style himself the way his father once did, their resemblance would be almost identical. When Deanna first saw him, it felt as though a bolt of lightning had struck her. She was utterly stunned, so overwhelmed that it was as if she were about to faint. She stood frozen in place, unable to tell whether what she was seeing was real or merely a vivid illusion born from her longing for Bruce. How could there possibly be a man who looked so much like Bruce? After all, Bruce had died in his early 30s. The most vivid memories Deanna had of Bruce were from before their marriage. In contrast, the years following their wedding, up until Bruce's sudden death, had left fewer strong impressions. That was why the image of Bruce that lingered most clearly in her mind was from when he was between 20 and 25 years old. Coincidentally, that age range perfectly matched Charlie's current age. It was as if Bruce, in his youth, had reappeared before her eyes. In that instant, Deanna felt tears well up again. Her vision blurred as she looked at Charlie, forcing her to wipe her eyes. When she looked once more, he was still there, standing exactly where he had been. A surge of fear washed over her. She slowly realized that this young man, who looked astonishingly like Bruce, was real. At the same time, Charlie was equally bewildered. He had no idea why the woman inside the yard was staring at him with such intensity. Seeing her burst into tears while looking at him only deepened his confusion. Sensing that something was wrong, Charlie began to analyze the situation. It quickly became clear that this woman had some connection to his father. While Deanna was lost in emotion and memories, Charlie remained calm and rational, rapidly piecing together the clues. First, she's standing in a place deeply connected to my parents, which means she's almost certainly connected to them, most likely to my father. Second, her shock and emotional reaction suggests she might be mistaking me for him. So, who exactly is this woman? Just as Charlie was thinking this through, Deanna looked at him intently, desperate to confirm whether she was dreaming or awake. Almost unconsciously, she whispered, "Bruce?" The moment the name left her lips, the old housekeeper turned around in shock. Chapter 2286. Charlie felt his eyelids twitch violently. Instinctively, he turned his head away, twisted the throttle of his electric bike, and sped off without hesitation. By the time Deanna rushed out in pursuit, Charlie had already disappeared. Standing at the entrance in a daze, Deanna anxiously scanned the surroundings and murmured to herself, "Was that just my imagination?" She hurriedly turned to the elderly butler who had followed her out. "Uncle White, did you see a young man just now? One who looks exactly like Bruce?" Although Uncle White had only caught a fleeting glimpse, he replied firmly, "Second miss, I did see a young man riding an electric bike just now. He really did look extremely similar to Mr. Wade." Deanna trembled with excitement as she said, "Yes. Since you saw him too, that means I wasn't hallucinating. There's no way I imagined it." She paused, then continued in disbelief, "But how is this possible? How can two people look so alike? That young man looked to be in his 20s. The resemblance to Bruce is uncanny." The old butler sighed softly. "The world is vast. It's not uncommon for two unrelated people to look strikingly similar." Deanna nodded. "You're right, Uncle White. With so many people in the world, it's not impossible." But then her excitement flared again. "Still, even if someone looks like Bruce, why would he appear here? This is Bruce's former residence. If he has nothing to do with Bruce, then this coincidence is simply too much." The old butler frowned thoughtfully. He had to admit that her reasoning made sense. It wasn't strange for someone to resemble Bruce, but for that person to appear at Bruce's old home made the situation feel eerie. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He exclaimed, "Second miss, I just remembered, Mr. Wade had a son." Deanna nodded quickly. Yes, Bruce did have a son. But I was pregnant with Fitz when his son was born. I was preoccupied with Bruce's affairs and rarely went out, so I lost contact and never met the child. She continued slowly, after Bruce and his wife passed away, their son disappeared. I don't think anyone has heard from him since. The old butler's eyes lit up. Exactly. Back then, both Mr. Wade and Mrs. Wade were in Orus Hill. Their son vanished from here as well. That young man looks exactly like Mr. Wade. It's very likely that he's Mr. Wade's son. His son. Deanna's eyes filled with tears again. She said painfully, if he truly is Bruce's son, then he was only 8 years old when Bruce died. If he never returned to the Wade family, that means he's been on his own for more than 10 or 20 years. I can't imagine what kind of life he's lived since 2016. The old butler sighed. He was riding a battered electric bike. It doesn't look like he's had an easy life. Deanna looked at him firmly. Uncle White, please help me find him. I'm his father's relative. If he's suffering, I must do everything I can to help him. The butler hesitated, then said seriously, Second miss, forgive my bluntness. If this child has been living at the bottom of society for so long, his abilities, outlook, and education may not be very refined. And if he learns who you are, he may try to rely on you to become rich overnight. There's an old saying, asking for help is easy, but giving it is hard. You should think carefully before approaching him. Deanna sighed. You don't need to worry. If we find him, I won't say much. She added calmly, I plan to give him a sum of money. I owe his father a debt. This will settle it once and for all, plus an extra 50 million. What he chooses to do with the money afterward will be up to his own fate. Very well, the old butler said, reassured. I'll begin investigating immediately. Chapter 2287. Meanwhile, Charlie had already ridden several hundred meters away. To avoid being tracked by Deanna, he decided not to stop for groceries and headed straight back to Thompson first. As he rode, he called Isaac Cameron. The moment Isaac answered, Charlie said, Isaac, someone visited the old house where my parents used to live today. I need you to find out who it was. Isaac replied in surprise, Young master, did you go to the old house today? Yes, Charlie confirmed. I ran into a woman there. She looked at me and called out my father's name. I need you to investigate her identity and determine whether she's an enemy or a friend, and what kind of connection she has to my father. Understood, Isaac replied immediately. I'll start looking into it right away. Charlie added, there's one more thing. Isaac responded without hesitation, please tell me, young master. Charlie said, find out the current situation regarding the owner of that old house. When will the verdict be announced, and when will the house be auctioned? I plan to buy it. No problem, Isaac said. I'll get that information for you. After that, Charlie noticed a supermarket near Thompson first. He went inside to buy a few necessities before heading home. Just as he walked out, his phone rang again. It was Isaac Cameron. Young master, I have updates on both matters. Charlie said, tell me one by one. Isaac reported quickly, the woman who went to your parents' former residence today is Deanna Thorne, the second lady of the Thorne family in Eastcliff. Charlie frowned. The Thorne family? Deanna? What's her background? Isaac explained, she's Zayn Bank's wife. What? Charlie blurted out in shock. Zayn's wife? Fitz and Zara's mother? Yes, Isaac confirmed. She arrived in Orus Hill this morning. Charlie asked, why would she go to my parents' old house? Did she know my father? Isaac replied, you might not know this, but Deanna had feelings for your father back then. Unfortunately, your father never returned those feelings. Charlie felt both stunned and awkward. He never expected to learn that Zayn's wife had once been in love with his father. He couldn't help recalling that Zayn's illegitimate daughter, Zean, had just been exposed by Japanese media the night before. The timing felt bizarre. Deanna showing up at the old house now made the situation even stranger. If Zayn found out, he would likely lose his mind. Isaac continued, "Young master, there's also news about the house." Charlie said, "Go on." Isaac explained, "The owner's case concluded 2 days ago. He was convicted of illegal fundraising involving a massive sum of money. He's completely insolvent and unable to repay the investors. As a result, he's facing imprisonment, and all his assets will be seized for compensation. Once the verdict is officially announced, the house will be placed under judicial auction. If everything proceeds smoothly, the auction should begin within a week." Charlie felt a surge of excitement. "Register me for the auction. I have to buy that house." "Understood," Isaac replied. "I'll handle it." Charlie said, "That's all for now. Keep an eye on Deanna. Since she knew my father, she may start suspecting my identity. I can't afford to be exposed yet. Make sure she doesn't find me." "Yes, young master." Chapter 2288. After hanging up, Charlie felt a throbbing headache. There seemed to be some invisible yet powerful magnetic force constantly pulling him toward the Banks family. He had long planned to confront the Banks family over the Anti-Leaf Alliance and make them pay for what they had done. Yet before he could act, fate had already dragged him into repeated entanglements with them. First, by sheer coincidence, he rescued Fitz and Zara in Japan. At the time, he had no idea they were Zayn's children. Later, while at a hospital in Tokyo, he encountered Zayn himself, standing face to face with the man without realizing who he was. If Charlie had known then, given his temper, he might have dealt with Zayn on the spot, or at least vented his anger before planning revenge. To make things worse, after returning from Japan, he encountered Zean, an assassin from the Banks family, saved her life, and only then discovered she was Zayn's illegitimate daughter. Without realizing it, Charlie had saved Zayn's children, 1 son and 2 daughters, 3 separate times. And to make matters even more absurd, all 3 shared the same mother. Through a chain of ridiculous coincidences, he had repeatedly rescued the offspring of his enemy, leaving him feeling both powerless and infuriated. As if that weren't enough, when he went to visit his parents' old house today, he ran straight into Deanna, Zayn's wife and the mother of Fitz and Zara. To top it all off, she had apparently harbored feelings for Charlie's father for many years. As these thoughts collided in his mind, Charlie let out a long, irritated sigh. This is completely insane. What a mess. He silently swore that when the time came to confront Zayn, he wouldn't just settle the score over the Anti-Leaf Alliance, he would also make Zayn pay for the absurd fact that he had saved his 3 children over and over again. Meanwhile, Deanna had begun her own search for Charlie. Unfortunately, she knew almost nothing about his circumstances, leaving her unsure where to start. Although the old housekeeper had lived in Orus Hill for many years, his position within the Thorne family forced him to remain discreet. The Thorne family wielded immense influence, so he acted cautiously. While he knew many local officials, he rarely involved himself in business affairs. His investigation focused on Bruce's fatal car accident years ago, the list of orphans taken in by the local orphanage at that time, and adoption records from that period, hoping to uncover any trace of Charlie. Despite his connections, the old housekeeper was completely outmatched by Isaac Cameron. As the Wade family's representative in Orus Hill, Isaac's primary role was to build and maintain an extensive intelligence network. His connections were deep and powerful, far beyond what the old housekeeper could reach. By the time the old housekeeper began investigating Charlie, Isaac was already aware of it and had reported everything to Charlie. When Charlie learned that the investigation was focused on orphanages and adoption records, he finally felt at ease. The key reason was that Stephen Thompson had cut off all clues related to Charlie immediately after his parents' deaths. Stephen had erased every trace, even controlling the orphanage Charlie once stayed in, ensuring that no outside investigation could uncover anything. Under such circumstances, Deanna's attempt to find Charlie through this route was nothing more than a futile fantasy. Chapter 2289. After leaving Charlie's parents' old home, Deanna felt somewhat lost. This feeling came from 2 sources, her deep longing for Bruce, and the shock of encountering someone who looked almost exactly like him, which had stirred countless memories from her youth. When she returned to the Thorne family's mansion in Orus Hill, she was greeted by the rich aroma of a sumptuous lunch prepared by the staff. Fitz had just come back from the orphanage, where he had made a donation. As soon as Deanna entered, he asked eagerly, "Mom, where did you go this morning?" Deanna snapped out of her thoughts and replied a little absent-mindedly, "Oh, I went out for a while. Uncle White took me around." At that moment, a maid walked in and said respectfully, "Second miss, lunch is ready." Deanna nodded and said to Fitz, "Go and call your sister." "What is she doing all day?" "She's been hiding in her room for days now. Ever since we arrived in Orus Hill, she locked herself inside. It's very strange." "Ah," Fitz chuckled. "Zara is determined to find our savior, the young man who rescued us in Japan." Deanna's eyes lit up, and she immediately asked, "Do you have any clues?" Fitz shook his head and sighed helplessly. "It's like looking for a needle in a haystack. I don't even know whether he's Chinese or overseas Chinese. I don't know if he's still in Japan or already back home." Deanna said earnestly, "That man saved both of your lives. If it weren't for him, the consequences would have been unimaginable. I truly want to find a way to thank him properly." She then asked, "What information do you have about him? Tell me everything you know, and I'll help you think of a solution." Fitz spread his hands and said bitterly, "We don't have any real information. We can barely remember what he looks like. Other than that, there's nothing." Deanna suggested, "What if we offer a reward? We could say we're looking for our lifesaver to thank him in person. If he sees it, maybe he'll contact us." Fitz replied, "Zara has thought about that too, but she thinks the chances are very low. She believes our benefactor is genuinely a good person and probably not short of money. Even if he saw the reward, he likely wouldn't come forward." Deanna nodded. "That makes sense. If he wanted money, he would have asked for it back then, or at least left some way to contact him. Relying on such vague memories to find him really is extremely difficult." Fitz sighed. "I've tried to explain this to Zara, but she just won't give up." As he spoke, he shook his head and said, "I'll go get her for dinner." "All right." Soon after, Zara came out of her room, still wearing her pajamas and clearly reluctant as Fitz urged her along. She held an iPad in one hand, her fingers constantly swiping through images on the screen. When they reached the dining room, Zara was still focused on the tablet. Deanna took the opportunity to ask, "Zara, your brother said you've been looking for our benefactor. Any progress?" Chapter 2290. Without looking up, Zara replied, "No progress at all. I still can't find him in the videos." Deanna said gently, "Some things are up to fate. If it isn't meant to happen, no amount of effort will help. And if it is meant to happen, even if you don't look for him, he'll eventually appear." Zara shook her head firmly. "I don't believe in leaving things to fate. It's too unreliable. There are billions of people in the world. Aside from neighbors, two people who meet by chance in a foreign country almost never run into each other again. If I don't actively search for him, I might never see him again in my entire life." Her voice softened as she continued, "Human memory is unreliable. Details fade easily. Many memories only become clear through repeated recall, like when I memorized passages as a kid." She looked up at Deanna and Fitz and asked, "Mom. Brother. Have you ever felt this way? The harder you try to remember someone's face, the more easily it slips away?" Fitz thought for a moment and nodded. "Yes. If you see someone often, you won't forget them. But if you've only met someone once, it doesn't take long before their features blur. All that's left is a rough outline." Deanna nodded in agreement. Zara is right. Memories need reinforcement, or they fade. As she spoke, Bruce's face surfaced in her mind. She had loved him deeply, but if she hadn't looked at his photos over the years, even his image would have slowly become unclear after nearly 2 decades. With a silent sigh, she asked Zara, "Then tell me, what does your benefactor look like?" Zara thought for a moment, then said seriously, "In 1 word, handsome. In 2 words, very handsome. In 3 words, extremely handsome. In 4 words, cool and extremely handsome." Deanna laughed. "Isn't that a bit exaggerated?" Zara insisted earnestly, Mom, I'm not exaggerating at all. He really is that handsome, and unbelievably cool. Her eyes sparkled as she continued, when Iga Kaminori sent a group of ninjas to kill him, he wiped them out effortlessly. Iga Kaminori was scared out of his mind and asked him who he was. Do you know what he said? Deanna shook her head, intrigued. What did he say? Zara stood up and reenacted Charlie's cold tone. He said, I am your father, and I want your life. Deanna laughed. That man is quite arrogant. It's more than arrogance, Zara said seriously. I've never seen anyone so confident. He didn't even see those Japanese ninjas, who kill without blinking, as a threat. Killing them was like chopping vegetables. It was amazing. Then she added angrily, but the annoying part is that he didn't seem to have a good impression of me or my brother. When I asked to borrow his phone to call Dad, he refused outright and said he doesn't lend out personal items. How rude. Deanna smiled. He was probably just being cautious. He didn't want you to get his number or uncover his identity. Exactly. Zara said excitedly. That's what I think too. He's very careful and leaves no traces behind. When I said goodbye, he even told me he would never see me again. Just thinking about it still makes me mad. It hurt my pride so badly. I have to find him and ask him face to face, were you saying that just to tease me? And how do you feel about seeing me again, huh? Chapter 2291. Zara voiced her thoughts, saying, I think I should go back and consult a master, someone who can do calculations and maybe give me a few clues. Fitz couldn't help laughing. Didn't you just say you didn't believe in that stuff? Zara replied seriously, I don't have any other options. It's still worth trying. She then turned to Deanna and asked, Mom, do you know any famous masters in Eastcliff? You often go to temples to worship Buddha and donate incense money. Do you know any powerful monks? Deanna answered sternly, don't be ridiculous. Eminent monks practice Buddhism. Fortune-telling belongs to Taoism. Zara immediately asked, then do you know any powerful Taoist masters? I want to ask for guidance. Deanna thought for a moment and said, to be honest, I don't. I haven't asked for divination in many years. The last time I did was when I was about your age. Thinking of that time reminded her of Bruce, and she couldn't help sighing. Then she said, oh, I just remembered something. I heard that the Wade family recently built their ancestral tomb and invited Orion Exier, a descendant of the Exier family in the United States. Your grandfather has some connections with him. If you're really interested, you could ask your grandfather whether Mr. Exier is still in Eastcliff. Mr. Exier? Zara frowned. Why haven't I heard of him before? Is he really that amazing? Deanna explained, Mr. Exier is the inheritor of the Exier family's feng shui lineage. His ancestor, Balig Exier, was a legendary feng shui master. Orion Exier is recognized as one of the most powerful masters in the world today. Zara gasped. Seriously? Then I have to call Grandpa right now. Without hesitation, she took out her phone and called Lord Thorne. As soon as the call connected, she eagerly asked, Grandpa, Mom said you know a Master Exier who specializes in the 5 elements and fortune-telling? Lord Thorne asked in surprise, Zara, what do you need him for? Zara quickly replied, Grandpa, I'm trying to find my savior, but I haven't made any progress. I want to see if the Master can help me find a breakthrough. Lord Thorne replied, Master Exier has already returned to the United States. Oh? Zara's voice fell immediately. He's already gone. When did he leave? Lord Thorne answered, not too long ago. He left about a year ago. He stayed in China for over 3 years, most of that time at Wade Mountain. He probably wanted to go back and rest. Zara said helplessly, that's such a pity. What should I do now? Grandpa, do you know any other masters? Lord Thorne replied, I know many people who claim to be masters, but the only one truly worthy of that title is Master Exier. Then he added, I can try contacting him for you. If he's willing, he might be able to help you remotely. Zara asked in disbelief. Grandpa, are you serious? Lord Thorne laughed. Would Grandpa lie to you? The problem is that Master Heir is old and has a strange temper. Whether he's willing to help is entirely up to him. Chapter 2292. Zara hurriedly replied, that's fine, that's fine. You can ask him anything. Then she asked, by the way, Grandpa, if he agrees, do I need to go to the United States again? No need, Lord Thorne replied. Master Heir has extraordinary abilities. If he agrees, I'll give him your birth date and the questions you want answered. That will be enough. Zara was stunned. That's amazing. Lord Thorne chuckled. Divination and fortune-telling represent the highest wisdom passed down by our ancestors. Modern people barely understand a fraction of it. He continued, it's midnight in the US right now, and I'm not close enough to disturb Master Heir at this hour. Let's wait. When it's evening over there and morning here, I'll call him. Zara said excitedly, thank you, Grandpa. At the same time, Charlie hurried home to prepare lunch. Even though Elaine's leg was broken, she stubbornly used crutches and insisted on helping him in the kitchen. After the meal was ready, Elaine said awkwardly, good son-in-law, I should have cooked for you, but my legs just aren't working. Charlie smiled and said warmly, Mom, you don't need to say that. I don't have much to do anyway, so cooking a meal is no trouble at all. Then he added, Mom, Claire and Dad should be back soon. I'll make some tomato and egg soup so we can eat together. Elaine quickly replied, you're too thoughtful, my good son-in-law. I'll wash the tomatoes. Charlie finished cooking, and soon after, Claire and Jacob arrived home one after the other. As soon as Claire walked in, she said excitedly, Husband, I got a call today from Doris Young, the vice chairman of the Emgrand Group. She said the 6-star hotel project is about to begin bidding for interior decoration. Really? Charlie pretended to be surprised. That's a huge project. Claire nodded enthusiastically. Huge doesn't even begin to describe it. The Emgrand Group's 6-star hotel has a total investment of $2 billion. The main construction is almost finished, and now they're moving into interior decoration. Once that's done, they'll install all the internal facilities. She continued, about half of the $2 billion went into land acquisition and infrastructure. The other half is mostly for decoration. Just the hard and soft decoration budget is at least $300 million, and the furniture, bedding, sanitary ware, and electrical appliances could reach $600 or $700 million. Executives from top domestic furnishing and building material companies are all rushing to Orus Hill to compete for the bids. Charlie smiled and asked, so how much budget did Emgrand allocate just for the decoration design? Claire explained, commercial decoration design usually costs around $300 per square meter. The 6-star hotel has a total area of 130,000 square meters. After excluding duplicated designs for similar room types, the actual design workload is still at least 70,000 to 80,000 square meters. Just the design fee alone will be around 20 to 30 million. Elaine, who overheard this, was stunned. What? Just designing the decoration costs 20 to 30 million? Claire nodded seriously. That's actually on the low side. If they hired a top-tier designer or a major design firm, the price per square meter could easily reach $800 to $1,000. Chapter 2293. Upon hearing the figures, Elaine couldn't help but exclaim, a design cost of $800 to $1,000 per square meter means it could reach 50 or 60 million? That's terrifying. Claire smiled and replied, what's so frightening about that? Some world-famous designers charge hundreds of millions just for a building's exterior design. Elaine touched her chest in disbelief and quickly asked, are you actually considering taking on this project? Claire responded earnestly, absolutely. I want to take it on, but my studio isn't very large right now. I'm worried I won't be able to compete with the other bidders, especially since there's a lot of preliminary work to prepare. If I decide to bid, I need to fully commit and start preparing immediately. With a sigh, Claire continued, the scale of this project is enormous. I'm genuinely concerned about whether my studio can handle such a large undertaking. Elaine raised an eyebrow in surprise and asked, Isn't design just about using a computer? What's so hard about managing it? Claire explained, it's not as simple as it looks. We're talking about a commercial area exceeding 100,000 square meters, with more than a dozen room types requiring full design, multiple restaurants, and entertainment spaces. The overall design workload is massive, including administrative offices, security layouts, and fire safety planning. It's similar to producing an animated movie. Many people think it's just about assembling a team to draw. But in reality, producing 20 frames per second for a 90-minute film requires tens of thousands, sometimes hundreds of thousands, of images, with hundreds of people working for several years to complete it. Claire added, our studio has a limited number of staff. Even if we managed to take on such a massive project, we would need to subcontract with other design studios to collaborate. It took 10 designers more than 6 months to complete a similar project. And that's only the first phase. Once construction begins, we'll need to oversee the project throughout the entire process. The construction period alone will last at least a year, which means the overall follow-up could take around a year and a half. With dozens of designers involved during that time, the annual salary of a skilled designer can reach several hundred thousand, while the average is at least 200,000. That means salary expenses alone could total tens of millions. Elaine gasped. Wow! Tens of millions just for salaries. That's insane. Claire nodded. That's the reality. And I'm being conservative. If the construction timeline is extended or the plans require repeated revisions, both time and labor costs will only increase. Charlie, who had been listening quietly, asked curiously, so what do you plan to do, Claire? Are you going to go for it? Claire nodded. Even though my studio isn't the strongest, I still want to try. If I can secure this project, I could merge my studio with some smaller design teams. That would significantly elevate my studio's reputation, bringing it up to a mid-sized level once this project is completed. However, she added worriedly, but my studio is really small. With so many companies competing for this contract, I honestly don't know what our chances are. Charlie smiled reassuringly. If you're interested, then go for it. If you succeed, it's an incredible opportunity. If you fail, we won't lose much, just some time and effort. What do you think? That's true, Claire nodded thoughtfully. I want to give it everything I've got. Starting today, I'll lead the team to work overtime on plans, bids, and all preparations for this project. As she spoke, a trace of concern appeared on her face. But I've heard that many design firms are pulling strings to secure this contract. Some are even bribing executives at the Emgrand Group. I wonder if Emgrand will allow any unfair practices. Charlie chuckled. How could a corporation as large as the Emgrand Group, with a valuation exceeding 100 billion, stoop to shady dealings over a design project worth only tens of millions? Chapter 2294. Despite his words, Charlie had already decided to contact Doris Young and quietly ensure that this project would go to Claire. The Emgrand Group was his own company, and since his wife was genuinely interested in the project, he naturally wanted to give her an opportunity to gain experience. So he said to Claire, Claire, don't worry too much right now. Just focus on preparing properly. I believe you can handle it. Absolutely. Claire replied firmly. I'll do everything I can to secure this major project. After lunch, Claire headed back to the office, while Charlie returned to his room and called Ms. Young. As soon as the call connected, Ms. Young greeted him, Master, you're calling about your wife's bid, aren't you? Charlie chuckled. You guessed right. Ms. Young quickly continued, Master, I originally planned to assign the hotel decoration design project directly to your wife's company. However, I was worried she might become suspicious if it was handed to her outright. So I decided to organize a bidding process instead, allowing her company to compete in a more natural and transparent way. Charlie praised her. Ms. Young, you've handled this very thoughtfully. I agree with your approach. Let Claire participate in the bidding normally, and then have the group select her studio. That way, she'll feel her ability has truly been recognized. Ms. Young responded confidently, Don't worry, Master. I'll take care of everything. Charlie then asked, when does the group plan to officially start the bidding process? Ms. Young replied, I plan to finalize the initial plan within a week and begin the bidding immediately after. Good. I'll leave it to you, Charlie said before hanging up. With nothing urgent to handle that afternoon, Charlie stayed home. With the new year approaching, he had promised to prepare gifts for everyone who visited his house, so he decided to use the time to refine some medicinal pills. He called Mr. Quinton, who answered respectfully, Master Wade, how may I assist you? Charlie instructed, Mr. Quinton, please prepare a batch of medicinal materials and bring them to my home this afternoon. Hearing this, Mr. Quinton immediately realized that Charlie intended to refine medicine and replied excitedly, Master Wade, just tell me what materials you need, and I'll prepare them at once. Charlie said, I'll send you the formula on WeChat shortly. Just gather everything according to the list. Mr. Quinton replied without hesitation, understood, Master Wade. Send me the list, and I'll have Aurora deliver everything to you as soon as it's ready. Chapter 2295. When Aurora learned that Charlie needed medicine once again, she felt a surge of happiness. Her joy didn't come from hoping to obtain Charlie's magical medicine, but from the fact that her father had entrusted her with the task of delivering it. This gave her an opportunity to see Charlie. During her winter vacation at home, aside from daily training, she had very little to do, and her days felt extremely dull. Eager to find a chance to see Charlie again, Aurora had even thought about asking him for guidance. However, she heard that Charlie had been particularly busy recently, which made her reluctant to disturb him. Therefore, the chance to deliver the medicine felt like the perfect excuse to visit him. Mr. Quinton carefully prepared all the required medicinal materials according to Charlie's instructions. He placed everything neatly into a medicine box and handed it to Aurora, saying, Aurora, take these medicinal materials to Master Wade at Thompson first. Aurora replied excitedly, Okay, Dad. I'll drive over to Master Wade's house. Mr. Quinton nodded and said, Wait a moment. He then stood up, opened the safe, and took out a beautifully crafted red sandalwood box. Handing it to Aurora, he explained, This contains a 400-year-old top-grade purple ginseng. It's even better than the 300-year-old purple ginseng that Master Wade bought at the auction before. Take it to Master Wade and tell him it's a small token of my respect. Aurora carefully accepted the wooden box and said seriously, I understand, Dad. I'll personally deliver the medicinal materials and the purple ginseng to Master Wade's villa. Mr. Quinton continued, At the last traditional medicine expo, Master Moore's daughter purchased 300 top-quality purple ginseng. Shortly afterward, he successfully refined the rejuvenation pill. I suspect that this purple ginseng is a key ingredient. With it, Master Wade may be able to refine another batch of rejuvenation pills. Aurora immediately interrupted, Dad. I'm not going to ask Master Wade for medicine this time. The last time you made me awkwardly ask him after he refined the pills, I was so embarrassed. Mr. Quinton reassured her, Don't worry. This time, just give Master Wade the top-quality purple ginseng. You don't need to think about anything else. If Master Wade really uses it to refine the rejuvenation pill, I believe he won't forget about the Quinton family. Feeling relieved, Aurora said, All right, Dad. I'll head over now. Okay, go on, Mr. Quinton replied. Aurora got into her car and drove to Thompson first. Half an hour later, she arrived at Charlie's villa. When she rang the doorbell, Elaine was taking a nap on the third floor. Charlie came down from the second floor, opened the courtyard gate, and smiled as he greeted her. Aurora, you didn't have to trouble yourself to come all this way. Standing in front of Charlie, Aurora felt inexplicably nervous. She stammered, Master Wade, how have you been lately? Charlie smiled lightly. I'm fine. Why do you ask? Aurora quickly explained, I heard you've been very busy recently, especially with Jasmine going to Japan. I was worried you might be exhausted. Charlie waved his hand casually. It's nothing serious. Just a small matter, no need to worry. Chapter 2296. That's great. Aurora smiled brightly as she handed Charlie the medicine box and the red sandalwood box. Master Wade, the medicine box contains all the medicinal materials you need. My dad prepared everything. And this red sandalwood box contains a 400-year-old top-grade purple ginseng. My dad came across it by chance and felt it would be very helpful to you, so he insisted that I give it to you. Charlie was stunned and exclaimed, 400 years of top-grade purple ginseng? How did your father manage to get his hands on something like this? I'm not completely sure, Aurora replied. My dad has many sources for medicinal herbs. Pharmacies and herb farmers from all over the country supply him. Whenever someone has high-quality materials, they contact him first. I guess a merchant must have sent it to him. Charlie nodded thoughtfully. I've already used more than half of the 30 rejuvenation pills I refined last time, and I gave the rest away. I originally planned to refine more, but I knew it would be extremely difficult to find purple ginseng older than 300 years, so I never seriously pursued it. I didn't expect Mr. Quinton to send you here with this. In fact, although Charlie lacked 300-year-old purple ginseng, he still possessed a precious medicinal plant Liam had brought back, a 1,000-year-old snow ginseng inherited from his mother's family. The value of a 1,000-year snow ginseng far exceeded that of a 300-year-old purple ginseng, making it far too precious to be used for refining rejuvenation pills. According to the records in the apocalyptic book, the uses of a 1,000-year snow ginseng were far greater than those of 300-year-old purple ginseng. Thinking of this, Charlie examined the purple ginseng Aurora had brought. He couldn't help but marvel, this purple ginseng is even better than the one I bought at the auction. Your father must have paid a huge price for it. I feel a bit embarrassed accepting such a valuable gift. Aurora quickly said, Master Wade, please don't say that. Considering everything you've done for the Quinton family, even if it were only a piece of purple ginseng, my father would still be willing to give you everything we have. Charlie laughed. You're exaggerating. You're making it sound like your family has existed for generations just to give everything to me. After joking, he became serious. Alright, I'll accept this purple ginseng. Please thank your father for me and tell him that when I refine a pill using this ginseng, I'll definitely give him one. Aurora's face lit up with excitement. She quickly bowed and said, Thank you, Master Wade. Charlie smiled faintly. No need to be so polite. He then invited her, Aurora, come in and sit for a while. I'll make you a cup of tea. Aurora instinctively wanted to agree, but then hesitated and asked worriedly, Master Wade, is your wife at home? I don't want to disturb her. Charlie smiled and reassured her. Why worry about that? She's very friendly. If she were home, she'd invite you in herself. Aurora asked in surprise, Your wife isn't home? No, Charlie replied casually. She's been very busy with work since she came back. Only my mother-in-law is home. Aurora quickly said, Then I won't go in. I don't want to cause any misunderstandings with your mother-in-law. Charlie laughed. It's fine. My mother-in-law injured her leg and is taking a nap upstairs. When she wakes up, she usually stays on the upper floor. Hearing this, Aurora finally relaxed and smiled. In that case, I'll shamelessly accept a cup of tea from you, Master Wade. Charlie gestured toward the door. Come in. Chapter 2297. After receiving Charlie's invitation, Aurora smiled and happily followed him into the villa. Once inside, Charlie gestured for her to sit comfortably on the living room sofa while he prepared a pot of tea. Aurora carefully accepted the tea and said, By the way, Master Wade, I visited Sister Jasmine a couple of days ago. Charlie's curiosity was piqued as he asked, Oh? Did you visit her company or her home? Charlie nodded as memories surfaced of how he had resolved the Moore family crisis and helped Jasmine reclaim her position as the heir. Realizing that he hadn't seen her since then, he asked, How has Jasmine been lately? Aurora tilted her head slightly and replied, Sister Jasmine seems to be in good spirits. Then she added excitedly, Oh, and she has an Akita dog at home. It's extremely pure and adorable. I don't think there's another Akita in all of Orus Hill with such excellent lineage. She said it was a gift from your friend? Charlie chuckled and replied, Well, you might need to wait at least a year for that. Aurora waved her hand casually. That's fine. A year will pass quickly. She then looked at Charlie and asked, by the way, Master Wade, do you have any free time in the next few days? Curious, Charlie asked, what's the matter? Aurora looked slightly shy and said, ever since I defeated Nakoido and won the championship, I've been training diligently at home. However, I feel like my progress has slowed. I'd really like a senior expert to guide me one-on-one. If it's not too much trouble, I'd be very grateful if you could come to my house and give me some guidance. Charlie thought for a moment, then smiled. That's no problem at all. Once I finish refining the medicine, I plan to invite everyone over for a meal. I'll come a few hours early and help you train. Aurora's face lit up with excitement. That's wonderful, Master Wade. I'll let my dad prepare the best banquet at home. Charlie nodded with a smile and asked, by the way, did Jasmine tell you who gave her the Akita? Aurora shook her head. Sister Jasmine only said it was your friend. She didn't mention who it was. Charlie chuckled and revealed, it was Nakoido, the one you defeated in the competition. What? Aurora exclaimed in surprise. It was her. Yes, Charlie confirmed with a smile. Aurora quickly asked, Master Wade, how is Nakoido doing now? I felt really guilty because I didn't control the effects of the medicine properly and injured her during the match. I'm worried about her recovery. She sighed softly and continued, to be honest, Nanako has always been stronger than me. She should have been the champion. I only won because of the medicine you gave me. Even though I won, it doesn't feel honorable. Charlie reassured her calmly, Aurora, there's nothing shameful about it. Competitions are about ability and following the rules. Even if part of your strength came from the elixir, it still reflects your own talent. Besides, you passed the doping test, which proves you didn't use any prohibited substances, so everything was in line with the rules. He added, it's like those high-tech swimsuits swimmers use, such as sharkskin suits. Charlie continued, those swimsuits greatly reduce water resistance. For example, the famous swimmer Michael Phelps broke 14 world records in a single month while wearing one and won more than 20 Olympic gold medals. Although those suits provided a significant advantage, the rules didn't ban them at the time, so athletes could still take pride in their achievements. Aurora nodded slowly. I think I understand what you mean. Charlie smiled warmly. As long as you compete within the rules, there's no reason to feel pressured. You should aim higher and continue competing, striving to win more honor for our country. Aurora responded enthusiastically, yes, Master Wade. I'll definitely work hard and aim for more championships in the future. She then glanced at the time and added shyly, I know you probably have other things to do this afternoon, so I won't take up any more of your time. Just remember what we discussed. Charlie nodded. Don't worry. Once I'm done refining the medicine, I'll contact your father. Aurora stood up respectfully. Thank you, Master Wade. I'll take my leave now. Charlie stood as well. I'll see you later. Chapter 2298. After watching Aurora leave, Charlie took the medicinal materials she had brought and headed to the bedroom on the second floor that he shared with Claire. The materials Aurora delivered were sufficient to refine one batch of healing pills and one batch of rejuvenation pills. Although healing pills no longer held much value for Charlie himself, they were extremely effective for ordinary people. Jasmine had survived her accident in Japan thanks to one of these pills. As a result, Charlie decided to refine a batch of healing pills to give to people such as Mr. Quinton, Mr. White, Travis Lane, and Dr. Simmons, as a way of repaying the kindness and gifts they had shown him in the past. As for the rejuvenation pills, he planned to refine another batch, give one to Mr. Quinton, and keep the rest for emergencies. In just one afternoon, Charlie successfully refined a batch of ordinary healing pills and 30 rejuvenation pills. Looking at the pills he had just refined, Charlie suddenly thought of his mother-in-law, Elaine. For a minor injury like a broken leg, only a quarter of a healing pill would be enough to fully heal her. With 30 pills, he could theoretically cure her leg 120 times. This made him briefly consider whether he should give her some medicine to help her recover faster. However, after a moment of thought, he immediately dismissed the idea and muttered, "Forget it, she's not worthy." Meanwhile, as Charlie was busy refining pills, Lord Thorne in Eastcliff was making a phone call to Orion Exier, who was on the other side of the ocean. Orion Exier, who was nearly 100 years old, still appeared energetic thanks to the rejuvenation pill he had taken. He was an early riser and began his day at 5 in the morning by practicing Taijiquan to maintain his health. Afterward, he would return to his study to perform a simple divination using 3 ancient copper coins. This method, based on the principles of the 6 lines and 8 trigrams, was a traditional practice. Unlike ordinary feng shui masters, the coins Orion used were themselves priceless treasures. The most valuable of the 3 was a Warring States era coin of immeasurable worth, while the other 2 were also extremely rare. Many collectors of ancient coins might go their entire lives without ever seeing even one of them. Just as Orion finished interpreting the hexagram formed by the coins on the table, Lord Thorne's call came through. Orion answered the phone with a faint smile. "I was just wondering why today's hexagram resembled an elderly figure and carried the image of being separated by a great distance." "Then your call arrived." Lord Thorne sighed in admiration. "Master Exier, your abilities truly live up to your reputation." "There's no need for such formalities," Orion replied warmly. "Why are you calling so early?" Lord Thorne explained quickly, "Master Exier, my granddaughter has been searching for her savior for a long time, but she hasn't been able to find any clues. I was hoping you could give her some guidance, if it wouldn't be too much trouble." Orion chuckled. "Your granddaughter clearly knows how to repay kindness. Give me her birth date and the details of how she was rescued, and I'll see what I can determine." Lord Thorne immediately provided Zara's birth date and explained the circumstances of her kidnapping with Fitz in Japan. Orion pondered aloud. The incident happened in Japan, which lies east of China. In feng shui, the east corresponds to the azure dragon. He then focused intently, picked up the ancient coins, closed his eyes, and shook them gently in his palm before casting them onto the table. His brows knit together as he looked at the result. "Interesting. Your granddaughter's hexagram indicates that she is searching for a dragon." "Searching for a dragon?" Lord Thorne exclaimed in surprise. "Master Exier, what does that mean?" Orion replied solemnly, "The word searching means exactly that, and a dragon refers to the true dragon of this world. This hexagram suggests that the person your granddaughter is searching for has an extraordinary destiny. Such a person is extremely rare and not easily found." Chapter 2299. Lord Thorne listened carefully, feeling both astonished and quietly pleased by what he had heard. Unable to suppress a chuckle, he said, "Master Exier, this person is said to have defeated multiple top Japanese ninjas on his own. His strength is truly extraordinary. With such power, it's only natural that his life would be full of hardship, wouldn't you say?" Orion Exier replied solemnly, "Bradley, many people suffer difficult fates. Even the widows of Kaf are said to have lives as hard as iron. However, the fate of a true dragon is exceedingly rare. In ancient times, I would not have dared say such a person would merely become a high-ranking official. He would more likely have been a prince or a great general, someone truly exceptional." After a brief pause, Lord Thorne asked seriously, "Master Exier, my granddaughter is determined to find this person. Is there any way you can help me?" Orion Exier let out a sigh. "This life goes beyond my comprehension. I cannot see through it." Lord Thorne gasped. "Master Exier, even you can't see through this fate?" With a bitter smile, Orion Exier explained, "This kind of fate is like the hierarchy of ancient official ranks. Lower officials can see one another clearly, but when it comes to those far above them, the view becomes obscured. There are certain lives that lie entirely beyond my reach." Lord Thorne asked in confusion, "If you can't see through it, then how can you be certain he carries the fate of a true dragon?" Orion Exier replied, "My own fate resembles that of a python. In feng shui, the python ranks just below the dragon. Above me, there is only the dragon. Just as a prime minister stands above other officials, only the supreme ruler stands above all. Any fate that I cannot perceive must belong to a true dragon." Recalling Charlie, Orion spoke with deep respect. I was once fortunate enough to encounter someone with the fate of a true dragon, whose abilities far exceeded mortal understanding. Although I cannot determine the identity of the person your granddaughter is seeking, I am certain that this individual is extraordinary. Orion Exier had always regarded Charlie with the highest respect. When he first realized that his own lifespan was nearing its end, he also sensed a chance at longevity in the East. That was why he accepted Lord Wade's invitation to go to Eastcliff and search for a feng shui treasure for the Wade family. It was during his stay at the Wade residence that he discovered Charlie's presence within Wade Shoal. At the time, Charlie was at the lowest point of his life and destiny, which allowed Orion to glimpse his fate. After the crisis at Wade Shoal was resolved, Charlie's destiny soared rapidly, and from that moment on, Orion could no longer perceive it. Now, since he was unable to see the fate of the person Zara was searching for, Orion concluded that this person must also possess the destiny of a true dragon. Hearing this, Lord Thorne let out a helpless sigh. It seems that if my granddaughter wants to find this person, it will take a very long time. Orion Exier said gravely, Bradley, I advise that your granddaughter stop searching for him. Startled, Lord Thorne asked, Why do you say that, Master Exier? Orion Exier explained seriously, the hexagram shows that your granddaughter is incompatible with the fate she is pursuing. Moreover, this person is extraordinarily powerful. It's like a bicycle colliding with a high-speed freight train. If they were to crash, the bicycle would be utterly destroyed. Lord Thorne was deeply shaken. He had complete faith in Orion Exier's judgment. He quickly said, Master Exier, thank you for the warning. I'll contact my granddaughter immediately and advise her to give up the search. Chapter 2300. Orion Exier hummed softly, then said gravely, She must be stopped. Otherwise, she'll be like a moth flying into a flame, and she'll only end up getting hurt. Lord Thorne thanked him repeatedly before ending the call. Without hesitation, he initiated a video call to Zara. He deliberately chose a video call because he knew that once Zara answered, the sound would be on speaker by default. That way, not only would Zara hear him, but Deanna and Fitz would hear everything as well. Lord Thorne worried that Zara might disregard warnings about danger. If he told her that there were tigers in the mountains, she might stubbornly insist on going anyway. By speaking in front of Deanna and Fitz, he hoped they could help persuade Zara if his own words failed. At the dinner table, Zara was eating with her mother and brother when her grandfather's video call came in. Her heart leapt with excitement, assuming it must be about the divination results, and she answered immediately. As the video connected, Lord Thorne smiled and asked, What are you doing right now? Zara replied, We're about to eat. Have you eaten yet? With a smile, Lord Thorne said, I've already finished. He then asked, Where are your mother and brother? Zara quickly turned the camera toward them. Mom and my brother are here. Grandpa, did you ask the master? Lord Thorne nodded. I did. Zara's eyes lit up. Really? Did the master give any clear hints? Lord Thorne paused, then sighed lightly. Master Exier performed a reading for you. It shows that the person you're looking for has an extremely profound fate. Even Master Exier couldn't uncover any specific information about him. Zara's expression darkened. What? Grandpa, didn't you say Master Exier was very powerful? Why can't he find anything? Lord Thorne explained, It's not that he can't find anything. It's that this person's fate is so deep that even Master Exier can't fully interpret it. Zara said irritably, What does deep fate even mean? I think Master Exier is just making excuses because he can't actually find anything. Deanna immediately scolded her, Zara, watch your words. Zara retorted, Mom, isn't that the truth? If he can't give any concrete information, then what's the point? Saying it's a difficult fate just sounds like a cover for his incompetence. Fitz spoke up calmly, Zara, don't jump to conclusions. If he were a fraud, he wouldn't admit he couldn't see anything. He'd just give you vague nonsense, like saying the person is somewhere in the northwest and letting you guess the rest. The fact that he openly said he can't see through it shows honesty. Although Zara was still unconvinced, she sensed the tension and said reluctantly, Fine. If even Master Exier can't see it, then I'll just have to find this person myself. At that moment, Lord Thorne urgently said, Zara, listen to Grandpa. You must not continue searching for this person.